Good morning. For those who know Dr. Zohra Hill from Casablanca, I am not she. I am Shalva Weil from the Hebrew University, and I have been given the privilege of substituting for her this morning in this very interesting session. I apologize to all the French speakers that I will open in English, but we have simultaneous translation, and 2 of the 4 talks will be in French and 2 will be in English. So without further ado, we are progressing towards our first session in this exciting conference under the auspices of the Mimouna Organization and the American Sephardi Federation and other organizations which cooperated with them to make this conference a reality. The first session is a historical survey of African Jewish life. And I turn to our first speaker, Dr. Jama Baida, who is the director of the Moroccan Archives. Dr. Baida was born in Morocco in 1955, and he today lives in Rabat. He holds a doctorate in contemporary history and a doctorate in sciences of information, communication, and expression, which he obtained at the University of Bordeaux III. He teaches history at the Faculty of Letters, Lettres and Sciences at Rabat, and he teaches there since 1982. In 2011, he was appointed to be the head of the Archives of Morocco. We have a great pleasure in turning to Dr. Baïda to give us the first talk in French. It is 2,000 years of Jewish life in Morocco.
Thank you. 2,000 years to present in a few minutes. It's what a big task.
I would like to just mention the guidelines for this session. I will be policewoman Shalva. Every speaker has 10 minutes only, and I will be quite strict. And I'm asking for every speaker to abide by this guideline. And at the end, there will be questions and a very short discussion. I hope we'll manage it. If you see me fiddling with my iPhone, it's not that I'm taking emails. It has a marvelous thing called a stopwatch, and I'm putting it on now. Thank you.
Bon, merci beaucoup. D'abord, je commencerai par adresser mes...
Addressing my heartfelt thanks and to the Mimouna Association for having initiated this colloquy at a time when Morocco is celebrating Africa these past days almost everywhere. And I would like and start that mine is a quite impossible mission impossible to talk about a historic background of the Moroccan Judaism in 10 minutes or even 15 minutes. And I'll try. And if the chair and the time custodian really exerts her powers, then of course I would stop. Now, about the history of Morocco, let me recall something which is quite obvious. That is to say, the history of Morocco does not start with the arrival of Islam in North Africa. Well, before that, of course, it was lived in by pagans, Christians, and Jews. And I'm not a specialist of the antique period to be able to give you the exact time of the presence of Jews in Morocco that traces back very probably in the 2nd century BC. Nor can I certify or attest to the fact that the Moroccan Jews were in the very majority the result of an immigration from Palestine. One can easily be an Amazigh Berber indigenous and embrace the Hebraic religion. What is there for sure is that at the advent of Islam in North Africa at the 7th century, the Jews were already here in Morocco, but would constitute over the years, the centuries, as of the 8th century, a religious minority under the Idrisid dynasty. This religious minority on a Islam land has been up and downing glory periods on the intellectual level and in the field of trade under the Idrisid dynasty, but such a situation within the legal framework of the Dima people, the Ahl Dima, the protected, has gotten through changes according to dynasties. One cannot blacken the whole blackboard or make it a whiteboard. Not even. I would say it has gone through thick and thin and difficult moments and times during the passage from one to another dynasty, during the troubles of rife and social rife. They were not the only victims. Others also have been victims thereof. Theoretically speaking, on the dhimmi, the person on the dhimma is exempted from the military service, and hence they had to pay the al-jizya, as it has been called in Arabic. So at the end of the 15th century, after having spanning this over a long period at the beginning of the 16th century, a lot of Iberian Jews have fled prosecution in Spain to, we call them Magarashim, immigrated to set them aside from the Toshabim, Baldiyin, the Jewish migrants. The cohabitation between the two fractions did, by the way, not have been easy. because of the difficulties and differences of the modus vivendi on living conditions of each one, of course, living conditions of each one. On the dynasty, Alawite dynasty in the 16th century, the Moroccan Jews have played a paramount role in the field of trade, availing of the relations that they have maintained with their coreligioners in some European countries, a role, for example, of the Palash family, and when the Saadian dynasty have won their famous battle on the Portuguese, the Battle of the Three Kings, the Moroccan Jews have celebrated in their synagogues this victory, considering it as a divine punishment inflicted upon their then yesteryears, if I may say, prosecutor. Under the Alawite dynasty, the Moroccan Jews have lived through a period of prosperity, generally speaking, starting mostly with the reign of Sidi Muhammad bin Abdullah, Sultan, who resorted to or used the Jewish traders and merchants to turn his city as Sawira, Mogador, a very white Beit Dakra, is here today to attest thereto with the historical, the city of Easterlees, Les Alizés. Now, of course, it was also marked from the 1862 of the setup of the network and school of the Israelite network, which is going to play a paramount role in the westernization, Occidentalization of the Moroccan Jews elite and the empowerment of the Jewish women, rather. Now, the supervisory, or let's say the colonial yoke on Morocco during this 20th century has also been another factor of destabilization of the traditional sociological balances, and have prepared the Moroccan Jewish minority to look for its evolution trends, both economic, religious, political, under other skies. The New World, Canada, the United States, indeed, but also in Europe and in Israel. But despite this population being scattered, the Moroccan Jews being scattered here and there in the world, Morocco has remained in the hearts and in the minds of the Jewish people, marked by the spirit of the living together, with a specific reference to Jews that have been protected under the reign of Muhammad V, the Sultan Muhammad V, when their other co-religioners have been subject to the yoke of anti-Semitism during the Second World War. The Morocco of today, and I'm going to finish within that time, the Morocco of today, reconciled with history, does consider the Jewish religion as a part and parcel, indissociable of its history. It takes ownership thereof fully and is taking laudable efforts to valorize it, to increase the value of it, and it goes through the academic restoration of the cemeteries, of the cinema, to mention other actions, all of which are certainly very, very beneficial at a time when the Jewish community on Moroccan land only 3% souls. Thank you for your attention.
I commend Dr. Baida. I commend you that you managed to pack 2,000 years of history into 5 minutes or less than 10 minutes. Congratulations. We will get back to you with questions at the end of the session. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. I now turn to Professor Aviad Moreno of the Ben Gurion Research Institute at the Ben Gurion University in the Negev in Israel. Professor Moreno has held fellowships at the University of Pennsylvania and Michigan in the United States before joining the faculty in Israel. His current research focuses on transnational relationships that exist between Jews from the Middle East and North Africa, in Israel, Western Europe, and the Americas, with a particular focus on northern Morocco. Recently, he has been appointed a foreign member of the Royal Spanish Academy. Dr. Moreno will speak about expanding the dimensions of Moroccan Jewish migration, perspectives from South America. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and I have a nice PowerPoint for you, but I don't see it, so I hope the organizer can put it on, and I'd like the remote, please. If you can just pass it along, the remote control for the PowerPoint. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start, and hopefully the PowerPoint will be on. So I'd like to thank Elmedi Boudrea, Jason Guberman, Dora Russi for organizing such a powerful and unique conference, and for inviting me to participate in this conference. How can I change the slides? Is that okay? No. Back. How do I go back? The first one, please. No. Up. Thanks. Sorry about this. Okay, so I know I have only 10 minutes, so I'm going to do it quickly. My lecture will focus on hotly debated issues in African and North African studies, which is international migration, but I'll do it from an untraditional perspective by showing how Jewish histories in Morocco can actually help us expand our perspective on the history of global migration from that country. I'd like to start with a short introduction to the topic, just to make sure that you understand what I'm talking about. So as you know, the global, in the second half of the 20th century, Morocco has turned into a major source of migration. We're talking about, in the year 2015, about 4 million Moroccans out of a population of 33 million living abroad, mainly in Europe. Now, in the beginning of, beginning in 1948, Morocco also witnessed the momentous departure of its largest Jewish minority, as you all know, with approximately 250,000 Jews leaving the country to Israel, France, and Canada. Now, this story of migration is deemed exceptional, right? Because it is associated with a linear process of disengagement from Morocco and the nationalistic attachment of Jews to Israel. But the global Moroccan migration story is usually associated with the economic motives and the cultural ties between Morocco and other countries. Now, Jewish migration from Morocco, as I'd like to argue here, has a much earlier history and geographically broader scope that might challenge that division between the global Jewish migration and the exceptional Jewish case. Just to very quickly show you what I'm talking about, we're talking about a global diaspora spanning from Gibraltar, the Caribbean basin, Brazil, Peru, and many other locations, which attracted hundreds of Jews from Morocco, particularly from the northern Mediterranean belt of the country. Moroccan Jews in those countries, for instance in Gibraltar, established one of the earliest institutions created by Moroccans abroad. For instance, Tikvat Israel was the oldest Jewish newspaper, established in 1943, and also one of the oldest Moroccan newspapers, of course. I'm not going to delineate all the histories in Latin America. There are many other societies established already in the 19th century and early 20th century. I don't have time for this. I'd like to stop with the background and then say that very few studies, and this is my argument today, very few studies examine how this specific migration came to influence back local perceptions of migration in Morocco. Okay. And I'd like to focus on South America particularly and show how in the early 20th century and even later when many Jews began to move to Israel and other locations in the mid-20th century, it still influenced the local discourse about migration. So in 1901, deputy of the Alliance Israélite Universelle French School System, Isaac Pisa, traveled to Iquitos in Peru in an attempt to understand why so many Jews in Peru are actually of Moroccan origin. He wrote the following: in Tangier, they speak of Iquitos as if it is a fabulous city with streets of gold. It is it's typical of a Tangerian to make his fortune in Iquitos. That is the vision and the dream of young people. Yet, you must know without doubt that the road is long and the climate is harsh. Now, Pisa's word and the way he sought to temper the excitement about migration from Tangier and other places in Morocco reflect a legend in the making. This is what I'm saying, among Jews in Tangier, one in which migration was seen as a process of deliverance from poverty and a passage to paradise. The legend intensified in the early 20th century as migration to South America began to decline, and it was created through several additional manifestations and phenomena. For example, return migration, obviously, particularly after the Great Depression in the 20s. Returning Moroccan Jews created some concrete monuments that increased the association of migration to Latin America with local wealth. For instance, La Gran Bazaar La Caraqueña, which is the Grand Bazaar from Caracas, actually. It was a store opened on the borders of the Juderia, of the modest Jewish neighborhood in Calle La Luneta, and the owners were actually from Venezuela. And it enabled concrete encounters between immigrants who came back and those who stayed, and the association with the Americas with wealth. Also, nostalgic stories about migration told in retrospect by returnees. They also advanced the local legend about South America and Morocco. Such was the story of Abraham Pinto, who had returned to Tangier from the Amazon rubber trade. And in 1945, that's quite late, a few decades after his return, at the age of 83, he shared his adventures with the family, and he asked his nephew to note them down. He wrote them down, and actually they were published. Preserving the legend of, or legendary character of migration to South America was also at the interest of Spanish colonialism in Morocco, as you can assume. That saw the transnational link between Morocco and South America as a way to maintain the cultural connection between Spain's older and newer colonies. And the agents here were Jews, Spanish-speaking Jews from northern Morocco. One example is in 1951, the General Franco Institute for Hispano-Arab Studies published Indiano Tetuanis, which was published in Tetuan in that year. And the book was part of a trilogy authored by Isaac Ben Arosh Pinto, the son of a returning immigrant from Venezuela, Tetuan. And in his novel, I'm not going to explain what Indiano means in Spanish because we don't have time for this, but in the novel, Ben Arosh recounts the story of a young man from a lower classes in Tetuan who emigrated to Argentina and then came back to alleviate his family's economic burden. And the novel ends with the protagonist returning and donating money to the needy of the community. Return migration also, created the notion that the community, or some members of the community, were also South Americans, not just Moroccans. The Moroccan South Americans. This is just a very interesting example of an announcement published in the Jewish newspaper in the 30s, greeting all the Peruvians and Peruvian nationals in Morocco on the occasion of the anniversary of Peru's Independence Day. And there are many other indications that I'm gonna skip now. More than anything, the association of migration to South America with wealth was fueled by the flow of remittances directly to the community, but also to families. The Achnasat Orchim Society, for instance, that you can see here, was a communal institution established in 1911 in Tangier for lodging, visiting, traveling scholars. And the society relied quite heavily on contributions from abroad, with the help of the Moroccan community in Venezuela. For instance, they established a hostel, a synagogue. Other members from Argentina helped the Ben Shimol Hospital in Tangier, which is quite well known. This generosity was mediated through transnational community press, reinforcing the notion that Moroccan Jews abroad were better off. Okay, I'm going to finish. This is just a very quick, I'm going to skip the, I'm going to say that beyond fundraising, because I don't have enough time, the ties between communities at home and abroad generated a notion of a globalizing Jewish Moroccan diaspora, and that is evidenced by the circulation, for instance, of loose or from Tetuan in 1956. This newspaper disseminated to the diaspora news about the visits of Mulay Hassan in the Jewish club, the Casino Israelita in Tangier, and many other things, including about Moroccan's independence in 56, because the years parallel. This is to say that the globalizing Moroccan Jewish diaspora with its hubs in South America did not detach Jews from their places of origin. In fact, it increased their connection to their places of origin. This is just one very interesting incident from Maguen Escudo, a periodical published by Moroccan Jews in Venezuela, in Caracas, in the year 1972. There is a poem of a resident from Tangier writing a poem for Tangier, for the Jews who stayed, but also for the Jews in the diaspora. And this is a translation of that. I'm not going to read it, but I'm going to summarize in 30 seconds and say that Moroccan migration is often described as a rather homogeneous phenomenon, divided between a unique Jewish case and the more general global dynamics of migration, global migration. Here I emphasize global diversities within the Jewish case, and this history of migration to South America and how it came to influence the local Jewish society in the place of origin, northern Morocco, may help us move beyond the narratives of mass displacement in the mid-20th century and integration and things that usually treat Morocco and other African countries of migration as homogeneous national units. It may also help us expand our perspective about the broader scope of Moroccan migration and the role of community agents. And I think that we can also think about comparing this to parallel migrations among Muslims from Morocco, including Amazigh and Arabs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Aviad. It's difficult to constrict ourselves to 10 minutes, but we're trying very hard, and it would be important to have a little question and answer session at the end. We're now going from north to South Africa. Dr. David Fachler was born and resides in Israel, but he grew up in Johannesburg, and he got his BA at Wits University and an LLB from there, and got an LLM from UNISA, which is the University of South Africa, to which I'm also affiliated. He was recently awarded his PhD in historical studies from University of Cape Town, UCT, where I also once taught. His dissertation was on orthodoxy in Johannesburg. Dr. Fachler, your talk is of the religious developments in Johannesburg Jewry over the past century. He is a scholar in the University of Cape Town. Thank you. The PowerPoint. Could we please have the PowerPoints to accompany Dr. Fachler's lecture? Thank you. But you can begin to talk. You can begin to talk.
It'll be quite difficult to condense a century into 10 minutes. I'll try into 15 minutes, but we'll see. If I have to end in the middle, I suppose I don't have a choice. Right. Okay. Stop here. It's not on the... It's not on the screen. Okay. Right. In the century between 1920 and 2020, the Johannesburg Jewish community, like its peers worldwide, underwent profound social and economic changes connected with upward mobility and acculturation to South African society. Equally significant, however, was the transformation in its orthodox religious makeup. In the early 20th century, strictly religious observance was limited to a small minority. Jewish education was disorganized, confined to afternoon Hebrew schools or cheder, which prepared the Jewish child with the basics to become bar or bat mitzvah. Beyond that, the youth and much of the community displayed little interest in religion. Fast forward a century, and the whole picture has changed. Today, there are numerous Jewish day schools catering for all levels of religiosity. There are full-time yeshivas and even institutes for married men to devote themselves fully to Torah study. 13% of the community self-describe as strictly Orthodox or Haredi, and 21% are fully Shabbat observant. A full 48% are comfortable defining themselves strictly or moderately Orthodox. This is a fundamental transformation. A community that was once defined by its non-observance and acculturation has moved rapidly in the opposite direction. How and why did this happen? In this brief presentation, I go to the roots of these changes that can be traced back decades. I will discuss the underlying philosophies of the parties responsible for change, and I'll also provide a glimpse into the conflicts between the parties. For the first half of the 20th century, the rabbinate, under the long-serving Chief Rabbi Judah Leo Landau, was dominated by what Jeffrey Gurok, in the American context, has labeled the accommodators. Realizing that they were at the periphery of the Jewish world, and that most of their flock was non-observant, these rabbis, who had uncompromising allegiance to Orthodox Judaism, tried their utmost to uphold orthodoxy within the public institutions, conceding that individual observance would be difficult to achieve. They tolerated their congregants' non-observance, while gently coaxing them to be loyal to tradition. Ideologically, they believed Jewish law was of supreme importance, but not the exclusive pillar upholding Judaism, and that in a forward-looking, modern environment, it was important to value the language and culture of Judaism. They favored engagement with Jewish history, Hebrew language, and Hebrew literature, and valued university degrees. In fact, in the constitution of Johannesburg's oldest congregation, there was a requirement that the rabbi had to possess a degree. Challenging this dominant position was a small minority, which introduced a new school of thought to Johannesburg Orthodoxy. Headed by Talmudic scholar Rabbi Yitzchak Kosofsky, who had led several strictly Orthodox communities in Poland and was world-renowned as a Jewish law authority, it began to take hold in 1933, the year Kosofsky arrived in Johannesburg to assume a senior rabbinical post. Rabbi Kosofsky represented the old-time rabbi, who venerated the Lithuanian schools of learning and believed Judaism ideally should be confined to the 4 cubits of halakha, thus making it essential that traditional orthodoxy be strictly preserved and change resisted. While giving concessions to Zionism and aligning himself with the Mizrahi movement, he strove to ensure high standards of individual observance. The school of thought he found may be usefully referred to as the traditionalists, owing to their focus on strict observance of halakha and their view that traditional yeshiva study was the only guarantee of upholding orthodoxy. For followers of this Weltanschauung, Judaism was narrowly conceived and university of culture was largely disdained. For the first half of the 20th century, Kosofsky's position was marginal within Johannesburg Jewish life, attracting few adherents and many opponents. If anything, the tide seemed to be running strongly against his approach, with the South African-born generation preferring to integrate into South African life. During Kosofsky's service, he recorded some successes and drew admirers from the nascent B'nai Akiva movement, but upon his death in 1951, the Orthodox Jewish establishment was firmly in accommodator hands. During the 1950s, the tide turned slightly in favor of the traditionalists, as the conflict between the two camps was played out by 2 charismatic personalities, namely Rabbi Michael Kosofsky, the son and spiritual heir of Rabbi Yitzchak Kosofsky, and Rabbi Louis Rabinowitz, devoted disciple of England's chief rabbi Dr. Hertz and Johannesburg's second chief rabbi. These two men were involved in a number of disputes, two of which will be mentioned. True to his accommodator credentials, Rabinovitz believed that the local community needed modern rabbis who could understand its challenges and sympathize with its needs. Contending that traditional yeshiva training could not achieve this, he strove to create a rabbi's training college, where aside from intensive Talmud study, students would be exposed to Jewish history, Jewish philosophy, and Hebrew. This would make them wholesome rabbis who would promote a forward-looking Judaism. In contradistinction, Kosovsky Jr., who had established a traditional yeshiva high school, believed that only through intense training in traditional subjects such as Chumash, Talmud, and Halakha is it possible to become a rabbi and Torah scholar. Predicting the college would produce ersatz ministers, he argued that in the absence of a senior yeshiva, South African youth rather should go to the United States or Israel to acquire their rabbinical training, and they could later spread their training upon their return to the Republic. These two protagonists also argued over the subject of Jewish law. After Kosovsky stated that it was forbidden to play sports on the Sabbath, Rabinovitz penned a long scholarly article arguing that in sports-mad, sunny South Africa, it is imperative to seek leniencies in this area. Acknowledging that many mainstream authorities indeed prohibited such games, he argued there were sufficient sources to show it should be allowed. This popular ruling provided the accommodators with a victory over the traditionalists. With Rabinovitz's departure in the early 1960s and Mikhail Kosovsky's untimely death in 1964, a new battle played out in the 1960s. Buoyed by the import of non-establishment American rabbis who were serving large-sized synagogues, the traditionalists seemed to gain ground by the mid-1960s. Typical of this was the move by Rabbi Norman Bernard to create an entirely new school which would rival King David's school and be even more religious than B'nai Akiva's Yeshiva College. Notwithstanding shriek pronouncements from the Jewish press blasting this initiative, the establishment was powerless to stop Bernard, and in January 1966, this new school was opened. In the early 1970s, graduates of the non-Zionist gated yeshiva in England, headed by Rabbi Mordechai Shakavitsky, which advocated stringencies beyond the strictest of traditionalists, were invited by certain activists to join a postgraduate rabbinical seminary for married men called a kollel. By the mid-1970s, the small band of kollel faculty established an independent congregation of 200 Sabbath observers, most of whom came from irreligious homes. 2 years later, the international Chabad Lubavitch movement brought a permanent presence to Johannesburg by recruiting the dynamic Rabbi Mendel Lipska, who enthusiastically spread the teachings of the Lubavitch Rebbe and introduced Hasidic customs to Johannesburg's primarily Litvak community. Despite the many differences between the two movements, they shared characteristics of being altogether different from the traditional community, espousing a non-Zionist approach and promoting unheard-of stringencies. Owing to the introduction of a new form of orthodoxy, we have referred to them as innovators. I'll skip to... In the mid-1980s, South African graduates of the International Outreach Yeshiva Or Sameach decided to establish a local branch of their yeshiva in Johannesburg. The founders broadcast a more relaxed attitude and they did not enforce a dress code or introduce stringencies. Though ideologically they did not espouse political Zionism, they promoted study tours to Israel. The softer approach proved successful, and they succeeded in attracting exceptionally large following among the youth. I have to skip now quickly, but over the years, as the innovators, which is the Kollel, Lubavitch, and Or Sameach, gained strength, the accommodators, who were the chief rabbis, Rabinovitz, Kasper, and Harris, seemed to have their power receded, especially in light of the apartheid policies. Rabbis of that nature, rabbis who had an academic bent, were discouraged to come to the Republic, and meanwhile, the innovators and traditionalists seemed to be on the rise. The response by the traditionalists is embodied in the teachings of Rabbi Goldfein and Rabbi Goldstein, who trade somewhere in the middle between the accommodators and the traditionalists. On the one hand, they believe in a strongly Lithuanian type of scholarship, they disdain Hebrew culture and language, but on the other hand, they are very much against the stringencies introduced by the innovators. In the second decade of the 21st century, owing to the innovators' efforts and Goldstein's traditionalist input, a significant proportion of Johannesburg Jewry is committed to orthodoxy. Bearing in mind the religiously apathetic community for much of the 20th century, this is a remarkable and dramatic feat. On the other hand, the accommodator approach, which incorporates the best of culture, history and literature, is almost non-existent. This has led to the shunning of organizations like Limud, and Orthodox rabbis under the chief rabbinate are effectively banned from attending. Advocates of such censorship argue it has not had a marked effect on orthodoxy. Others counter that it has pushed many to adopt secularism or reform Jewry. Surveys of Johannesburg Jewry indeed show slightly higher levels of secularism. This may be a correlation, although it seems likely that the increased tilt to the right has had a repellent effect. Whether the cost has been worthwhile will be up to future generations to decide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fachler. And now our last lecturer will be lecturing in French. This is Dr. Brigitte Benkamoun, who is a former editor-in-chief in French television. She was born in Alger, and she published several books. For example, the book on the Algerian War in the 60s, of course, Through the Eyes of a Child, which was published in 2012. And she also wrote a rather touching book called Albert the Magnificent as a tribute to the memory of her great-uncle who was arrested in Nice and perished in Auschwitz in 1943. The title of Dr. Brigitte Benkamoun's paper is The Exodus of Jews from Algeria in the Context of the Algerian War. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Je vous remercie d'abord pour mon invitation et pour toutes ces prises de parole très intéressantes jusqu'ici. Donc en effet, je vais vous parler de la communauté des Juifs d'Algérie au cours de cette guerre et après l'indépendance de l'Algérie. Nous connaissons tous l'importance des mots et en 1962, à l'issue de cette guerre dont on sait qu'elle a été épouvantable pour tous, l'immense majorité des Juifs d'Algérie
of the Jews of Algeria have decided to leave the country that has gained independence, and all of them, not all of them, but almost all of them have come to France. But if you ask them what happened, they will tell you we have come back, enter back into France. We go back to France. This is what I said. Going back to France factually means nothing, is meaningless for those who did not hail in the first place from France. They are not going to go back in France because they didn't hail from France in the first place. In Algeria had 140,000, among which 1 million French citizens.
Partie d'entre eux sont des Juifs orientaux.
And most of them are Jewish and Oriental Jews, and just like the Jewish Moroccans, they're here since the dawn of time. I'm not going to go into the details about where they're from or their origin. Some of them also come from Spain directly, or either from Tetuan or via Portugal. But Jews that could not really claim that they were from France because they're returning, according to them, well, there aren't any, or there are some colonists from Alsace that were lost in the countryside. It's important to go back to October 24th, 1970 to understand why they say that they were returning to France. And Albert Crémieux, who was a minister of justice, who signed a decree who automatically granted the French citizenship to the 35,000 indigenous Israeli Jews that were present on the Algerian soil. And it also included the Muslims who would only obtain the nationality if they applied for it, and so rabbis, just like imams, were hostile to the French citizenship, because for them to accept that for Jews or Muslims to become French nationals, well, it's as if that the French laws would take precedence over the Quranic law or the or Islamic law or Jewish law. And so for French Jews, this decree and this French citizenship was incredible. I mean, in 30 years, I mean, they would go from the Middle Ages to the status of dhimmi that you mentioned earlier, and that is exactly the same in Algeria under the Ottoman occupation, to citizens of a fascinating country, because it's important to understand what France represented at the end of the 19th century, in the midst of the Industrial Revolution. To become French was to become a citizen of one of the most modern countries of the world. So this was a great source of pride for all Jews to become French. So I made research on my family, on Albert le Magnifique, and to tell this story. So this family member who was born in Tlemcen, who died in Auschwitz, and so by reading the registers, in fact, the names the pride of becoming French, and so they had rabbinic names, but the second name is always a French name, and it's the name which in fact became the most important. So their names are, they prefer being called Bert or Albert, just like my family member whose name I told, Hubert, Daniel, and the family photos are really incredible. So we can see, for example, during weddings, we can see the mother that is dressed as I said with Jewish attire, and around her we can see young men, young women that could be their bosses, and she looks like she could have been the housemaid. And so the sons are dressed in Western attire, and the mother is dressed in traditional Jewish attire. And so these pictures embody what brutally happened during 30 years. So Chain becoming French is climbing up the social ladder, accessing the European neighborhoods. It's no longer speaking Arabic, and it becomes a source of pride to no longer speak Arabic, but to start speaking French. It's to practice the religion in a less distinctive manner. I'm not sure whether this was also practiced in Morocco, but in Algeria we spoke about communion and not the bar mitzvah. And we spoke about the temple and not the synagogue. And we also spoke about the great... We didn't speak of Kippur, but the great forgiveness. And so this is what marked the Jewish Algerians since the end of the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century. It's also important to note that they were happy, or they were proud to say that they are of Spanish origin, because it's a good look to be of European descent, even though we know that most Jewish Algerians, are indigenous, and so we know that it sounded better. This is why this saying of returning to France was important, is after 92 years after the Crémieux decree. And the Algerian Jews sincerely hoped to find a solution that was more reasonable to the conflict, just like the one that Pierre Mendès France managed to find for Tunisia. A slight minority of communists that advocated for independence. And we saw them, and they were by the FLN and the Algerian FLN, but it was still a slight majority. And so the majority, without being anti-colonialist, fit in with a more liberal movement followed by Camus, because they're very influenced by Camus. They are aware of the inequalities, of the necessary reforms for greater social justice. And so generally, the Algerian Jews are leftists, or more SFIO, who's the ancestors of the Socialist Party in France, and they are very cautious of the Algerian right wing, which was often at the origin of the anti-Jewish movements at the end of the 19th century during the Dreyfus case, and then in the 1930s. We also observe that the Jews are overrepresented in these liberal movements, and so the French intelligence services also note at the beginning of the war that they were more neutral, more attentive than Europeans. And so it's very net in the 50s, around 55, 56, for example, in 56, the FLN, the Algerian Liberation Movement, made a call to Algerian Jews to come to fight. And actually, they call them Algerian Jews, because which the Jews have a hard time saying. And so the violence of the combats radicalized abolition. The last years of the war, there's a much less differences between French citizens, and so the Jews will progressively turn to the, despite their reluctance vis-a-vis the those that are perceived as anti-Semites or fascists. I mean, it wasn't often, it wasn't perception, it was the case. So there are also geographical differences of. This is also again a source of the French intelligence services, who indicate that when Jews lived close to the Muslims and Arabs, well, they tend to be closer to their positions. However, in the cities, they are very westernized and they feel a lot more French, quote unquote. And so this is an event that will overturn everything. And so it's the death of Sheikh Raymond, who was the great star of the Arab Muslim music, who had many Muslims and Jewish fans, and it was a great shock from the east to the west for many members of the jury. I mean, it was as if the Arabs don't want us. I mean, this is how people retell the story. So each family is also crying their own deaths and the attacks and fights and kidnappings, and many happened in '62. So legitimately, they were very afraid, and so the threat also concerned them, and they said that maybe their place was not in this new country that is clearing things up. And so despite what some leaders of the FLN were saying, so they had to leave, they had to go to France and repatriating literally meant in France to return to one's country. So very few will migrate to Israel, about 10%. We were talking about this earlier. The figure varies between 8 to 11%, and Didier Debout, who will also recall that in Israel there was a fictitious and symbolic trial to accuse the Jewish community of Algeria of not having massively migrated to Israel. And in any case, most Jews from Algeria who came to Israel weren't easy to manage. They were very much westernized, and they wanted to live in the big cities and next to the Mediterranean. But it's just like the million repatriates that came back to France. Nobody was expecting them. Nobody was awaiting them. There was this national solidarity, help, and loans. But France is surpassed by this war that we still call the events. And people had enough of having to send their sons to fight to maintain these three departments of Africa that were creating so many problems, and they had enough with the attacks, and so the Evian agreements were a great relief. And so the French, whether they were Jews or not Jews, weren't very well received. It wasn't the case of my family, but when I wrote my first book, I realized that there were awful situations, people that slept in cars, that had to hide their children, where places where children were prohibited. And among Jews, there's this capacity to spring back up and to reconstruct without any bitterness. And so, I mean, the different financial support and mechanisms and arrangements help them to pick up. And there's Serge Massimo, I mean, Anna Frulou, and there are other success stories that are less media-worthy, and so some decided to stay, but in 1965 everybody had to return to France, and we understood that was the essential. Thank you. I didn't have time to explain what was the influence of Jews from Algeria, but since they returned to France.
4 speakers. They tried so hard, and I hope that you don't become my enemies after this session, because I was so strict. But the best thing about a conference is that we can discuss things, and we now have a wonderful quarter of an hour where people can address and ask questions. We have covered with African Jewish life from the north to the south, with differences between communities. Personally, I always thought the difference between Algerian and Moroccan Jewry was the couscous, but there are obviously other deeper differences between these communities. So I would ask you to ask questions. Anybody who asks a question should stand up and say just his name and from which country he is, or just his who he is, but half a second before he asks the question. Thank you. Does anybody wish to ask a question? If not, the speakers will continue. Professor, it's difficult for you to stand up, but Professor Frame Isaac from America and Ethiopia.
Jewish Africa Conference.
Yes.
I can understand discussing the existence of Jewish migrations throughout Africa. And I think the talks regarding Moroccan Jews is quite appropriate. They've been historically part of Africa. But when we speak about South Africa, we've only talked about European Jews who came there. What's your relationship with the Lemba? In other words, I'd be interested in a Jewish Africa conference about Africans who have also identified as Jews throughout Africa. And we've not really, I have not seen in this program, and as a member of the American Sephardic Federation, I'm going to complain about this, because we're only talking about European Jews. Well, North Africa is appropriate. I mean, they are historically Moroccan Jews, are part of the African Jews, no question about that. Alors, c'est vrai, non? Il n'y a pas de problème avec les Juifs d'Afrique du Nord. But when we talk about South Africa, we only talk about Ashkenazi Jews. And what about their relationship with the Lemba, with the local African people who identify as Jews? Pardonnez-moi for this long.
Thank you for this important question. I'm sure that Dr. Fachler will answer that. For his lecture, he was concentrating only on Orthodoxy in Johannesburg, but please answer.
I'm not sure how far back nations go. The first Jewish community in Johannesburg, in South Africa, was 1841. That's 180 years. They've established themselves for longer than that. So whether you want to call them Ashkenazim, that's fine. But I think that South African Jews feel very much part of the South African nation, and they identify as such. Especially in the early 1900s, there's a very unique South African Jewish identity. They do not identify as Polish or Lithuanian or by the Ashkenazi heritage. There's also a Sephardi community. I think later on today we'll hear about them in Cape Town. But I suppose the comment is more addressed to the organizers than to me. But I think I'm not sure if we have to still use a racial profile for who belongs in which continent. I think there's also been a discussion in the Beth Din, and there have been interesting ideas about the Lemba. I'm not qualified to answer that. I think it's a question that the Beth Din in Johannesburg has. It would make a very interesting discussion, but unfortunately, I'm not the expert. And I mean, there are Lemba in Swaziland as well. It's a very interesting discussion, but I'm not the candidate. Sorry.
Thank you for that answer. Are there any other questions, please? Sorry? I'll just take a few from the audience first, and then you'll say.
Yeah. Here's also a question to Mr. David Thatcher.
Say we can't hear you. You have to stand up. Jose Alberto, you have to stand up and say which country you're from, so that people will know you.
So I visit Maputo, the capital of Mozambique, and I visit the cemetery. So I saw that there was some tombs, of course, of Ashkenazi Jews, but also of Sephardic Jews there. I'm speaking of the capital of Mozambique. So my question is about the relations of the community of Johannesburg with the other communities of the other former colonies. What relations they have with the Jewish communities of, for example, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, if they have, or the other former colonies.
This afternoon, I think, later on, there's a discussion by Rabbi Moshe Zilberhafti is in the audience here, and he runs the Central African Congress, and he's visited all these places. So I'm sure he'll address these issues.
We have a question from one panelist to another panelist. Dr. Jama, please.
J'ai juste une petite question parce que
I have a quick question because it was really wonderful to hear about all the descriptions of the departures from Algeria and these repatriations or return to the homeland, another homeland. I'd like to know because I followed with great attention what was said. And so today, in present day, is there still this feeling of belonging, the sense of belonging to Algeria, or maybe the desire to return, maybe even if it were for a pilgrimage, or to evaluate the saints, the sanctuaries, and so this sense of belonging that I feel with my fellow Jewish Moroccan citizens. And so you said something that was very interesting. You said Jewish Moroccans, and so the French Jews, they say that they're Jews from Algeria. They don't call themselves Algerian Jews. I have a friend that wrote a book which is very interesting, which is the title who's written by Olivier Kaïm, and she wrote a biographical note about herself, and she said that she was from Jewish Algerian, and many members of the Jewry, many Jews, were criticized her for that. And so today there's starting to be people that are returning to Algeria. For example, I've returned, and I can say returned because I was born in Oran, and I returned to Algeria for my various books, and I managed to bring my parents, that were reluctant to go. And so there's this fear. They say, "Oh, it must be dangerous." No, it's not dangerous. If we know which conditions we go, and we are very much welcomed in Algeria. Now I understand that I believe that Didier Nebo will explain what's happening at the cemeteries and whatnot. I'm not necessarily an expert in that. But there definitely has been a fracture, and for most people that are older than me, that have souvenirs and memories in Algeria, they don't necessarily have any desire to go back. And so there's this wound that hasn't yet healed. And so for young people, it's very different. When I wrote my first book, which is La Petite Fille sur la Photo, where I was telling the story, my book was very much bought by young people that were born in France and that wanted to know what they had an experience, and they want to return, whereas they had never actually gone there. Thank you.
Alors, une autre.
Please stand and say who you are.
Bonjour, c'est Afif Mbarak.
Afif Mbarak from the Faculty of Humanities in Tunisia. I have a question to Mr. Jama Brida for the archives. I'd like to know, I know how it is being organized in Tunisia and the funds that we have available with respect to the Jewish community. And I would like us really to know at the Moroccan Archives, National Archives, what are the funds, what type of funds that you have on the Moroccan Jewish community. I will answer here. Now, the Morocco Archive Institution dates now 11 years. I am the father, the happy father for the last 11 years. And when I made it, the archive funds on Moroccan Judaism were piecemealed in other funds. There were no dedicated Jewish, were here and there in the municipalities, private funds, etc., etc. But an effort, a very important endeavor, was undertaken for many years now, including by the repatriation, follow the open quotes, once again, repatriation, quote unquote, of those archives that have left Morocco in not so...
Que ce soit des fonds privés ou même des fonds publics qui sont partis dans des valises. Alors maintenant, nous avons pu récupérer beaucoup d'archives de l'Alliance israélite universelle en format numérique, en vertu d'une convention, des archives du Mémorial de la Shoah à Paris, des archives de Holocaust Museum à Washington, D.C., et beaucoup de fonds privés aussi qui viennent aujourd'hui remettre des archives. Donc, en fait, personnellement, ayant travaillé sur le judaïsme marocain, j'ai beaucoup souffert il y a une quinzaine d'années pour aller glaner des bribes d'archives à la Courneuve ou à l'Alliance israélite universelle à Paris. Aujourd'hui, des chercheurs marocains peuvent aisément entreprendre une recherche. Cela ne leur épargne pas de faire quelques détours par des archives étrangères. C'est toujours bénéfique, mais il y a matière pour travailler.
Merci. We have one question for one last question,
Oui,
please.
je suis
Monsieur-
Didier Nebo, et je réponds à Monsieur Baïda, je crois, c'est ça.
On Algeria, I am the honorary president of the memorial tradition of the Jews of Algeria. As a matter of fact, individually, as Brigitte said, one can go back to Algeria, but collectively it's almost virtually impossible because we've tried. In fact, I have sent an open letter to Mr. Bouteflika and to François Hollande, of course, an open hand, an extended hand, and it was ill welcomed. And I went also to the current Mémoire en Vérité commission at the Prime Minister's office, l'Élysée in France, and also to implement Mr. Benjamin Spora's writings on Algeria. And I was part of the same commission, but unfortunately it's very difficult. So the relations are very tense. Individually, yes, but collectively, state-led initiative, that's big problem and very complicated. In other words, my colleagues from the National Archives of Algeria cannot receive, as I did 15 days ago, cannot receive a group of master's students from Israel fully officially, definitely. Yeah, certainly Israeli, French, yes. French, that would be different, but Israeli master students that I received a fortnight ago and whose photos I posted on my Facebook wall of the institution, Israeli, they would not be able to go there.
The future conference will take place in Algeria. I have my eye on the island of Djerba even for a conference venue. I would like to thank all the participants in this panel. You enlightened us and you broadened our horizons from the north, from northern Africa, right down to the tip of Africa, to South Africa, and we're very grateful to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Obrigada. Marhaba. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Bon dia. Shalom. My name is Carol Castiel, and I am the president of the Cape Verde Jewish Heritage Project. I'm based in Washington, D.C., but before I go further in introducing myself, I want to first say a big mabruk and thank you, shukran, to our wonderful sponsors, the Mimouna Association and the American Sephardi Federation, and in particularly El Medi Budra, for putting on this conference, for accentuating and highlighting the Jews of Cabo Verde. And I know most of you are like, well, Cabo Verde, there's no practicing Jewish community. It's this tiny archipelago, you know, in the Atlantic, 500,000 people. What's the big deal, you know? Well, the point is there is memory. There are descendants and there are place names that we want to honor. It's part of the larger Jewish Moroccan diaspora in the world. And we'll talk about the origins of that and the overview of the project first, and then I'll have my panelists speak to their particular topics. So first, as far as myself, I'm a broadcaster at the Voice of America. That's my full-time job for over 20 years. And I became interested in Cabo Verde when I was a scholarship coordinator for USAID back in the 80s, the 1980s. It was funded by the USAID at the time of the many of the colonies were becoming independent. As you know, the Portuguese colonies were the last. I had students from Guinea-Bissau, Cabo Verde, and São Tomé y Príncipe. And the ones from Cabo Verde had Jewish surnames, not all of them, but some of them. So Ben Shimal, Wahnon, Anaori, Levi. So I asked them, well, they said our ancestors came from Morocco. And then I spoke to the interlocutor in Cabo Verde, the coordinator. He says, I'm a Brigham, which is really Ohayon. He says, I'm also of Jewish descent. And by the way, we have Jewish cemeteries here. So I said, okay, I have to deal with this at some point because I have a job. So when I left the AAI, the African American Institute, I joined up forces with one of the panelists that you will be hearing from, Januário Odai, that is his family name, Nascimento. He was already pressing for the restoration of the small Sephardic Jewish cemeteries. I said, I really want to help you at a personal level. But the only way I could really help him to raise money was to create my own 501c3 in the United States. Well, it took quite a while, you know, when you have a full-time job, family responsibilities. But finally, we had a benevolent lawyer. He helped us create a 501c3 in 2007. I'm not sure, who is somebody going to be helping me with the PowerPoint to go through the... I do, okay. Okay, I don't see it. Okay, somebody can show me because I'm not too technologically advanced. Oh, okay, all right, thank you. And so the right button to press for... Okay. Anyway, so that's my background. I'm still at the Voice of America, but we created the Cape Verde Jewish Heritage Project, and we made some progress, so I'm going to tell you all about that. So, okay, now go back to the map. Okay. Anyway, as you know, Cabo Verde is a very tiny, tiny archipelago in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, about 300 kilometers off the coast of Senegal. And we have this map to show you the critical importance of Portugal. It was a Portuguese colony at the time when the Jews went there after 1821 from Morocco. And of course, we have Gibraltar highlighted. I think our English-speaking and British friends will enjoy this. And of course, you know, Morocco and then Cabo Verde. But what I wanted to particularly tell you is, you know, as I said earlier, why Cabo Verde? It's just part of the larger Moroccan Jewish diaspora, and it is very important, you know, to finally recognize them, no matter how small the community, no matter how non-practicing. As I said, it's a Catholic country, and most of the Jews assimilated over time. So let me go further. Oops, sorry. Oops. Wait a minute, go back. Wait a minute. How do I go back? Okay, here we go. Oops, sorry about that. first wave, our colleague, Professor José Alberto Tavim, will talk to you about the so-called first wave. That's the wave we don't have a lot of, palpable vestiges, clearly. These were conversos, new Christians who were forced to be baptized as Catholics by Portugal in 1496, 5 years later after the 1492. So they went there, probably hiding their identity. They didn't leave any real traces, and José Alberto Tavim will talk to you about that. Our project, the Cape Verde Jewish Heritage Project, is most interested and really only capable of, right now, with the resources we have, of documenting this 19th century immigration. We will leave it to other historians and new researchers to give the full story of the previous immigration. Anyway, these Jews, as we said, came from Morocco and also Gibraltar in the 19th century, and they created Jewish burial grounds. And this is significant because where Jews go, the first thing they do is they don't create the synagogue. They can pray in homes or anywhere. They created Chevra Chedisha, a burial society. So that's very significant. And they created them in the more Moroccan Sephardic style. So that is the point of our project, to honor the memory, document their legacy, and hopefully leave a mark about this very unknown chapter in African Jewish history, in Moroccan and Cape Verdean Jewish history. Now, who were these Jews? Part of the reason why we have no more practicing descendants, is they were mostly male. And all of you know that Judaism is passed through the mother. So if you don't have a Jewish mother, it's very difficult, right, from an Orthodox point of view, but also from the point of view of education. But don't kid yourself. There was still a lot of values being transmitted by their patrilineal forebears. There were deteriorating conditions in Morocco, a Spanish-Moroccan war. There was chômage, unemployment. These were, well-educated Jews. They were merchants. And they decided to set sail from the cities, primarily Tanger, Tétouan, Rabat, and of course Mogador, now called Essaouira. And don't forget Gibraltar, very important. If you look at the Straits of Gibraltar, you can basically see Tanger and vice versa from Gibraltar. So the Jews were trading with the Gibraltarians. Of course, for the British, the Spanish were the enemies. So they looked to the North Africans, and then there were the Jewish merchants. They came. There's a huge, if you haven't been there, beautiful Moroccan Jewish community in Gibraltar. We did invite some of our colleagues, but they couldn't come today. So we have consulted them about archives, because several of the Jews who went to Cabo Verde literally were either born in or have British passports. They came straight from Gibraltar, and that would be the case of Isaac Wano and Hakel Levi Bentoub, both with British passports. You'll learn more about the Wano family with my colleague Sofia de Oliveira Lima. Okay, very important economic tie. 1846, approximately, there was a British-Portuguese friendship trade treaty. This was a huge impetus, a pull factor. So we have the push factors of bad economic conditions in Morocco and Moroccan-Spanish War. And then you have the pull factor. The Portuguese are saying, anyone, from England, Britain, come on in. So a lot of the Gibraltarian Moroccan Jews came with the British, and the British were establishing coal stations and lots of trade with Portugal, the Portuguese colony of Cabo Verde at the time. You still have a lot of British customs, particularly in the island of São Vicente, tea, lots of Shah, tea, and also tennis and all kinds of British particularities. Okay, the other reason is, look, you don't have a trace before 1821. The Inquisition was also abolished, so any Jews who were of Portuguese descent, or, the Jews of Morocco, who a lot of them came from the Iberian Peninsula, said, okay, they're going to take advantage of opportunities. They're not afraid anymore that the Catholic Church will be after them once they go to a Portuguese territory. And so, as I told you, most of these other, and also Cabo Verde was a critical transatlantic trading hub. As I showed you, it's in the middle of the Atlantic. It basically, you're at the convergence of continents, of Europe, of Africa, South America, and the United States. And these were the islands that they settled in: Santo Antão, São Vicente, Boa Vista, and some in São Nicolau and Brava. What do we have left? We have place names, you have descendants, memories, burial grounds. We have 4 cemeteries, 40 plus tombstones. I know it sounds like a little, but it's a little place, so it's still a relatively important impact. They were in these very islands I just mentioned. And then the headstones are beautiful. Samuel Ceruia in Praia. You have Hebrew etchings, and you also have the Portuguese. Sometimes you just have Portuguese, sometimes you just have Hebrew. There's not a consistent style or format for the Jews of Cabo Verde. And we have a place named Sinagoga in the island of Santo Antão. Okay, I think a lot of our Moroccan friends in here will recognize these names. These are the names, and I'm going to quote another panelist on my panel, Nuno Wano Martins. He said to me in 2002, "Os nomes ficaram, mas a prática foi-se." The names remained, but the rituals disappeared. Again, there was a great amount of assimilation. The families married among each other, but they could only take that so far. So they quickly intermarried into the Catholic population, taking Cape Verdean wives or Catholic wives, concubines, and so forth. And these are the names you all know: Anaori, Odai, Azulei, Azenko, Benatar, Ben Shimon, Ben Ros, which is Ben Arosh, Ben Uliel. I'm going to just skip. You can see they speak for themselves. Levi, Cohen, Elbaz. All of these names are on tombstones in the archipelago. And here I want to take you now further. We're talking about Cabo Verde, this little tiny island that nobody knew too much about. But the Moroccan Jewish diaspora, as I said, is spread out. We heard from the previous panel about northern Brazil, and I will just touch on that briefly. But first, if you go to Gibraltar, you're going to die. It's just all Moroccan Jewish merchants on High Street, Cohen in Macias, Ceruia, and of course the Jews were in England for a long time, especially Gibraltar, when they had the Treaty of Utrecht. You have a lot of Jewish immigration, and that explains it. And now the beautiful synagogue, one of several in Gibraltar. They have 4 or 5 on the left. On the right is Joshua Merache. He's an informal researcher. And where is he standing? In the Jewish cemetery of Gibraltar. Why is he standing? What do you see in the background? You see Tanger. The Jews of Gibraltar created their burial grounds so that they could see the land of their ancestors, their homeland, Morocco, and in particular Tanger. So that's very symbolic, showing the memory of their homeland. And there's more Moroccan Jewish diaspora in other Portuguese territories. On the left, you see Ponta Delgado in São Miguel, the island of Açores. In English, we call it Azores. That's a member of the Jewish community you see on the cemetery on the left. The tombstones are very similar to what we see in both Morocco, in Cabo Verde, in northern Brazil, and so forth. And on the right, that is Faro, Algarve, of course, the south of Portugal, the capital of Algarve. Again, the Jews returned, in a sense, after 1821, or even some of them before, to southern Portugal, Faro. Quite a number of families, about 100 gravestones in this beautiful Moroccan Jewish cemetery in Faro, south of Portugal, in Algarve. And this is just the cemetery entrance in São Miguel. There's a beautiful museum which we invited the curator, but he couldn't make it. Sinagoga Sahar Hassamaim. It is now a museum. At one time in Ponta Delgado, there were 5 synagogues in one city, Ponta Delgado. It's extraordinary. But again, these Jews in the Portuguese territories have a habit of intermingling and intermarrying out, and the religion disappears. The names remain. Same thing in Ponta Delgado. And then the beautiful synagogue, which was a mess, but Mr. José de Mello, he's restored it. There's a book about it. This is now a museum, and I urge all of you to visit. And the same names you see, Azulei, Ben Saud, Zafrani, Ben Saud, Abakesis. Now we go to northern Brazil, Amazonas, and in Manaus. I went there right before the epidemia, COVID, February 2020, and I met with the Manaus Jewish community. They are very, very Moroccan Jewish. There's quite a large community in Manaus. This is Rabbi Dahan on the left in the beautiful synagogue, very Moroccan rituals, everything kept to a T. And on the right, rabbi with many of the gentlemen part of the community. They all mostly come from Tanger, and as the previous speakers said, the rubber boom. So again, an economic pull from Tanger drove these Jews of Tanger particularly to northern Brazil. And they're still there, remnants of them, and they're alive, practicing Jewish community. I urge everyone to visit. There's also one in Belém de Pará, which I couldn't go to, but at any rate, that's quite a living Moroccan Jewish community, very proud of their roots and their rituals. And they have preserved them. They were numerous enough, clearly, to marry and keep up the traditions. There's lots of other communities in the interior, we say the interior rural areas, but that's the city of Manaus. Okay, and that's Annie Ben-Shimon, big family, Ben-Shimon, like they did, hospitals in Canada and etc. And here, Ben-Shimon family has Annie's, her beau-père, father-in-law, wrote a book called Eretz Amazonia, the Jews of Amazonia, the Jews from Tanger. And it's a well-known book. It's in English as well. She's in the cemetery, and on the right is the mikveh in Manaus. Now we're going to focus, and I'll try to be very brief, on Cabo Verde. Here we are with a group, a beautiful group. Minister Anis Beru of the diaspora invited me to select several Cape Verdeans of Jewish descent to go on a trip to visit the homeland of their ancestors. That's a beautiful gift of generosity. So one of my panelists, Sofia de Oliveira Lima, was on that trip, and there we are on the right in a group in Essaouira, because some of the families came from Mogador, and on the left in the cemetery of Tetuan. We spent a good 10 days visiting all the cities where these people, our colleagues, have ancestors. And now, here's a typical picture. That is Isaac Wano on the left, and his wife, Raquel Levi Bentoub from Gibraltar, but pure Moroccan. And that is their offspring. And what we were saying, they have a lot of children. So anyway, everybody's related. Okay, very quickly, what did they do? Look, they were in commerce, import, export, agriculture, coffee exports, grog, which is the like the equivalent of cachaça, vodka, I don't know. Anyway. So they made the Pinto family in particular was specializing in that. David Ben Oliel, he was called the Rei de Boa Vista. That is, le roi de Boa Vista, very powerful, more powerful than the Portuguese governor. And so these were well-known families. They were quite well-respected, and they were well-received by the Cape Verdean community. Many also went to São Tomé, Angola. We have little tombstones. Mr. Gabay and Mr. Cohen are in São Tomé. We'll get there one day, but we're working on the capital of the Moroccan Jewish presence, which is Cabo Verde. Assimilation, this is the problem. They assimilated, they married with Catholic women, but very few offspring were baptized, which is interesting. It was almost like a concession by the Catholic spouse. Patrilineal descent diluted the Jewish customs and rituals, but they left values, which we'll talk about, and which Minister Jorge Santos spoke about last night. There's no synagogues, but as I said, Hever Chedisha, burial grounds. And they were a part of the economic educated elite, so they were quite well respected, and there was no visible anti-Semitism. They were sort of a curiosity, the Moroccan Jews. And they were welcome. They were doing business, and so the two got along quite well. And as you know, Moroccan Jews, they're very easygoing. They go along to get along. They figured, well, we're in a largely Catholic country. They did pray in their homes. Some of them went to synagogue in Lisboa, in Lisbon. But, they were sort of discreet. They say, this is their country, but we are here now. But nobody stopped them, from practicing their religion. It's just that it diluted over time. And I'm going to have Sofia de Oliveira Lima. She'll talk to you about, she's our representative there. We have now, memorandum of understanding with the government, with many of the city halls, because we are not going to Cape Verde without their permission. We want to go help restore the cemeteries with their permission and in cooperation. And like Minister Santos said yesterday, in 2017, the government of Cabo Verde classified nation's Jewish cemeteries and other places of memory as national historic and cultural patrimony, which is important. We have pressed for that, and that will give them protection, legal protection. This is our lead benefactor, His Majesty, the King of Morocco, Mohammed VI. We are very grateful. If it were not for him, we would not have the funds to restore the 4 Jewish cemeteries, and we are still drawing down on the generous funds. We have many other benefactors I'll talk about, but we are so grateful that he recognized Moroccan Jewish patrimony in Cabo Verde, in a poor country without the means. So we are forever grateful to him. That is another benefactor, many know in the Jewish community, S. Daniel Abraham. He's helping us fund the documentation of a book that we're coming out with perhaps by the end of the year, if not sooner. World Monuments Fund, everybody knows they've been helping us with research money as well as some advice with respect to restoration, and the U.S. Embassy of Praia, very, very good to us in Cabo Verde. And anyway, here we are. The status, we have inaugurated the cemetery in Praia, which is in a Catholic cemetery. It's a little Jewish burial ground. We still need signage, so we have work to be done. 2 beautiful cemeteries in Santo Antão, where Jorge Santos, the minister, is from. I'll show you more later about that. We have some problems in Boa Vista. We're working on permanent signage. This is a before picture of the burial ground in Praia in the Catholic cemetery. As you see, the tombs were sinking. This is afterward. The city hall renovated it. We have a plaque. We had a ceremony. And so we're still working on larger signage to translate the tombs, which we have done, my organization, to get them in Portuguese and English for tourism and also for historical reasons. Before in Boa Vista, very bad, as you see. This is a picture at restoration, but now we're having problems, so I don't want to bore you with the details. We'll get into that. We are working on it, but it should look more like that, and also signage. This is on the left, David Ben Oliel, Homem Bondoso, such a great man. He was an economic motor of Boa Vista, but he married a Catholic woman. His wife was extremely Catholic, very, very fervent. He built a chapel for her. Again, I consider this part of Moroccan Jewish tolerance. He, for his wife, out of respect, he built her a chapel, which is that on the right, and that's him in front of the chapel, the Catholic chapel, on the beach. Now it got very dilapidated. It's now since been restored. We didn't have anything to do with it because we have too much on our hands. But it has been, this is a general store called Loja do Povo, Benjamin Cohen. We are thinking, and the minister said we might be able to transform it into a museum. We shall see. That's on the island of Santo Antão. That's what we call the capital, the Jewish capital of Cabo Verde. Okay, I'm going to run really quick. That was before when I met Minister Santos. He showed me the cemetery all the way back in 1998. That was later, 10 years. Still, you see lots of urbanization. Now, it was a mess a few years ago. And now, so we have restored it. We're working, we have beautiful signage, bronze plaques, translating the reasons why the Jews came in Portuguese and English, as well as the tombstone map, so people know what they're looking at. And they came up with a menorah, the local community. They thought it was nice for a symbol, which is a beautiful symbol, of course, of Judaism worldwide. Before Peña da França, after Peña da França Cemetery. We have more recent pictures, but nonetheless, you get the idea. That's an architect, Rafael Ben Oliel. He's working with us in Boa Vista, helping not just financing, but on the architectural reconstruction and rehabilitation of Boa Vista. These are more just pictures of, of descendants. Mr. Edgar Wanon in the middle, in 70 years old, he decided to adopt his Jewish identity. He was considered sort of a Catholic. He literally converted to Judaism, and you all know what that means. Yes, indeed. He had the instruction with the rabbi, and he had circumcision at the age of 70-something. That's dedication. And we have, again, Moroccan connections, Aziz Mekwar. We have Mr. Azoulay, who is a very important supporter. He's on our board. of Advisory Board, and of course a former Prime Minister of Cabo Verde, Carlos Wanon Vega. He's of the Wanon family, Jewish descent, first democratically elected Prime Minister of Cabo Verde. And more descendants, Ben Ross family, the Cohen family on the left. And this is what we're doing. We're working permanent signage, we're working on booklets. The book on the Jewish presence should come out this year in Portuguese. We hope to translate it into English and French. And we'll see about a permanent museum. We have a lot on our hands at the moment. And we want to educate people. We want to preserve memory. Memory is important. These were human beings who left a mark on Cabo Verde and on the larger Moroccan and Jewish diaspora. So we want to document for everyone to know, notwithstanding the small size, institutional support and so forth. If you want any more information, please visit our website, www.capeverdejewishheritage.org. And now, And now I would like to present one of our scholars who's helping us with the research, José Alberto Tavim. He's a senior researcher at the University of Lisbon Center of History and the chair of the seminar, The Jews in Portugal and the Diaspora. He has almost 60 papers and chapters in Portuguese and other languages. He created, and also he has published in Journal of Judaic and Islamic Studies. He's the author of 2 works on Jews and Portuguese expansion and other edited publications. He's on our advisory board, and he's going to tell you a bit about the first so-called wave of Jews, which is hard to document, and that is the new Christians, those who were forced to be baptized by Portugal, and some of them are among the first Jews of Cabo Verde. So I turn now the floor to my colleague, José Alberto Tavim.
So, thank you very much, Carol, and Mr. El Madi Boudra for inviting me to be here in this conference, so I'm very happy. So my talk, it was not really about the Moroccan Jews, but about the people that came before. I mean the conversos, or the so-called Marranos, or crypto-Jews, so the people that were converted in Portugal by order of King Dom Manuel I in 1496. So I need my PowerPoint. PowerPoint is here. Okay, this is my presentation, but I need to... Okay, so as I said, many Jews were converted by force in 1496, and they were expelled in 1496, and in 1497 they were converted by force, and they became what the people call at that time New Christians, so Cristãos Novos, and of course some of them come also to Cape Verde. I want to stress that till now we don't found any documents that prove the existence of Jews with this identity before this period. So, as you know, we have a lot of documents concerning Morocco, the presence of Jews in Morocco, hundreds and hundreds of letters and chronicles, but not about their presence in Cape Verde. So the first presence, it was here of these new Christians or conversos. So my approach is about these people, and I have several questions can be asked about them. Who are these people and what positions have they held? What was the reason that led the Portuguese crown to invest in new Christians to play important roles related to the economic management of the archipelago? What is the relationship between inquisitorial persecution, especially in Portugal, and its establishment there? What is the evidence of their economic activity? And finally, what were the relationship of these new Christians with the Jewish universe at that time? So I want to stress first that you have some sources about these people really. It's the trio of the Lisbon Inquisition, because Cape Verde was under the jurisdiction of the Lisbon Inquisition. There was never Holy Office in Cape Verde, sometimes the inquisitors come to make some visits to arrest people in Cape Verde, really, mostly in the second half of the 16th century. So, and we have also other documents in Mexico. So, in the Mexico archives, in Lima archives, so in Peru, and in Cartagena de las Indias archive. Why? Because we are speaking about businessmen. So, if they come to stay in Cape Verde as business people and also at the service of the crown, they several times they make trips to other places. Of course, in the Atlantic, they come to the Spanish colonies and also to Brazil. So it's because they were also arrested by the local tribunals of the Inquisition, so in Lima, Mexico, etc. So we have some sources about these people. So who is these people? As I said, they come to Cape Verde sometimes as tenants of the crown. So the kings of Portugal, also Dom Manuel I, that expelled the Jews, they trust in these people because they are the most richest people in the archipelago. So they were the royal tax collectors. They are the money lenders of the highlands. So at the same time, they trust them in their new status of converted people, as Christian people. And, for example, we know that the first highland tenant of Brava was really a converto from the south of Portugal. So the name of this man, it was a converto called Francisco de Fonseca. But later he was arrested by the Inquisition. I forget to say that the Inquisition was established in Portugal in 1536. But in the first years, the persecution was more restricted to the metropolis. So the people that were afraid, sometimes they ran away to safe places, as it was the case of Cape Verde. So the first visits in Cape Verde, was only in the second half of the 16th century. So Cape Verde became a kind of heaven to these people that were afraid to live in Lisbon or in Porto or in Algarve, etc. So these people, of course, were arrested by the Inquisition. As I said, there were several visits to Cape Verde, and we know that between 1536 and 1821, there was 33 persons arrested in Cape Verde accused to be Jews, to be crypto-Jews. So there was a lot of people here arrested. And we know that, as I said, these persons have special connection with the Spanish colonies. So they come to Cape Verde, but they don't remain only Cape Verde. Sometimes they travel to other places. And we know very well-known persons of the converso world that before they live in Cape Verde during some years. Most interesting, for example, let me see. Also, a huge place and an important place to these people to come to Cape, it was the port of Santo Antão in Ribeira Grande, in Santo Antão. So we have some news about the conversos that come to this place. One of the most famous, it was a man called João de Mascarenhas, that he was appointed by the king to be tax collector in this island, but he was the son of a man, João de Mascarenhas, that it was killed during the pogrom of Lisbon in 56. Where many people was killed, accused to be Jews, near São Domingos church. So it means that many of these conversos, as I said, ran away to Cape Verde because they feel that they were more secure in this place. Of course, for example, the next, I'm going to speak about Praia. Everybody knows that the place, the city of Praia in Santiago, was grow mostly because of the slave trade. It is true that many of these conversos were involved in the slave trade. So Cape Verde, it was a kind of place where the people keep the slaves to sell to other places. For example, to Sevilla in South America, in South Spain, sorry. And from Sevilla, of course, the slaves were sent to the Spanish colonies in Peru, etc. I have to speak about the origins of these conversos. These conversos, they come mostly from the south of Portugal, from Algarve. For example, the famous Gramacho family, they come from Algarve. Why? Because there was an important group of converso merchant people in this kingdom of Portugal, because it was a different kingdom at this time. It was the kingdom of Algarve, and because there were very important ports in this part of Portugal, like, for example, Tavira, Lagos, and later Faro. So it was easy to these people from this part of Portugal to travel to the colonies at the south. And they were very rich men, and of course they have the same skills of the ancestors, because we must think that in the Middle Ages, most of these tax collectors and moneylenders were Jews. So they, as conversos, they continue with the same job, with the same skills. And just to say that the trade of slaves, it was very important, but not only on slaves. So in Cape Verde, they trade in goods, manufactured goods that they imported from Europe to sell in South America. And of course, they bring, for example, diamonds and other goods from South America through Cape Verde to sell in Europe. So they have this job. Most important also, they have as partners some Jews in Amsterdam, because they belong sometimes to the same family. I mean, some members of the family, they are official Jews in Amsterdam or in Hamburg or in Livorno, but they have converso families, for example, in Cape Verde or in Portugal. So they trust in these people as their main partners. So the trade with Africa in the hands of the Amsterdam Portuguese community, it have a strong connection with this group of conversos of Cape Verde. Finally, of course, at the end, these people was arrested by the Inquisition. Some people was killed, some people was killed socially, some people was absorbed, some people went to other places, for example, for what are now the new countries in South America, to live there. And what has happened when the Moroccan Jews come, they occupy the same place sometimes of these conversos. So this is what I want to say, very briefly.
Thank you very much, Professor Tavin. That was fascinating and very, very revealing. And now I'm going to pass the mic to my lovely colleague, Sofia de Oliveira Lima. She is a native of Cabo Verde, from Santo Antão. She is our representative in Cabo Verde of the Cape Verde Jewish Heritage Project now for many, many years. She's an attorney. She used to be the president of the Bar Association in Cabo Verde. And her great-grandfather, Jonas Wano, was one of the first members of the family to arrive in Cabo Verde, as I said, probably from Morocco or even Gibraltar. And that's her she's his great-great-granddaughter. So I'm going to pass the mic over to Sophia to explain more about her role and her family.
Merci, Carole. Bonjour à tous.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, everyone.
An honor and a privilege for me to be here with so many distinguished personality to talk about a microphone, ma'am. Microphone, please. Yeah, to talk about a very highly historical moment for my country. I'm grateful to the Mimouna Association in the person of Mr. Mahdi Boudra for this kind invitation. Also, my thanks go out here to Carol Castriol for the work and the endeavors that she has undertaken for the preservation. Sorry, I'll make it preservation of the Cape Verde Jews' historical heritage through the project. Now, the merit of the work of Carol is certainly of national scope, but international outreach, thanks to the disinterested, persistent, and altruistic involvement of Carol. Cape Verde is now part of the international context of the history of the Jews in the United States, in Portugal, and here in Morocco, where from the Jews who have given birth to this historical heritage that we have undertaken to preserve. For some years now, I have been accompanying Carol in her preservation of the historical heritage of the presence of Jews in Cape Verde's effort. And as a descendant of one of the Moroccan Jews who have made it to the islands, to the archipelago in the 19th century, well aware of the importance that this assumes for my country, both history-wise for the country, as well as on other levels, such as tourism, among others. I had been dealing with the national institutions with and through Carol, be they local institutions or government, as part of my activities, where the cemeteries are found, with whom the government of Cape Verde has entered into an MOU that has heightened the level of the seminars to the rank and the level of national historical heritage. The Cape Verdean government, recognizing the international and national interest with the salvaging of the memory of the Jewish peoples in Cape Verde in the 19th century, thereby contributing to a certain extent to the development of the country, as yesterday Mr. Minister has mentioned. Virtually ever they set foot on the archipelago, be it economically, commercially, their contribution to the Cape Verdean identity, having also left a very important offspring that still today bear their Jewish names that Carol has mentioned, and who have also assumed several important functions in the Cape Verdean society. The devotion that Jewish Heritage Project Protection has given to its international outreach by obtaining and getting financial partners, sponsors, the likes of His Majesty Mohammed VI, the King of Morocco, for the physical restoration and for the preservation of this patrimonial heritage. The take-up, the appropriation of some municipality to this project has assisted in an institutional manner the project in protecting and preserving this Jews' historical heritage in Cape Verde by acknowledging the historical, cultural, and touristic importance of this heritage for these respective municipalities and town halls, for example, of Santo Anton. The minister was the chair or the president of he was the mayor of Ribeira Grande. The importance for the whole country, including tourist beneficiation, enhancement of this cultural heritage, value of the huge Jewish community coming to Cape Verde in the past, and also the international media have given, of course, to this Jewish heritage in Cape Verde has made it possible to enter into an MOU with the government. The aim for both parties aim to preserve this heritage while taking into account the consideration hitherto mentioned. Now, this very material heritage, but also immaterial legacy, as many have said before, bear on the history and the stories of Jewish family who made it in the middle of the 19th century to Cape Verde, hailing from Morocco. My country, Cape Verde, is well known and renowned for the way in which it had welcomed those who come to the archipelago. And it is in this very context of warm, brotherly, sisterly welcome that all of the Moroccan Jews have prospered. As already mentioned, these families have also contributed to the attraction of other families, be it also from an cultural, intellectual, trade, etc., etc. All of this today is being reflected in the history of Cape Verde through the path and trajectory of their offspring. I belong also in the Wanan family, and during a visit in 2015 at the behest and the invitation of the Moroccan Foreign Affairs Ministry, we have been my family apparently hails from Tetuan, and the descendants of Jonas Wanan, my great-grandfather, as the following generations unfolded, have distinguished themselves, set themselves apart in Portugal, in Cape Verde, inter alia, in various fields, be they in the trade, in the arts. I would like and highlight here, feature Fernando Wanon, my great-grandfather, son of Viana. He was a self-taught person, and he spent most of his time as a lawyer. He was also a Freemason and Republican with important political activities. I'd also mention Carlos Wanovega, one of the country's most renowned lawyers, who was also Prime Minister of Cape Verde between 1911, I'll make it, 1991 rather, and 2001. In 1991, Carlos João Nogueira won the first democratic elections and multi-party of the country. This important history moment from a totalitarian one single party to democratic system has allowed Cape Verde to be qualified of sound and safe democracy and a reference in the international political arena or chessboard. Cardinal João Nogueira was also the president of the Bar Association between 2004 and 2006 in Cape Verde. I also assumed that the same mission between 2016 and 2019 as the president of the ACA, the Association of Cape Verde's Lawyers. I accepted and assumed another challenge. This is to say the Cape Verde's public administration management, which is a central service of the modernization of the state and public administration under the supervision of Edna Oliveira, the minister who has the important mission to innovate and streamline the public service of Cape Verde through administrative improvements, the human resources management, not to forget the introduction of good governance and e-governance and e-administration. I'm sorry for my not so smooth and seamless French language, and I hope that what I read to you has been translated by my daughter. She's 14 years. Glad tidings of this forum, and that it would also lead us to good results. Thank you for your kindness and for the ever-present attention.
Merci, obrigada, Sofia. I want to return the words of your compliments. There's no way we could have succeeded in doing as much as we have without Sofia de Oliveira Lima at my side, always helpful with the memorandum of understanding with all aspects of our work. So, grande obrigada. And now I'd like to, and as the panel chair, I'm going to give us the privilege of going a little over time. We're being honored here, so I'm sorry about that, but we're going to but we have shorter presentations now. I'm very happy to introduce you to Januário Nascimento. As I said in my introduction, he is the first person that helped me when I was there in the 1990s. He was the one pressing for restoration of the Jewish cemeteries. He himself is a descendant of the very well-known and dignified and distinguished Odai family from Tanger. His descendants are buried in several cemeteries. There are words in Hebrew of, wonderful human being, generous man, and as you know, some of the Jewish tombstones go into these great details. But I'm going, without further ado, Januário he has a master's in law of the sea. He's a specialist. He's now a consultant. But for many years, and I think he's still the head of the environmental NGO, ADAD, A-D-A-D. And now he's going to present his version of the background of our project and his own family, the distinguished Odai family. Januário.
Merci, Carole.
Thank you, Carole. I'd like, before anything else, and thank the organizers of this important conference and gathering. Shukran. Muito obrigado. I would like and entertain you on my experience. Where we started our efforts of the preservation of cemeteries. We were young persons living in Saint-Antoine in the rural areas, and I was hearing my father again and again talk about the Jewish culture. He was of Jewish extraction from Tangier, and I had the pleasure to get to know Tangier 2 years ago. I can see here my friend, he specializes in the laws of the seas, and we're going to work on that together. And I also had the opportunity to visit the cemetery of Saint-Antoine. My uncle then was a historian, and his name is Agos Neros. He was talking a lot, again and again, on the Jewish influence in Cape Verde, particularly in Saint-Antoine and Ponta do Sol. In Rio Grande, having visited it, I visited the two cemeteries, and I was curious enough to also visit the two cemeteries, the other cemetery in Cape Verde, in Praia and San Nicolau, in Santa Catarina, inter alia. Later on, I went to Senegal, where I had a part of my studies, and in Sofia. In Sofia, I visited one of the largest synagogues of not only of Bulgaria, but of the Balkans. And I made sure, I ascertained that 20% of the parliamentarians, of the MPs of Sofia were bearing Jewish names. And I asked myself, and why do they bear Jewish names in this Bulgarian country, a Slavic country? And they explained to me their very origin. I also visited Moscow. If you know the history of the Bolshevik or Soviet revolution, we know that there is a major influence of the Jews in and all of that to revolution of 2017 and later on. I also pleased to visit Israel during the then Minister of Foreign Affairs, minister who was the name Joseph Wanon Vega, who is the brother of the Prime Minister, the then. And also Wanon also hailed from Sofia, Bulgaria, and we visited several cities. I remember Negev. I recollect having met with Ethiopian Jews. And my very dear professor, I did ask much, but there are also black Jews. Huh? Yes, was I told. We were they explained to us the museums of the Jews, Beit if well, Jerusalem, and this has enlightened us in a very, very interesting manner. Now, coming back to Cape Verde, on the strength of all of these information, we have seen the cemetery. It's there. Yeah. But before there, I can't see the picture. Can someone see it? Yes. Bear with me, please, for a second. It's for a good cause. So this gives you the picture of how the penetration cemetery was. And we, at the same time, at that time, harnessed and mobilized the PROMEX, the Resource Mobilization Agency, and also he was the son Josan's. He was a mayor, now a minister. He was a very open-minded and open-armed mayor. He allowed us to mobilize the resources, and we've also recouped the cemetery close to it before and after. And you can see press papers have also come out. I visited in the United States the museum and the house of the Jews, but the project was not yet well designed. I would like to also add, every day I received telephone calls. January, can you please tell me what's the origin of my family? January, we want to visit. But I was on my own. What are we going to do? Fortunately, the president, Kira Castro, has come in the nick of time. And they remember there was the Director General and the representative of the International Cooperation, Joe Alois. And he told me, can you meet with Genoa? She talked to him, and I told her, Carol, I cannot continue because there is a lot of requests. I was the Honorary Council of Israel without being so. And even the ambassador, before even coming to the government, he came to me. He said, yeah, Mr. Ambassador or Consul, and I'm telling the ambassador, you are giving me a lot of tasks and I don't have the capacity to do as many. No, unfortunately, we made it to that conclusion whereby the best thing to do is to create a company, to form an institution. Carol and her friend that did set up, found that association, and thank God we have been able to restore other cemeteries. We did organize conferences. The press has also given prime of importance to these activities and media coverage. Which leads me now to what I want to say. True is the fact that we have restored this cemetery, but let's be realistic. And after that, what happened? Let's be pragmatic. We need to create local committees to preserve these cemeteries. But we have to go over and above cemeteries. We know that this culture is much more rich and richer. But in this case, we know that we need to develop and forge bonds with Morocco, who is a great country, not only with Morocco, Israel, and other countries, where South Africa and others, Latin American countries, where we have a very big Jewish influence, but also in so do it develop agriculture, culture, and economy. Not agriculture, culture.
Vivons dans des moments difficiles.
Because we're experiencing difficult times, religion is important. The preservation of all of this heritage is extremely important, but it is necessary to turn to the future and have perspectives and outlooks to develop our countries, and to say that as citizens and as students of a culture, of Jewish culture, it's extremely important to follow up on this conference, and as citizens, I give my full support and full contribution to even possibly organize a conference in Cape Verde with the support of Carol, and by using new technology and preserving the Jewish culture. Thank you.
Obrigada, shukran, merci, Januário, my colleague and partner in crime, so to speak. I'm glad we met and we were able to reach this day of almost, we're working on our ultimate objective together. Now I'm pleased to introduce, last but not least, Nuno Wanon Martins. Nuno is also a member of not just the Wanon family, but the Pinto family, Ben Oliel and Benatar. He will tell you a bit about that. He is a very important member of our advisory board, as are Januário Nascimento, Sofia de Oliveira Lima, and of course, José Alberto Tavim. He was born in Lisbon. He is very interested in Jewish history, and he's going to be hopefully part of our documentation process, writing more articles and monographs on the Jews of Cabo Verde. He is a European Union Affairs consultant based in Brussels. And now I give the floor to Nuno Wanon Martins.
Thank you, Carol. I want to thank the organizers, the Mimouna Association, and Carol for the wonderful work for the conference, and for Carol for basically putting this story on the edge of international relations, on the edge of the world. There is so much to say. I want to start with the fact that I'm not a professional historian. I'm just a curious, and I'm a curious of my own family background, because the more you dig in your family history, the more you discover problems. The more you have more interest, the more you start digging and raising issues that people don't want to talk about. People either have different versions, different positions, and when, as you said, Carol, you belong to different families. I give you just a small example: marriage between a Pinto and a Wahnon, which was most probably the first divorce in Cape Verde. And also, most probably, I understood that this was a marriage that was not keen by the Wanon family. And on the other side, was basically not keen to discuss too much about the male side of this marriage as well. So you see, you have to put yourself in a situation where you have to be neutral. And what does it mean to be neutral? It means that I have the picture of Maria da Conceição Pinto, who was the daughter of Isaac Pinto, in my room in Lisbon. It used to be in my grandmother's home. And I still have, and I always defend her ex-husband, who is the great-grandfather of Carlos Veiga. This is very important, because if you are going to take sides, then you cannot dig history and you cannot make what you are trying to do, which is to, in fact, to research about myself. This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about myself. The first question you make about the Jews in Cape Verde is arrival. Why Jews go to Cape Verde? Of course, Carol mentioned it. Professor Moreno also mentioned this morning. We have to put this in context of the political context of Portugal. And I believe that the first reason is not the end of Inquisition. It's basically what happened after the Napoleonic Wars, the Civil War in Portugal, the liberalism in Portugal, and the situation in the Portuguese colonies. And the fact that, specifically about Cape Verde, is this thing of there was some freedom. I give you an example. There is someone who was very famous in Cabo Verde. He came penniless in the 1780, 1790, and he became not only a deputy of the country in Portugal, but he became to be known the richest person in the island in the beginning of the 19th century, which is called Manuel Martins, the land of the master of the islands. So these Jews come to Cabo Verde. We have to distinguish, in my view, the Jews from Gibraltar with the Jews from Morocco for one single reason. In the case of the Wanon family, the Wanon family is originally from Tetuan. The first Wanon who went to Gibraltar in 1728, which is our ancestor, he goes to Gibraltar, they become British, meaning they bring cricket and golf to Cabo Verde. They are members of the British side of the Freemasonry, for instance. they have a different aspect. As Edgar Wanon once told me, there was no memory of Morocco in the identity of my grandfather. So this is one side. On the other side, I want to tell you also another thing, which is one of the first Jews who came to Cabo Verde, Haim Levi Bentubo, which I descend from, had a business partner who is the great-grandfather of Mr. Audai. The wives were sisters, the Del Mars. The brother of the wife created the Ponta Delgada synagogue in the Azores. And then Levi Bentubo invites Jonas Wano, his friend. He married the daughters of Levi Bentubo, married with the sons of Jonah Wano. His wife, Miriam Cohen, doesn't want to go to Cabo Verde, stays in Lisbon. In Cabo Verde, he makes a second family. And then another son from Lisbon, Isaac Wano, who saw the picture, comes to Cabo Verde. So the question is this. So these families, they don't go by chance. They belong to a Jewish network of business. They go to represent many families, like the Abecassis, for instance, who are in Portugal. And we know this because of the documents that we have and because of the letters they wrote. This type of memory was somehow vanished from the family identity or the family memory. Another case is the case of the culture business, as Carol said. Many Jews go to Brazil from Morocco, and some of them stay in Cabo Verde because the boats were stopping in Cabo Verde. Another fact, which is also very interesting, is the island of St. Vincent, that we also mentioned before, was only developed in the 19th century because the waters of the island allowed the construction of a port for the boats to go both to Latin America and both to South Africa. This port brings some of these Jews, including Isaac Oanon, to go and to develop a hotel. And this hotel was very famous at the time in the late 19th century, where they took the picture that you saw previously in Carol's presentation. So this is one side, one aspect of the family of the Jewish migration to Cabo Verde. I want to focus now on the link with the Moroccan identity. So you saw, everybody saw Uncle David Ben Oliel on the picture. I want to speak about his mother. In fact, she is the reason why I am Jewish, because I am Jewish by the Jewish law, because of Esther Benatar. Esther, the story in the family says that Esther was kidnapped by Abraham Ben Oliel in Rabat. As you know, the Benatar family is quite an important family from the past in the predecessor of Mr. Azulay in the 18th century. They had also very famous rabbis in Morocco. So the story of her family was that she was kidnapped because she was working for a very rich man and Abraham was working for him. And somehow they go to Cape Verde, where Isaac, Abraham's brother, was already there. Nobody knows exactly why. What we know is that Isaac was the representative of the Portuguese or the Lisbon Jewish community, which at that time was not called Lisbon Jewish Community, Community Israelite Lisbon. It was called something else in Cabo Verde. Esther, because of this, Esther cuts ties with the family for a while, and she puts her children, especially my great-grandmother, Simi Ben Oliel, in the public school. And this is also something very uncommon, because you have both girls and boys studying in a public school in the 1860s, 1870s. Somehow, Esther gets back to her family, goes every year to Morocco via Lisbon. There is even a story of one of her kids to be kidnapped in Lisbon by some people, but comes back. And her brother also goes with her to Cape Verde. Now, I want to tell you something else, which is very interesting. And because all of these are full of particular moments and moments that you don't know why, but somehow they tell you things that you are not expecting. So I am researching for this conference. and I put Benatar because I want to go to the cemetery to see from Rabat who see where my ancestors were. And somehow it links to me, this was 1 week ago, Jacob Benatar, né au Cap-Vert, décédé en 1943 à Rabat-Salé. Okay. If he was born in Cape Verde, it's because he was there with the Benatar family. And in fact, this gentleman is the son of Rafael Benatar, who was the brother of Esther, and his family. And it was his grandson who put all this information on the website, on the internet, and they apparently live in Paris. So you see, out of the blue, some of these stories, some of this puzzle that you are trying to dig becomes something, the story exists. And just to end, there are so many myths about the Jews of Cape Verde, and one of the most interesting personages is Isaac Pinto, that we've mentioned before. Isaac was probably the only Jew who had a Jewish marriage in Cape Verde, in Cabo Verde, but he got divorced as well. And his wife, Fortunata Brigham, or Ayon, as Carol said, left with two ladies, one Azancot and the other one, I don't recall the name, with their son to the US. And then he had several children, including my great-grandmother, who went to Argentina afterwards, came back to Cabo Verde. But the story is the following. A couple of years ago, Carol receives two messages that she sends me, and I think she didn't read the messages because I'll tell you why, in the space of 1 month. The first marriage is about this lady in Philadelphia who tells her, "Oh, I saw your website. I want to talk about my great-grandfather, who was Isaac Pinto. My grandfather came to America, and they said that Isaac Pinto's brother was hunting with the King of Portugal." Nothing uncommon, because these are the stories I used to hear when I was a kid. 1 month later, she receives a message from someone who is originally from Tanger, but lives in Paris, wants to talk about the cousin of her great-grandmother or great-grandmother, Isaac Pinto, whose brother was hunting with the King of Portugal and who was very famous in Cape Verde. The question is this. The myths that we have, and I'll close with this oral history from our own background, sometimes are exaggerated, sometimes are not. But what is interesting that you can prove this by so many people who don't know each other, who are all over the globe, saying the same evidence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, merci, and obrigado a Nuno for that fascinating personal view of his family and Cabo Verde, the Jews of Cabo Verde. I want to thank everyone, and I want to thank all of you. Merci for your indulgence. We went over time. We're a small little country, but you know, it's a bit of an outsized story. We're very grateful, and I don't know if there's time for questions, but nonetheless, I have learned myself a great deal that we're going to incorporate into our publications. And once again, thanks to everyone, merci, and thank you all for your kind attention. Oh, okay. Sim, yeah.
Merci beaucoup pour toutes les informations très, très intéressantes. I'm sorry. I just wanted to bring to your attention, there is an organization in the United States called Bajol Lashon, which is trying to promote the Jews of Cape Verde and Brazil, what they call the conversos, some of whom want to come back to Judaism. Are you familiar with that organization?
No, I'm not, Professor. And as I said, we only have so much what we call bandwidth. So as much as I'm interested and fascinated, obviously, by the conversos, we're really concentrating on documenting and preserving the presence and heritage of the 19th century Jews of Morocco who went to Morocco as practicing Jews. But it's a fascinating vertent, you know, angle, but I don't, and it would get us off track, sort of. But but eventually, you know, we can discuss it. But right now we have so much work on our hands to document these crazy stories that Nunu told you about in the wonderful families, the imprint they made on the culture. So we're not really discussing or working with these kinds of groups. Rather, groups like Mimouna and the more, who are, and other colleagues who spoke on an earlier panel, and those afterward about the Moroccan, the Maghrebian presence, which is very present, of course, in Cabo Verde. So, thank you. Merci.
Back here at 1:30 sharp so we can keep on our schedule. We're doing well, so I hope you're enjoying it and mingle. Thank you.
It says green. Oh, okay. I did, it's green. Oh, okay. Now you hear me better? Okay, great. Okay, so welcome everybody, thank you. Just wanted to start with thanking the Mimouna Association. So the first time I met Mimouna was at our conference in New York, also the Jewish Africa Conference and also the Moroccan Conference that we worked together on, and it's been an amazing group to work with. And so as part of the American Sephardi Federation, and I just have to say thank you again for working with Mimouna, because it's incredible what they do. Really, not what we do, what they do. So I want to say thank you. And you should. So I want to start this panel. I asked actually to chair this panel because Ethiopia right now is kind of a focus. We moved from Morocco a little bit in our focus, and we're focusing on Ethiopia. So we have a course coming out with, I think, well, many of our speakers here are speaking about Ethiopia in our course, and it's an important thing that we are promoting this ancient heritage, the Beda Israel. Sorry, just look at me 1 minute. So I do want to say that here we have some of a range of people who talk about different parts of Ethiopia. Yesterday we heard a little bit about Ethiopia from Professor Isaac, and we will continue to. I want to remind you all, please, to see the exhibit, Joan Roth's exhibit, that kind of documents some of the later days of the Ethiopian Jewry. Obviously, it would be amazing to go back and see 3,000 years ago, but for right now, I think it would be wonderful just to see that. And I'll go back to that after. So just to get a feel of what we've been working on and the collection of research that we have on Ethiopian Jewry today. We have a little trailer for our course, and I want you to get a feel for what kind of things are in there. So it's a minute and a half, but I want you to... The video. Nice music, at least. And you'll recognize some of the people there, too, I believe.
In the meantime, was someone attending to the lights?
Yes, we did ask about the lights.
Hello, I'm Shalva Weil, and I'm going to talk about out of Africa.
The Prime Minister of Israel at that time gave an order to the Mossad, bring me the Ethiopian Jews.
לפני 80 שנה, בזמן מלחמת העולם השנייה, התחיל להגידו קס, כמו קיסר כזה.
Yom Kippur, everybody is in the synagogue, the religious leaders don't stop their prayings.
Some were hidden in the monasteries, lost synagogues of Ethiopian Jews. There might be a possibility of finding some Hebrew text.
Also contributed to it. So hopefully everybody will go online. There's a flyer out there to see it. And yeah, shameless promotion. But you didn't come to hear me, so I'm going to hand the mic over to Batzion Iraqi Klorman, who is a history professor at the Open University of Israel and the former director of the Ben Zvi Institute Center for the Study of Yemenite Jewry. History and culture of the Jews of the Muslim world, particularly in Yemen, Mizrahian Jews, Palestine, and Israel, Messianism, Jewish-Muslim ties, religious conversion, women and gender, immigration, are some of her academic interests. Iraqi Klorman has authored a number of books and essays that have appeared in prestigious academic journals around the world.
Thank you, Drora, and I want to thank the organizers of this very important and distinguished conference for inviting me to participate and really have an opportunity to meet so many people and to learn from each other. So thank you all. My presentation centers on East Africa and Yemen on the Arabian Peninsula. The coast of East Africa and the western coast of the Arab Peninsula have historically had continuous relations. My presentation centers on one feature of these relations, the migration of people from one territory to the other. Political developments during the 19th and the 20th century and the increasing influence of European powers in the Red Sea region resulted in an increase in the flow of Jewish and non-Jewish migrants from Yemen and from Aden to East Africa, especially to Ethiopia and Eritrea. The importance of the Red Sea as a strategic waterway became even more important after the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869. Before that, by 1839, the British captured the port town of Aden. The Ottoman Empire conquered Yemen in 1872. France took over Djibouti in the early 1860s, and in 1885, 1945, Italian forces landed in the Ethiopian port town of Massawa, and 5 years later established the colony of Eritrea. Then Mussolini, an Italian Mussolini, took over all of Ethiopia in 1935. The world's power involvement in the region brought about new activity in the area. Foreign troops and administrators stationed in Aden, Yemen, and Eritrea encouraged economic undertakings. Foreign merchants were joined by local merchants, Jews and non-Jews, and these were followed by labor migrants. The most noticeable Jewish migration to East Africa came from Aden. The Jews of Aden, who came under the British in 1839, originally came from inland Yemen. In time, they were reinforced by Jews from India, Britain, Persia, Egypt, and various Ottoman centers, all created a cosmopolitan Jewish community and communicated in Arabic, English, and Hebrew. Some of these Jews entered the Indian-British commercial network, and they later expanded it to the coast of East Africa. From the end of the 19th century and until the middle of the 20th century, Ethiopian external trade was controlled by foreign traders who also entered internal trade. During this time, Adani Jews began to emigrate to the east coast of Africa in significant numbers. Being British subjects, these Jews developed commercial ventures with Aden and with other Red Sea centers in Yemen, in Sudan, in Egypt, and elsewhere. At the beginning of the 20th century, the affluent Adani Mesa family opened a commercial branch of the family company in Addis Ababa, in addition to branches in Djibouti and in Kenya. Adani Jews are recorded as having founded commercial colonies in Eritrea as early as the 1890s, and in the port town of Massawa and in Asmara formed thriving trading communities. In Massawa, which for centuries was an important commercial center, they encountered foreign merchants, among them Jews from Italy, Izmir, and other Turkish parts of the Ottoman Empire, who had arrived with the Italians. An earthquake in 1922 almost completely destroyed Massawa and drove its Jewish inhabitants to settle in the highland town of Asmara. A few of these Adani Jews made fortune and acquired real estate in Eritrea, shops and houses in which to conduct their business and to let. A most remarkable Adani Jew was Shoah Menachem Joseph, head of the Eritrean Jewish community for about 40 years. His family owned almost 2 entire streets in the commercial center of Asmara. Other Adani Jews were employed as shopkeepers, shop assistants, clerks, bookkeepers, goldsmiths, and the like, and many worked for the Shoah Menachem Yosef enterprise. Adani Jews were joined in Africa by Jews from inland Yemen. 19th century political and economical developments pulled Yemen into the global economy. Consequently, the impact of important industrial goods deteriorated the economic conditions of the Yemeni Jews, who mostly made their living as artisans. Many Jews were now pushed to peddling and to migrant labor. During the first half of the 20th century, Aden became an industrial and commercial center that attracted cheap Yemeni labor, both Jewish and non-Jewish. Some Jews continued their pursuit of better economic opportunities, traveling from Aden to nearby Ethiopian and Eritrean centers, and to Djibouti and Somalia. Other Jewish immigrants crossed the Red Sea directly from rural settlements in Yemen directly to the east coast of Africa. They joined existing Jewish settlements and worked there as artisans, peddlers, and religious functionaries. In the 1920s and on, the 1920s and on witnessed an increasing movement of Yemeni Jewish artisans traveling regularly to Ethiopia, working for several months and then returning home. Some remained in Ethiopia, mainly in Eritrea. Upon arriving in Eritrea, Yemeni Jews encountered the more affluent and better established Adani Jews. In practice, the Adani Jews acted as absorbing agents, but their treatment of the Yemenis was ambivalent. Reservations and rejection on one hand, and acceptance on the other. Actually, the relations between Adani and Yemeni Jews were affected by two conflicting factors. One, the Adani concern that their position in the white colonizing Italian society might be jeopardized by their association with Yemeni Jews. The second one was their dependence on Yemeni Jews to reinforce their community and to contribute to its religious life. As a result of Italian colonial regulations, association with Yemeni Jews placed Adani Jews in an uncomfortable situation. The Italians pursued a policy of segregation based on their convictions that the colony should be controlled only by a separation of races and by cultivating European superiority. Italian colonial law distinguished between Italians and those entitled to the same legal status, including foreign citizens, and colonial subjects, that is, indigenous Africans and other persons who did not belong to the first group, including all immigrants from Arab countries. Consequently, the Adanis, who were all British subjects, were regarded as members of the colonial group, while the Yemeni Jews were defined as indigenous colonial subjects. The Adanis strove to consolidate their position in the colonial society and propel their community upward as close as possible to the Italian rulers. The Adanis dressed in European fashion and sent their children to be educated in the Italian kindergartens and day schools, even when operated by the Catholic Church, sometimes by the English Church. Poor Jews, coming from Yemen in their traditional costume, embarrassed the Adanis and threatened their position as part of the Italian society. I'm quoting a small part from Hubara, a native of Sana'a, who reported that when he first arrived in Asmara in the 1920s, a local Adani refused to walk beside him since he did not wish to be seen to maintain friendly relations with an indigenous person. The Adanis, therefore, hurried to change the newcomers' appearance and to give them a European look. They asked the Yemenis to conceal their side locks, okay, and provided them with Western-style suits. In addition, the Adanis helped the Yemeni immigrants to improve their economic conditions and to come closer, but not too close, to their own modern community. The newcomers were usually helped to set up a small-scale business, to establish themselves in the craft, or to work as helpers in the Adani stores and in services. A few of the Yemeni even obtained a parcel of land and farmed it, much like the local population, an occupation that the Adanis completely avoided. Though the Adanis patronized the Yemenis, they depended on them for human reinforcement for their small community and as an important contribution to religious life. Since Aden traditionally looked to Yemen for religious guidance, Yemeni immigrants were welcomed as suitable religious teachers, as Moris, those know the term, and providers of other religious services. Adani men living in Ethiopia continue to marry Adani women, usually members of their extended families. When a suitable match could not be found, a bride or groom would be brought from Aden. Marriages between Adani and Yemeni Jews were very, very rare, if at all. As to the Yemeni men, most were married men who had left their families in Yemen. After making some money, some returned to Yemen for good, others went for a visit and came back. The minority brought their families to Africa. The rest, in the course of time, married in Ethiopia. Among them were married men who deserted their wives in Yemen, and in accordance with Yemeni Jewish polygamist tradition, took a second wife in Ethiopia. Some men married local Yemeni Jewish women, only very, very few, but most married into the indigenous African Jewish society, into Beta Israel, or they married non-Jewish African women, which they converted before marrying them, converted by themselves. Okay? Some more words for concluding my presentation. The most intensive encounter between Yemeni Jewish immigrants and Adani Jewish immigrants in East Africa took place in Eritrea. The two groups lived side by side for many years. The majority shared a common Yemeni Jewish origin. They were assisted by one another and prayed in the same synagogue, and some of their children attended the same schools. Nonetheless, they did not develop a common identity. The Adanis preserved a sense of separateness and superiority derived from their claim to be part of the colonizing society and based on their higher economic status. Their sense of exclusivity was further boosted by their intercommunal marriage customs, connecting them as members of one big extended family, from which the Jewish colonial subjects were excluded. Rejected by the Adanis, the Yemeni Jews were motivated to cultivate their own unique identity based on their awareness of possessing higher religious knowledge and better understanding of the proper way to conduct communal life. Hence, even after living in Ethiopia for decades, they remained Yemeni Jews rather than Adani or African Jews. Therefore, it is not surprising that after the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948, when the Jews of Yemen poured into Aden on their way to Israel, most Yemeni Jews in Ethiopia joined them, while most of Adani Jews remained. And one last observation, the Jewish community of foreign origin survived in Eritrea, which was annexed later to Ethiopia until 1974, when political changes and nationalism project of Mengistu Haile Mariam regime drove most of the foreigners out. And as Aden was no longer an option for immigration, since the British left in 1967, most Adani, Yemeni, and other Sephardi Jews immigrated to Israel, others migrated to Britain, some to Italy, and other Western countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bat Zion. I'm just going to put it out there that Bat Zion didn't lecture for our Ethiopia course, but she did lecture on our course on Yemen Jews. And as you hear, she has the connection. So recently, not only are we working on this course together with Rabbi Dr. Sharon Shalom, we also just had a conference in Israel on Ethiopian Jewry, where Shalva also lectured, as well as others. And we have this relationship forming with the cathedra at Ono College in Israel, and the Shazar Center and Ale Betamar were part of that as well. So I'm going to introduce him. Sharon Zauda Shalom arrived in Israel alone in 1982 from Ethiopia. He's the director of the International Center for Ethiopian Jewish Studies and a humanities lecturer at Ono College. He's the rabbi of the Kiryat Gat congregation, Kedoshei Yisrael, which is always an interesting thing. When do you put on your academic hat and when do you put on your rabbinic hat? He's a member of Beit Hillel and Sohar and attained his ordination at Yeshivat Har Etzion. He has written From Sinai to Ethiopia, The Halachic and Conceptual World of Ethiopian Jewry, as well as a book I just finished reading, Dialogues of Love and Fear, A Rabbi's Daughter, A Case's Son, and A Hope for the Future. He and his wife Avital live in Kiryat Gat with their 5 children. Shalom. The button. No.
1, 2. אוקיי. עובד? טוב. שלום לכולם. מה שלומכם? בסדר? Great. Switch. Okay, אז נעים מאוד, my friend and everybody. When I arrive to Eretz Israel, I have a dream to be a magician. Yeah, I have a dream to be a magician. So I went to the magician in Tel Aviv, and I studied the first magic. And I want to show you now here. Okay, the first, look at here. The first magic was like this, and you look, well, and in 1 minute is disappear. Wow, it's amazing. And after 1 minute, he told me, look, and again disappear. And I was in shock, okay? And he explained to me that I have a finger here, a small finger, okay? I put this like this. I put in the finger, and after this, I put it here, and this disappears. And he told me, I am sorry because you can't fulfill your dream because all the finger that I have is white. And for men, not for women. And I disappear my dream. But why I do this? Because we have 2 options. This situation is what I call identification. And this, when this in the finger, I call him identity. Between identity and between identification. Remember that. I, as Ethiopian told me one, have to prove that I am smart. But the Ashkenazi has to prove that he is stupid. In the halachic, it's very sad. In the halachic world, there is a distinction between detail and point or the essence of the situation. Like the medical word in the distinction between the symptom and the true cause of the disease. What Rambam calls the ability to see not only on the purpose, but also to understand which is beneath the surface. In order to get to the point, Kurt Lewin distinguishes between 2 types of identity and gene identity. Identity is this is to say there is a variable identity relative to the familiar and externally defined. And there is an gene identity whose meaning is internal, is supernatural, and goes beyond time. I call this a difference between identification and identity. Between the appearance and the true essence of the man. From my experience, in perspective, people live with a strong inclination toward forming identification instead of identity. In my opinion, this is similar to Daniel Kahneman's explanation, in which most people explore the world through system 1, quick intuition, instead of system 2, slow conclusion. Especially when it comes to Jewish of African essence, there is a tendency to emphasize folklore emphasize identification and less identity. To see the color, not to see the essence. This explains why the Mimouna in Israel changed to be, Mimouna celebration has become over time the Mufleta celebration. Okay, this folklore. And also Chag HaSigd, Sig celebration, slowly, changed to be from Sig celebration to Injera celebration. Music and dancing is folklore. Okay, this because it's African Jews, it's folklore. But if you from Europe, this is essence, it's Yahadut, it's not folklore. What are the reasons for this? Who is responsible for this superficial phenomenon? Why we see a grandma from Morocco, Aziza, and we think about the Mufleta. When we see Rebetz and Feinstein, we think about Yahadut, about Judaism, about okay? And this is something very, very bad. So we have to change this. We have to change all the paradigm. We have to change the language. And my book, From Sinai to Ethiopia, I try to explain Ethiopian Jews, but also it was according to the rabbinic language. And we have to also to change. In many cases, attempts were made to understand this religious word through rabbinic halakha thought. We have to stop the process of explanation and translation to understand it. במקום להראות אלא להסביר. The case seems clear that the Beta Israel is one of the only Jewish communities that preserve an ancient tradition, one that is close to the origin from form of Jewish tradition, but different from what of the other groups that are part of the Jewish people today. This inspires us to ask just what is the original form of Jewish tradition. Over thousands of years, has the Beta Israel religion tradition remained constant or has a change? How does the Beta Israel Jewish philosophy operate? What has motivated it to interpret the Torah in one way and not other? Does this tradition include halachic decision? If it can on oral tradition, how is continue of halachic decision preserved? Is there a method to the word of Ethiopian Jewish religion knowledge? If so, how can we define it? Which tradition of Ethiopian Jewish community are ancient and which were revived in Ethiopia? For example, the term halakha is the result of the development of rabbinic Judaism. Does the Ethiopian Jewish tradition speak of halakha? If not, what is there instead? Is there another term? Is distinguished between biblical and rabbinical mitzvot? What is the term used by the Ethiopian Jewish community? What philosophical foundation the Beta Israel religious culture? I assert that these are two different religious languages. If so, what are these two languages? Case Metos Not, I promise to finish. Case Metos Not Eli Winde is a spiritual leader, and he told me that in Beta Israel, I asked him some of these questions. He answered what other Jews call oral Torah, Torah Sheba'al Peh, we call Higigat Lemuseh. Higigat Museh is very different from the Torah Sheba'al Peh. The law of Moses. According to this understanding, the law of Moses is the term of the Beta Israel body of religion, interpretation and law, including those written in the Torah and those what were handed down through oral tradition. Now it's time to achieve that tradition to deep and comparative analyze using the tool of the Beta Israel theology and religion practice. While doing so, we need to examine the Beta Israel tradition using the ingaudious tool that belong to the discipline of that community. Through them, we have attempted to understand how Ethiopian Jews understood the Jewish word, not through the rabbinate. So, in closing, this approach enables us to discuss the philosophical word of Ethiopian Jewry through the tradition term accepted by it, the term oral Torah and written Torah, the evil inclination and good inclination, biblical mitzvot and rabbinical mitzvot, and many other are rabbinic. They are part of the language of rabbinic Judaism. The term oral Torah, Torah Sheba'al Peh, is foreign to the word of Ethiopian Jewry. The Beta Israel have different language. We have to stop and process of explanation and translation to understand. As part of this practice change, a process, it can be not for good. So let me in order to change the language and the paradigm, because we are in big jail and we have to to building some to give a new language, and I'm very happy to share you that the first conference that we have held in ONO in collaboration with the excellent organization and people, and with Dora Arusi organization and Zalman Shazar Institute here, Michal and Gilad, and Lebe Tamar, and Ben-Gurion University. It was amazing conference, and this is a beginning to change the language. And also, you see the course of Dora is amazing in this order to change the language. Not to be, we are very cute African Jews. How do you say? The black is beautiful. No, it's good. It's crazy. Black is not beautiful. So we speak about to understand this word. And my book will be published by Open University and Curriculum of Ethiopian Jewish in English. And of course, this conference is part of this process to change the language and to crush the paradigm and create something new. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to make sure not to take too much time, so we're going to go over. You've heard Professor Shalva Weil speak twice already, although she has not been formally introduced. She definitely steps up and makes sure, so you heard her with Joan Roth's exhibit, and you heard her at the first panel, but first introduction. So, besides being a lecturer at our online course, Shalva is a senior researcher at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem Seymour Fox School of Education, a life member of Clare Hall University of Cambridge, UK, and she is a research fellow in the Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies at the University of South Africa. She has been inducted into the Royal Society of History as a fellow. Professor Weil has written over 100 articles in scientific journals about Ethiopian Jewry's religious life, gender, and migration patterns. She has published 4 books on Ethiopian Jewry and co-authored Beta Israel, The Jews of Ethiopia and Beyond, History, Identity, and Borders. We can spend 12 minutes just talking about her bio, so I'm just going to hand the floor over.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And once again, I want to thank all the organizers, and particularly the chair of this session, for encouraging me to come and encouraging me the whole way through. The subject of my lecture is the status of Beta Yisrael women in Ethiopia and in Israel. For those who don't know, the Ethiopian Jews in Ethiopia sometimes call themselves Beta or Bet Israel, the House of Israel. And in fact, I would like to dedicate this lecture to Her Excellency Ambassador Belainish Zavadia, because you represent for me the new Beta Israel woman. Right? So you'll see how you fit in a minute. My lecture is about the transmutation of Beta Israel women from Ethiopia to Israel. Transmutation is the action of changing, or the state of being changed into another form. The transmutation of an element into another form results in almost unrecognizable altered state. In alchemy, base metals can be transmuted into gold and silver, you are gold. In chemistry, atoms can be converted into different isotopes, as in radioactive disintegration or nuclear transmutation. This lecture will document the trends in the transmutation of Beta Israel women from Ethiopia to Israel, since the new Israeli-Ethiopian Jewish woman bears little resemblance to the former and yet is a continuation. The transmutation of Beta Israel women has its origins in the act of migration from a simple society to a modern Western one in Israel. The Ethiopian 7-generation kinship unit is breaking down. Laws of ritual impurity, which were specified in the Torah, in the biblical texts, are being modified. Girls no longer marry at first puberty. In Ethiopia, they used to marry at first puberty, 12 years old or so. In Israel, married women are encouraged to work in order to assist with the family income. In the public sphere, Ethiopian Jewish women may sometimes be more visible than their male counterparts as singers, models, TV reality personalities, and advocates. In Israel, the Minister of Immigrant Absorption, Pnina Tamno-Shetta, a prominent member of the Beta Israel community, is female. Among Ethiopian Jews in Israel, the divorce rate is higher than the average for Israeli Jews, and many Ethiopian families live as one-parent families in Israel. While Ethiopian Israeli women were disproportionately represented in the numbers of Israeli femicides perpetrated each year, this is correct until 2017, some Israeli women of Ethiopian descent are highly successful. So let me move into a paper which is based on very long ethno-historical research. I've been researching the Beta Israel community for literally years. So I won't talk about the origins of the community, which are obscure, and different hypotheses, and just mention that the Beta Israel came into contact with the Western world, well, basically from the 16th century on, but more intensively with Protestant missionaries in the 19th century, and with what I call Jewish missionaries from 1867, when Professor Joseph Halevi, a Semitic scholar from the Sorbonne, went out to Ethiopia, and his pupil, Dr. Faitulovich, who first left for Ethiopia through Port Said in 1904. And he brought 25 young males to different cities in Europe until 1935. There were females who studied in the Dr. Faitulovich's school, which he established in the 1920s. There were some, but these were not taken out of Ethiopia to study abroad. As you all know, there were attempts at Aliyah, coming to live in Israel, from early on, even before the State of Israel was declared, but also in the 1950s. But the large Aliyah, the large immigration of which you know about, took place in 1984 to 85, Operation Moses, 1991, Operation Solomon, and since then, all sorts of migrations to Israel. The official statistics on how many Ethiopian Jews and their descendants are in Israel says the estimates are about 160,000. Now, In Ethiopia, marriage was exogamous outside the Zumud, the large extended family, so that marriage with classificatory kin up to 7 generations was considered incest. So people were exogamous. They married outside their family, as it were. The Zumud, this extended family, formed the basis of all support networks, with kin expected to rally around and extend assistance even if at a distance. The basic household structure was multi-generational and patrilocal, with a young wife moving in with her husband and mother-in-law after marriage, even at first menstruation. However, although many anthropological reports of the Beta Israel family have been written, it should be pointed out that the family was not a static social unit, as it is portrayed sometimes, and Beta Israel family structure changed throughout history. Just I haven't got time to explain to you the rise and fall of the Beta Israel in Ethiopia in different historical periods. And it was also changed in accordance with different outside influences. However, throughout, among the Beta Israel and the local people, masculinity was an ultimate value. The Amharic language is full of expressions praising men and degrading women, essentially. Shilele war songs, also sung at weddings and other ceremonious occasions, are designed to arouse male bravery before battle. And I'm going to quote a well-known Amharic proverb which says, "It is good to beat donkeys and women." Men's sexual organs are by definition the source of their masculinity. And of course, there was female circumcision amongst the Beta Israel in Ethiopia, amongst the Jews as well as the non-Jews. Men had to gain sexual prowess. They were allowed to experiment during the stage of adolescence, garamsa, whereas females had to be virgins at marriage, which, as I said, took place at a very early age. The Beta Israel stringently observed the laws of purity of women, and that's, for those who don't know, these are laid down in the Orit, or the Torah, in the book of Leviticus. It says, when a woman conceives and bears a male child, she shall be unclean for 7 days. And the woman who is impure shall wait for 33 days because her blood requires purification. She shall touch nothing that is holy and shall not enter the sanctuary till her days of purification are completed. These are stipulations in the book of Leviticus, and I'm making them brief. So today, not even the most ultra-Orthodox in anywhere, in Israel, America, whatever, all those ultra-Orthodox, nobody keeps that, what's written in the Bible, except the Beta Israel used to keep it. And they used to observe it stringently, and isolating the woman in a hut of childbirth, Yemurgam Gojo, for 40 days after the birth of a boy, and 80 days after the birth of a girl, as is written in the Torah. There's a difference of the period when the woman is impure. It's also said in the book of Leviticus that if a woman has a discharge of blood, her impurity shall last for 7 days. Anyone who touches her shall be unclean till evening. And in Ethiopia, every woman belonging to the Beta Israel spent at least a week in a special menstruating hut. Since my time is very, very short, I shall move to the situation in Israel. In Israel, migration caused radical changes in the way of life of the Beta Israel, including the realization that they had become black in a country populated by whites, which we don't have time to talk about. But there were changes in the interpersonal relations within families. Women graduating from Israeli schools are literate, whereas largely people in Ethiopia were illiterate from the villages. And many people endorse the value of gender equality. There are Ethiopian Israeli women who hold doctorates. Other women have completed their masters in law, social works, social sciences, or physiotherapy. In the Hebrew University, I ran a program for excellence in education among Ethiopian Jews, which trained young Ethiopian Jews as teachers. And as time went on, more and more of the students were female. It began off as a male profession, but it became a female one. In Ethiopia, women's purity was central to both women and men. But in Israel, women are not isolated and sent out of the house. They were at the beginning, but they're not sent out of the house anymore to remain pure. The taboo on marrying kin up to 7 generations within the Zamad is beginning to erode. There was a survey done, and 13% of Ethiopian immigrants are content for marriage to take place with another Israeli of different origin, and others condone marriages with kin within 4 generations, not 7 generations, and on rare occasions between even closer cousins. Rare, but it's happening. It's becoming like that. The marriage options in Israel have widened with the influx of Felez Mora and Christian Ethiopians who are coming in as Jews, and the possibility of marrying other Israeli Jews. So the situation is totally different. Males no longer reign supreme in Israel. Israeli women, Ethiopian Israeli, are beginning to answer back. If women are beaten, they go to the police, file complaints against their husbands. The vast majority of young women in Israel of Ethiopian origin model themselves on their Israeli female counterparts and pay lip service to gender equality, even in the domestic arena. In many cases, a woman may earn more than her husband, and there's a special department in the Israeli rabbinate which is dealing with divorces. So, in conclusion, the situation of women in Israel is radically changed. There is a transmutation of women, where women, the status of women is, if anything, higher than the status of Ethiopian or males of Ethiopian origin. And as mentioned, we have some absolutely star Israeli Ethiopian women, like Her Excellency the Ambassador, like people who won the Miss Israel Prize as beauty contests, like people who are top actresses or members and a judge in Israel, and so on. So the question remains, how do women manage to negotiate between the traditional conflicting system of identity regulation, the community family system, and the more individualistic neoliberal Israeli system in which they succeed as Israeli professionals? In another paper in the future, next conference, I will deal with that question.
Thank you so much, Shalva. I do want to leave time for questions, so we're going to go over to our next speaker. Have your questions in your mind already. Marla Brettschneider, is a political philosopher at the University of New Hampshire, where she also serves as the coordinator of women's studies. Professor Brettschneider is the author of Jewish Feminism and Intersectionality, as well as award-winning books like Cornerstones of Peace, Jewish Identity, Politics, and Democratic Theory, and The Narrow Bridge, Jewish Views on Multiculturalism, which won the Gustavus Myers Human Rights Award and featured a foreword by Cornel West. Please, Marla.
Thank you so much. That's right, and then you speak to that.
I'm waiting for the PowerPoint.
Yeah, he knows.
Yeah. There we go. Well, I can say anyway while it's there. Thank you, of course, to the organizers, ASF and Association Mimouna, and all the supporters of those organizations, and the honored guests, fellow panelists, and participants. And of course, I'm delighted to be here today and certainly to join with this panel. So the title of my paper doesn't really lend itself to a 12-minute talk, but I'll do my best. It was originally written as a written paper, which is like 30 pages, but I'll do my best to explain the terms and clarify the main points, and we'll see what happens in Q&A. Okay, so let's see. What the heck is that? I don't know.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, can you go back one?
No, you're doing it.
No, he said he'd go back.
Oh,
Here.
there.
There we go. So we're talking about Ethiopia in Africa, and in particular, I'm talking about the groups that are still in Africa around the Addis Ababa area, underlined in red. For example, North Shoa, which is yellow next to it, and Kichene. The Gondar region is further north in the yellow, and the Tigray region, which where all the where so much fighting has been happening, is up there at the top in red. It's important to me to be, and it's always an important time to be studying Ethiopian Jewry, and certainly still these largely, what's next? Oh, there we go. Now I know what everybody was complaining about. And certainly still to be studying these Ethiopian Beta Israel communities. I understand that this can be quite controversial, but that's why we're here. So I'm hoping that I can use my time to basically make 3 points, which in various ways everyone on this committee has already made. Okay, so some of you, especially if I had the pleasure of being with you at the first Jewish Africa Conference, know my first monograph in this field. This hasn't been my main field for my career, but I call it the Jewish Phenomenon in Sub-Saharan Africa, in which I study indigenous African Jewish activities. And I'm a political theorist. Dr. Shalom's paper was right up my alley, and it's a political theory monograph with a kind of broad scope that I hope is very helpful in practical application. And the second is a co-edited book with esteemed colleagues, in which I began to practice, and of course many articles in between, but in which I began to practice what was emerging for me at that point as one of my main goals as a scholar in the field at this point. So we get to this book. I was recently able to finally get this book out into print after so many COVID-related delays, and also working with great colleagues. But my talk today isn't on the book. My talk is on some of the work and thinking that I've been able now to do since the book is complete. And that won't matter to you because you haven't seen the book, but it's this work on the book that makes this possible. So while studies of Ethiopian Jewry continue, especially, of course, as we're hearing, as more Ethiopian Jews in Israel attend university and go on for graduate study, more Ethiopians are able to study their own communities alongside longer-term non-Ethiopian scholars. This growing trend regarding Ethiopia is a rather unique Africana-Jewish studies experience, and remains so for the communities studied in this book, because there's almost no scholarship on the particular communities that I was looking at, and certainly in English. So what we're talking about, again, as you mostly know, is from East Africa, Ethiopia, what's considered the Horn of Africa, all the way west, and then down to the south, the rest of sub-Saharan Africa. Mostly those publishing scholarship on the Jewish phenomenon in sub-Saharan Africa have been white folks or global northerners, non-Jews and Jews. So we're talking about a relatively new field in the academy, mainly framed by global northerners assessing and writing on global southerners. And I think for many of you, that is a familiar pattern. So one aspect amongst many, of course, that I think, but that's been so important about this new book, is that it's mainly written by members of the communities themselves. And I love to talk, but I had to do my best to zip it so they could do most of the talking. But by saying that, of course, I don't mean to imply that there's some essential truth in that, especially as different members of the community and across the Ethiopian communities can have fierce disagreements. Now, mainly as communities, they remain hidden and mostly still participate in Jewish rituals in hidden synagogues. While those in these communities continue to preserve and build on their rich traditions, they're subject to violent anti-Jewish treatment, including murder, burning of fields and homes, and kidnapping. Mostly working as craftspeople, they're considered, this is a derogatory term, so pardon me for saying it, they're considered Buddha, which means having the evil eye, and that they are that they can turn into hyenas at night to scare, hurt, steal from, and kill non-Beta Israel. In everyday life, they face severe discrimination and indignities. That's a different color. Okay, so if we're talking about the Jewish communities that are indigenous to sub-Saharan Africa, this particular book is focused on Ethiopia. And that was my first, I have article-length things focused, but not a book. My next book that is due out hopefully soon, depending on how COVID's and publishers figure things out because it's a mess. But that will have, the next book will have chapters not so broadly, not only on Ethiopia, and the chapter on Ethiopia is more the one of the history on the Gondar region and folks who helped with like Operation Moses and Solomon. It's nearly impossible, as you've heard today, to write on all of the Jewish communities, indigenous African Jewish communities in sub-Saharan Africa, because there are just so many of them. This next book that's coming out soon will focus on 11 countries and sometimes multiple communities within the countries. And mainly the speakers in this work are also indigenous Africans, members of the communities themselves. And it's been an honor to do this work as well. So if we go back to our list here of what I'm going to try and cover if I can. In terms of indigeneity, you've been hearing the word used very differently throughout our time at the conference, which has been very interesting to me, and certainly even on this panel. So for many reasons, I do think it's an important time to be studying these largely still hidden Ethiopian Beta Israel communities. For example, to be able to place Jewish studies in conversation with the growing field of indigenous studies. Because what we're seeing is the shift from indigeneity, as we heard in our first talk, being named by the colonizers as something less than, to a re-emphasis and a privileging of indigeneity. That's where we are in post-colonial studies right now. So as more attention as more attention in the academy and on the streets, it's an activist phenomenon too, is being paid to indigeneity. Interestingly, or perhaps not surprisingly, Jews are often left out. Long-term anti-Jewish tropes of rootless cosmopolitans are back in new ways. As indigeneity becomes a privileged category for activists and scholars, which I consider mainly a good thing, we find that Jews are ever again being cast as foreigner, as other, as people of diaspora, as nowhere at home, and that includes Israel. And we can talk about indigeneity if we choose later. Now, there are so many ways to counter this narrative about Jews in the new version of indigenous studies, and that we've all been doing here, and that it's amazing. So looking at the MENA region, the Middle East and North Africa, the diversity of Sephardi Jewry, even kind of the new kid on the block with 1,000 years of Jews in Ashkenaz, and many of the communities across sub-Saharan Africa. But one way in particular that these Beta Israel communities present really helps us work on a different narrative is that these communities really do present a robust example of African Jewish indigeneity. Now, scholars and members can disagree, of course, as you've already been hearing it be alluded to, about history and origins regardless. It can be important to study the region both on its own, just because it's important, and also to make inroads in this new trend, yet again obfuscating Jewish life, to sort of replace Jewish studies solidly within explorations of indigeneity, as we also explore what we can be learning from centering indigeneity in Jewish studies, which I really think is largely what the ASF, they don't have to use this language, but largely what the ASF and the Association Mimouna, their work is all about. So thank you for this amazing conference, and there's so much work to be done. If we move to just say a few things, you've heard the whole conference about issues of continuity and change. From doing the work on the book and rethinking indigeneity, I can attest that these communities are in a dynamic, so these are ones that people know a little bit less about than the communities mostly discussed already. They're in a dynamic moment of transformation, providing us with an opportunity to study how different Jewish communities navigate the challenging process, of continuity and change. Beta Israel members in these regions are active And some of this increased activity includes, of course, work that's more public than that in which the community has been previously engaged. And this includes challenging some old wisdoms, which you've been hearing, building new Beta Israel community institutions in Ethiopia. So questions of continuity and change have been really key to Jewish communities globally, or as continuity and rupture, which is the title of a recent ASF lecture series, which was really great. Yet some global Northern Jews, community leaders, and scholars get stuck when considering this dynamic in the global South. In the same period of fierce debate regarding continuity and change in Ashkenazi, Sephardi, and Mizrahi communities, modern Western and sometimes Sephardi scholars have fixated on a paradigm that they themselves have created of some sort of eternal primitive culture of the global South. Now, certainly this strain can be found at times when global Northerners learn of communities in sub-Saharan Africa in general, practicing what the community members understand as their Israelite rights or something similar. Some foreigners, like people like me, then imagine these communities as showing us, the foreigners, a more authentic or original Judaism, somehow uninterrupted by time and any manner of flux, giving us a kind of window in which we can directly see into some mythic, monolithic, ancient practice and thinking. When change is noticed for outsiders, somehow this then calls into question the legitimacy of the groups as Jewish altogether. Change seems not only to be expected of, but a privilege of Ashkenazi, Mizrahi, and Sephardi Jewry. We often find that with the inclusion, this will be my last part, of with the inclusion of previously excluded groups studied in new ways, our very paradigms themselves might be in for transformation. So the next question then is, so what if Beta Israel community members and foreigners begin to take the dynamics, which is very hard to do, of continuity and change more seriously as a subject of curiosity and generous rather than judgmental exploration? What are some new methods that might yield new and perhaps different perspective than those that, according to the view of global Northerners, keep global Southerners locked in the past? So how would we approach this? And I want to talk, some of you I'm sure know about this, of this paradigm as global Northerners frequently approach Jewish activity as generally suspect. In terms of methodology, I suggest that we use this paradigm of rhizomic networks, which may offer us the best ways to appreciate the communities with the legitimacy and integrity they deserve, as central to global Jewry as any we find historically and today. Okay. All right, so, of course, I'll just at least show you that. The straw model to this concept of rhizomic is a tree model, and I'm going to just say this part because you actually know these paradigms, even if you don't know you know them. The tree model is a paradigm that's often used for Ethiopian Jewry. Imagine a group that exists and goes about its business and is clear on its own identity and import, and then at some point we, meaning others, discover what we consider potentially a new branch, like in the tree model. And it seems so different from us and from others that we already know that we begin, the foreigners, to debate whether it can even be connected to the trunk, meaning world Jewry, and actually, at least as Ashkenazis, what we consider ourselves as the core of the trunk itself. So in terms of why do any of these paradigms matter, one can see how this matters in real politics, the situations where we are told that the new branch, that the new branch is questionable and perhaps might not even be Jewish. So that's compared to the rhizomic model, and it's my suggestion that we then take up the study of continuity and change, which so many Jewish communities are doing, using different paradigms, because hopefully they'll land us in not quite as colonial perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. And we understand, everybody here, that this is just to whet our appetite in all these different topics, because there is so much more to talk about with all of them. But I do want to make sure that if there are questions, we have some time for it, just to give you a feel for how we kind of adjusted the schedule for today. This will go until 3:15 if there are questions. And then we will go right into the next panel at 3:15, so please don't go anywhere. I will try to get some water in here when I'm done up here. And then we'll do the next panel also. And then after, if anybody wants to have mincha, we will do that in the back of the room. And then you can talk about shacharit for tomorrow for those who are interested. I'm not involved. But I do want to give time for questions. At the ASF Institute of Jewish Experience, we talk about a mosaic of Judaism where we all fit together with our different shapes and sizes and colors and make one picture. And I think really the panel today referred to that when we talk about Yemenites across the sea and Adonis that came in from, and they went to Egypt all the way down to Ethiopia, and there was this cross-fertilization, literally. And we talk about entity and identification and being part of a larger group, despite or maybe because of our differences. We talk about the deep history and traditions within the Jewish communities from around the world. And we also talk about it not being an exotic other culture, but rather it's part of our Jewish heritage, and it's just different parts of our Jewish heritage. So I think that was part of our panel today, and I would love if there are any questions. I promise you not everything was clear because there was a lot. The microphone's over there. Just 1 minute.
Thank you all very much for a fascinating panel. I learned quite a bit. I have a question. I think this would be best answered by Rabbi Dr. Sharon Shalom and Professor Batzion about the Ethiopian Jews today. I think we all know about the difficult integration and the mistreatment of the Ethiopians by the predominantly Ashkenazi Israeli elite. It's quite clear. And they were seen as second class, even many question their Judaism. How are things today? Have the Ethiopians improved their economic status and sense of identity? If you could please address that, I would appreciate it.
Okay, shalom. Look at me. I make Aliyah, I immigrated to Israel in 1982. And, I don't know how to use the bathroom. Okay, sorry, at the beginning. And now I am a professor and rabbi in Ashkenazi community, was established by Holocaust survivor. So, on one hand, we see a lot of Ethiopians like me, the full, successful in Knesset, lawyer, amazing student of Ethiopian immigrant. And on the other hand, we see that Ethiopian Jews, they are 2% among Israeli society, but unfortunately in the prison is 20 or 30% in the prison. So in the population is 2%, in the prison is 30. So it's very sad. So we have a lot of challenge.
I just want to clarify, among the Jewish population, it's 2% and 20%.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So we have, in one hand, we see, is something beautiful thing and successful. On the other hand, we see a very, very sad situation. So the question is this, racism, not racism, a lot of questions, but I prefer emphasize on the successful instead of the problem of the Ethiopian Jewish community. It's very, very important. And all the time, the researchers and in the media, all the time, Ethiopian Jews raise up in a negative perspective, all the time in negative. And I want to emphasize the negative, the positive thing. It's very, very important. Not to say, I don't care about the negative, but I think it's very, very important to bring the positive thing, because if a small child, second generation in Ethiopia, and I all the time hear about the racism, about the difficult, about in integration. So I feel I lost all my hope. I lost, I don't care. So it's very important to emphasize the successful and positive thing instead of the negative and all the time to cry and cry.
I wasn't, it's fine to underscore the positive. I just wanted to send facts, that's all.
Oh, okay.
And sometimes, but you don't, it's fine. There's facts and then there's, emphasizing positive or overemphasizing the negative. But in the United States, we like to think of ourselves as a mosaic, but we have a lot of racism, and that's just a fact.
There are a lot of facts out there. The question is which facts are also subjective, and I think they all play into it a little bit. But we definitely, part of the course also, we focused on the demographics and the crisis of identity and that type of a thing, because it's an important part as well. Are there any other questions? Oh, Joan has a question over here. It's okay. Wait, you need to wait for the microphone, sorry.
Thank you so much. So I'm not sure it's exactly a question, and I'm not a scholar, but my own personal experience in traveling to Ethiopia in the early 1980s, I didn't experience the Ethiopian Jews as like different people. Our color of skin may be different, but from the moment I arrived there, the whole community came running down the hill, and we all embraced each other, and we immediately were family. In fact, the woman whose portrait unfortunately didn't get here, who came up to me and said, my sister, and then we walked to her home. And I met many women there. While the Ethiopian women may be more quiet and didn't often speak up, but I met many achieved Ethiopian women within their society. I just see it completely differently, so you'll forgive me. I see the Ethiopian Jews and always have as great people, and especially because they did, on Fridays we went to the village and the women were cleaning their homes and baking their challah and baking it from the most not primitive, but without having all the luxuries that we have. And sometimes I didn't even get to the store to bake the challah. So I can't say who is the Jew and who isn't. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. We do have time for one more question if there is, if not. Well, hopefully this is just the start of the conversation. It is important to continue because like we all said here, there's so much more to talk about in all of these. So thank you all for indulging us.
By the way, the fact is, your name is the woman there? The fact is, intermarriage between Ethiopian and non-Ethiopian in Israel stand in 12%. In America, between white and what's called African American stand only in 6%. So this is a fact that in 40 years in Eretz Israel, in state of Israel, intermarriage between Ethiopian and non-Ethiopian is 12, which in America is only 6%. This is something else in Israel. So I emphasize the hope in the future instead of the past and of the problem.
Thank you all. Please do stay seated. I would like to call up the next panel at this point, and thank you all for your indulgence.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Alors j'aimerais me présenter brièvement. Moi je suis Miloud Loukili, professeur de droit international, et plus particulièrement de droit international de la mer à l'université Mohammed V.
I'm at the Fifth University here in Rabat. One of the speakers before me, within the framework of the panel, just ended its works. One of the speakers had mentioned the word magic. I would rather myself use the word miracle. And I would be tempted, with the approval of the rabbi and yourself, I would be tempted to say that henceforth, as of now, miracle is not the possibility given to prophets only. It's also that of Moroccans. It is also something that we can find in this large, big conference to which my friend and Mr. Mahdi has invited me. I would like to say that this is with a lot of joy, with untold joy that I'm participating in this conference. If I'm here with you, it's because I firmly believe, in the ideals of the associations that is being shared with a lot of wisdom, with a lot of intelligence, which is shared by Mehdi Boudra. Values of peace, of coexistence, of cohabitation, of co-knowledge as our sovereign Mohammed VI, King of Morocco. I'm a man of the sea. And since yesterday, I have thrown in the ocean the nets, and I have been able to have a miraculous catches today. More today that I've discovered that in the net are friends and brothers, and mostly in Cape Verde, which was to my sly. I didn't know that. And let me tell you, I am telling you, I am really filled with joy. The least I could say. This is why I am now inviting my friend Mehdi and my Cape Verdean brethren, I don't know whether they're here. Let me propose to you to create within our association, Mimouna, a chapter, a unit for research and studies on our origin Jews in Cape Verde, on the Moroccan Jew-Moroccan diaspora in Cape Verde. So this is a page of history that we'll have to together rewrite. Ladies and gentlemen, the agenda is quite fraught, if I may say, and I would ask my friends here around the table to help me in managing, in facilitating time. We have 12 to 13 minutes each. And hence, I will start without further ado by giving the floor to a person whom I know only by sight, but whose acts are being highly appreciated. His Excellence, Mr. René Trabulsi, who is the former Minister of Tourism in a country that is very, very close to our hearts, us Moroccan, Tunisia, I mean. And I therefore give the floor to the former Minister of Tourism, Tunisia, Mr. René Trabulsi, and I would like to tell him again our indelible time and space, indelible friendship. Mr. Minister, over to you. Thank you, Mr. Miloud Loukili. Well, I'm very flattered. And I know Moroccans' speciality, which is spontaneous, the welcome, the hospitality, and again, very kind words, but spontaneous and authentic. Once again, I would like and pay tribute to Mr. Mehdi and commend him for the very sterling organization of this forum. by all measures. I have been invited here and there to other conferences, but this is the first time where I really feel comfortable at home in my own country, and mostly that I am going to stay more than 2 days. Generally, I attend the first, and the second day I'm already in the plane. But here I'm really feeling home. I wanted to give you a little explanation, or in passing I would like to talk about the Mimouna Association. But in the word Mimouna, there is a Hebrew word, is Imuna. Imuna, what is Imuna? Imuna is the belief, the faith, the belief. Someone who really believes in something, who really, when you have Imuna, it means you have the belief. I was hard hit by COVID, and I was told you have the Imuna, which is maybe in Moroccan French, Arabic, la baraka. Because when we come out from COVID, it means there's only God that has healed you. God is the best healer. Even the doctor said, of course, we can't do anything for you. Now, Limuna or Imuna. In other words, you do believe in something, and here I see with this forum that there is a kind of a belief. I see that you're doing a lot for the others, and you're also doing here things for the Jewry, whereas you're Muslims. And in the religion, when we are Jew and we do things that I've done when I was minister for Muslims, there are rabbi here, they can confirm that, explicit it better. Kitushan Shem. The Kitushan Shem is the fact that we do things that we please God through what we do for people. When we do something ill, we do halal Hashem. So, of course, we do not please God, and God does not like what we do. So the work that is being undertaken by Mimouna Association is we please the human, but we also please God, and for the good deeds that we entertain. I'm going to talk to you about the Jorba Jewish community, wherefrom I hail, wherein I was born and I grew up. This is a community which verily is apt to adhere to this association, Mimouna Association, because Jorba is being called it's an isle. It is called Jorba is the land of peace and tolerance. The Jews have been there since 2,600 years. Only the Jews were there after the destruction of the temple. They made it there on animal back, on ships, and they came to the place called Jorba today, and they built a synagogue, Griba, or La Griba, as it is called, with stones and with gates and doors from Jerusalem. And by the same token, there was also Kohanim back then that have deserted Jerusalem. And we still call them the city of Kohanims. And I also learned thereafter that Jorba and Griba in Berber is being written the same way. It is the same words, letters. So we don't know today whether when we say Griba, so Griba is the city of Jorba. Is it because of Griba, or is it Jorba which has been called after Griba? In any case, the Jews have remained there. And there were two neighborhoods, the Hara Saghira, Al-Hara Al-Kabira. Hara is being the neighborhood. The smaller one, of course, is 1 kilometer from the synagogue, 1 kilometer away, and the other one is 7 kilometers away from the synagogue. Hence, today there are about 1,500 Jews living in Jorba. But the Jorba Jews, the Jorba Jewry, are living with a very strict religious practice. The Jewish population in Jorba is 100% practicing the religion in Jorba. Is being announced the Shabbat, the beginning of the Shabbat, with the shofar, as in Jerusalem. In Jorba, we don't marry with foreigners. We marry between the persons whom we know. But that's not even a Jewish speciality. It's even the Muslims in Jorba try and often to marry with families they know of on the island of Jorba. Today, it is true that a small city, Jorba, there are 180,000 souls. But before independence, after the Second World War, there were mainly Jews who dwelled in Jerba, but the Muslims and Arabs were to come to Jerba to work with the Jews who were living in Jerba. Today also, a very important pilgrimage to Jerba is it's the 33 days after the Pesach, the Passover, where Jews hail from the world over, including from Morocco, and they stay for 2 days celebrating Feast al-Akba Omer in Jerba, and it is truly the Faria in Jerba, of course, it's a tourist island, Jerba, and all the hotels are really packed, and it allows tourism to really be during that week-long period better. And this is a community that is withstanding, that has shouldered difficult periods, as is the case in Morocco, Algeria, etc., etc. Everyone knows that all of these Jews have fled their countries. Tunisia, not an exception. During the difficult times of the war in the Middle East and the Israelo-Palestinian conflict was imported/exported to these countries, be it in Morocco, Algeria, or Tunisia. So much so that a lot of Jews, for fear of or for want of security, for fear of insecurity, for want of security, went either to France, Paris, Marseille, or else, wherein they thought they would be better, even in Israel. And in Tunisia, I think that those who are still remaining today, 1,800 Jewry, just like in Morocco, there are about 3,000 Jews living in Morocco. I think these are persons who really feel at peace, safe. So those who are in Morocco do not want to leave Morocco. They want to come and stay in Morocco as long as things are taking place the way they are and peacefully. His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God glorify him and gives him long life, and that he continues in this approach, is really undertaking excellent endeavors for Morocco with the support of his counselor Andre Azaleh. So what we are also missing now in Tunisia, this open-mindedness. It's only this open-mindedness that can allow a country to prosper, to thrive, to forge ahead, to make headway in the modern day. I was asked questions. I met many people yesterday and today on my life when I was minister, and I was chosen by the Hill government in November 2018 to be the Minister of Tourism. And I did ask, since I knew him, well, you want me? I asked him, you want me to come to work and to bring something? An addition? Or is it only you want to really put a Jew in your government by way of saying we are open just for the veneer? No, he told me you are a professional of tourism, and this is why you earn, and you are going to deserve that. So I received the majority voting, and I became Minister of Tourism. But unfortunately, opposition has always has used, and unfortunately, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, whereas everyone knew me in Tunisia, the Palestinian question that is undertaken. Ronald Trabelsi has always been a Tunisian, has never been neither an Israeli nor any other person. It was not my religion, it was my name. And it was complex with the support of the Tunisian people who sent me always messages of sympathy.
And when I visited the Tunisian cities, the tourist cities, when I traveled during my travels, I must say that it really gave me this urge and desire to work for my country, Tunisia, and also to succeed in the mission that was entrusted to me. So it lasted 16 months, but these were 16 months that were full of hard work, of delight, and everyone considered and believed that we did some great things. And so Tunisia is really a country that is very similar to Morocco, but that needs support. I mean, support from everyone. And I must say that even back then, I wanted to have a sort of I wanted to be able to have this exchange with Morocco because I consider that in Morocco, I mean, Morocco has a great tourism policy. I mean, to succeed in tourism, it's important to have this political desire, political will to implement laws, to make things easier, to help the hotel industry, travel agencies, and to facilitate access to tourism. And when there's a country whose economy is geared to tourism, well, I consider that when there is, for example, if somebody wants to come to Morocco, it's because they love Morocco. They want to come and if they want to come spend their money, their time here, it's because they love Morocco. So we shouldn't be mindful of their nationality, of their what passport holder they are, and they need to be able to access the country. So this is why in Morocco, I think that this is a country that will truly be one of the leading tourism nations of the world, given the policy that I've observed, and I have many friends that are involved in the tourism industry in Morocco, and I'm truly proud to see all of the achievements that have been made in this regard. And so thank you for having given me this opportunity to share this testimonial. Once again, I'm very happy to be here with you, and thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you for these kind words. As far as I'm concerned, really gives me this strong desire to go for a pilgrimage in Jaba and Riba. And we'd like to establish ties amongst ourselves because there is a very strong emotional connection, but we would like to institutionalize it. And I think that when there's a will, there's a way. And between Tunisians and Moroccans, I believe that there are many gateways that should be explored. Thank you very much once again for your testimonial. I hope we'll have an opportunity to rediscuss some of the points you've raised during the debate. And now, without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to the Honorable Rabbi Shlomo Ben-Tulida. I had the pleasure of meeting him in the lobby, and it felt like we've been knowing each other for ages. He's coming from a dear country that we very much appreciate, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and he will shed some light on Judaism in this region of Africa, Central Africa. Honorable Rabbi, dear brother, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Mr. Mehdi Boudra, Mr. Jason Duberman.
As you heard, my name is Rabbi Shlomo Ben-Tulida. I'm the chief rabbi of the DRC and the head of Chabad Lubavitch emissary to Central, East, and West Africa. I am very proud to be here today in this colloque, as I am a Moroccan-born Jew, and at the same time, I'm an emissary of the Lubavitcher Rebbe to Central and West Africa. I don't know if many people know or are aware that the first country in the world where the Rebbe of Lubavitch started to send his emissaries was none other than Morocco. And that was in 1951. That was the first country where the Rebbe started all his activities of sending emissaries. What you see, Lubavitch today throughout the world, started here in Morocco, 1951. 30 years later, January 15, 1991, I was, with my late wife of blessed memory, privileged to be the Rebbe's emissary to then called Zaire, today DRC, Democratic Republic of the Congo, also known as the Congo-Kinshasa. I find it very interesting that the chain continues from Morocco to the rest of Africa. In Judaism, in Yahudut, memory is a vital and prime necessity. However, action is required. Zachor, we say remember, but also Shamor, keep alive the flame. Rekindle it and make it burn high and proud. So, 31 years ago, we embarked with my wife on this journey of going permanently to live in the Congo, to take care of the Jewish community of the DRC, and at the same time, to shine and see to open other Jewish centers and communities across Central, East, and West Africa. Life in the Congo when I arrived in 1991 in Kinshasa, although there was an established community from the beginning of the century, it still left us a lot of space to improve Jewish life. In many angles, such as synagogue services, adult education, women's night, holiday awareness, bar mitzvah club, preschool, mikvaot, and so on. And in parallel to our establishing in Kinshasa, I started to travel to East, West, and Central African countries and see the needs of the Jews and small communities scattered around Africa. We would then organize and send Chabad students learning rabbinics to go to these faraway communities for Hanukkah, Passover, the high holidays. We would organize and raise awareness programs for young and adults. And slowly, we thank God, we became, Chabad Lubavitch of Central Africa became the address and reference for anything Jewish in those parts of the world. 31 years later, today, I am proud to announce that from one Jewish center in the Congo, we, and I would like to thank my late wife, without her invaluable help, it wouldn't be possible. We succeeded to establish 12 Jewish centers in 11 countries in Africa, with 11 couples, permanent rabbis with their wives and family, who picked themselves up and went on shlichut to the countries of Nigeria, Angola, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Kenya, Ethiopia, where our emissary, Rabbi Abiv, just opened, on top of his synagogue in the city, he opened a synagogue also in the airport. We had Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, and soon to be Zambia. In all these countries, you could find today's, thanks to our emissaries, synagogues. We actually are building new synagogues, mikvaot, kosher food is found all year round, adult, children education, and more. With God's help, we will not rest until in all possible countries, there will be a place where Judaism can be practiced and thought as a beacon of light to the nations. We have in every country local students who gather once a month and discuss with our local rabbis how to exchange and bring the light together to everyone in their universities and campuses. We are proud to join with the organizers of the Mimouna Association in having the same vision. Besides those 12 countries, I delegate rabbis to visit another 13 countries in Africa with less Jewish population seasonally. I will finish with an anecdote that I heard from the Lubavitch Rebbe's personal secretary before leaving on my mission to the Zaire then in 1991. The secretary, Rabbi Chadakov of blessed memory, was short and frail, and he called me into his office and briefed me for almost 50 minutes. And then suddenly, he lifted up his head, looked at me in the eyes, and he told me, staring at me, what's most important for the Rebbe is that another child should know the Aleph, the first letter of the verse, I am your God who took you out of Egypt. This message is clear, and it is a lesson for all of us here. With all the great work we all do, we still need to empower our children, our students, the next generation with all our values and heritage. We need to be lighting candles, walking models of what God Almighty wants for us all. I thank again Mr. El Boudra, Mr. Boudra of the Mimouna Association, and all your colleagues, who, as I heard yesterday, you started this association as a student, and today it is what it is. I am sure, Mr. Boudra, you, with your committee, you will continue and take it to the next step. educate en masse, as they say in French, the young generation, and shine throughout Africa. But be assured that you have in our 12 countries already in Africa colleagues and friends proud to be partnered with you and your association. I cannot conclude without blessing the King of Morocco, Mohammed VI, with good health and long life. God bless you all.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup pour tout ce que vous faites. Et vous l'avez très bien dit dans votre intervention, grâce à votre défunte épouse, et vous me permettrez de rendre un hommage posthume à
late spouse and wife, let me pay a tribute to her. So you've done extensively and you've worked tirelessly for the protection of Judaism in this part of Africa. And I reckon that your ideas are disseminated almost everywhere. You have referred to Nigeria, Angola, Zambia, and Ethiopia, of course, Kenya, Rwanda, you name it, all these countries. And I see that you are a role model. You are a reference, and I would like to pay tribute to all the work that you've done and commend you and congratulate you. And let me tell you something. We share the same ideals, the same values, and I have really enjoyed your closing remarks by talking to this young man, Mehdi Boudra. As you are a Moroccan, from Moroccan descent like me, Morocco is much more than an empiric reality. It is far more than a government or a country. It is an idea. It is an immortal idea. And each one of us should disseminate these ideas and these ideals through future generation and through transmission. Over lunch, we were talking with Sab, my friend Sab. Where is he? Where are you, Sab? Well, he's talking to someone. But we were talking with Sab. I've known him only since yesterday, by the way. But we have so much in common. And we have... we need altogether to put an end to all those cliches and stereotypes and all those ideas that are cast in stone. We need to light up candles and grow coexistence flowers, peaceful coexistence flowers, and benevolence. Thank you so very much for your kind words, Mr. Rabbi. So from West Africa, we're traveling to North Africa. Dunya, the mother of all worlds, to Egypt. I am happy to give the floor. I'm a feminist. I'm a feminist. If God did not create women, I would have. So let me give with a great joy the floor to Mrs. Magda Haruna. She is the chair lady or president of the Jewish community of Cairo. You are dive in this, or make us dive with you in this complex reality, but rich reality, and especially the Cairo reality. And once again, Madam, I must tell you how happy I am to be here, just sitting side by side to you.
Remercier Mehdi et l'association Mimouna.
Thank Mehdi and the Mimouna Association. That was so inspiring for me, a source of inspiration. When I met Mehdi a couple of years ago in the United States, I was lost. I had just been elected or appointed president of a Jewish community. And I realized all of a sudden that was this long-standing heritage and huge heritage to preserve. And Mehdi and Mimouna gave me that inspiration. I was lost. The lady speaks in English.
Years. Egypt is the most mentioned country in the Bible, and much of the ethos of the Jewish people is related to Egypt. From daily prayer to the Passover Haggadah. In Egypt, famous Septuagint, the ancient translation of the Hebrew Bible into Greek was prepared. Here lived and worked the greatest sages, Rabbi Saadia Gaon al-Fayoumi and Rabbi Moshe Musa ben Maimonid. The famous Cairo Geniza was found in Fustat, Cairo. In this brief presentation, I will talk about some of the characteristics of the Egyptian Jewish community in the modern times, in the efforts to safeguard its rich heritage today. First, it is worth pointing out that during most of this period, the Jews were an integral part of the local society and were influenced in the same way by the economic, cultural, and national development experienced by the society. For Egyptians, most of the 20th century was a period of constant transformation, in an era of enormous change. During this period, new norms, values, occupational frameworks, and interests were introduced into all aspects of Egyptian life. These developments were especially notable in the large cities of Egypt, and it was characterized by waves of immigrants to Egypt from Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa, including Morocco, the influx of foreigners who had settled in the city of Egypt included thousands of Jewish families. As these trends continued, the economic position of the Jews and as individuals was strengthened, along with their community status and their relation with the authorities. The community enjoyed security and stability, and most of its members also enjoyed higher standard of living. Between the two wars, foreigners and minorities reached a record number of about 80,000 Jews, 100,000 Greeks and Copts, the biggest Egyptian minority estimated at 10 to 15% of the local society. In general, the Jewish community was homogeneous, including Sephardim and Ashkenazim and Karaites. Much more significant was the division by social and cultural status. Jews were an integral part of the socio-cultural class to which they belonged. For most Jews in Egypt, the community provided a loose framework of solidarity, and Judaism was just one component of a few in their collective identities. The authorities acknowledged these basic divisions among the Jewish population, and each group had its own regulation and institutions. The Jews played an important role in commerce, banking, and business, quite disproportionate to their number within the general population. They also left their imprints in popular culture, especially in cinema and music. The elegant synagogues that were built in Cairo and Alexandria had many details which may reflect the strong economic position of the worshippers and also the social and cultural traits which they assumed. From the end of World War II, Egypt undergone a political crisis that escalated following the military defeat in 1948. The rage broke out in January 52, and in an event called the Cairo Fire, and reached its peak on July 23rd. The coming to power of the military regime have had dramatic consequences for hundreds of thousands of foreigners and ethno-religious minority. This impact on Jewish community has been particularly dramatic. The negative rhetoric against Jews culminated, and the distinction between Jew Zionist was completely blurred. Historically, the labeling of the entire community as Zionist was without base. Gradually, a vast majority of Jews left the country during the 1960s. A new chapter in history, in the history of modern Egypt has started in 2011 revolution. One of its salient feature today, in today's Egypt, is the increasing interest in the Jewish past, regardless the number of Jews still living in the country. In this context, we had noticed a significant attitudinal shift of the Egyptian authority towards the heritage of the Jewish community and its assets. First and foremost, its synagogue and cemeteries. This shift allows us to initiate an unprecedented projects of preservation of the Jewish heritage, which includes historical documentation of the Cairo synagogues, restoration and reuse of part of these synagogues for cultural and social activity, including interfaith activities for Egyptians and from different religion and social backgrounds. A massive project of cleaning and protecting the ancient Jewish cemetery in Basatine is taking place now. The Basatine Cemetery is the second oldest Jewish cemetery in the world after the Mont Olivier. These projects, involving mainly non-Jewish Egyptian and in part sponsored by Egyptian government. We have many items of immense historical and cultural importance, and we hope to obtain the resource that will enable us to preserve them in Egypt. This is a central point in my opinion. The assets of the Jewish community should be preserved in place and in the society that created them, and which they have been an integral part of for many centuries. Completing the work in Basatine and establishing a library of Egyptian Jewish heritage is my top priority. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Haroun, pour ce voyage.
This journey that you made us travel through this heritage. You are a survival of the ancient and pharaonic Egypt, and you were right to remind us that the old or ancient translation of the Bible was actually translated in Egypt. And I really enjoyed your resilience and very highly appreciated your resilience, because despite the hardships of history, this anchor of the Jewish Egyptian community was incredible. They resisted to the waves of history. There is a kind of mini spring, not Arab Spring, a mini spring that makes us hope. There is hope and resilience. Thank you so very much for your words and inspiring words. By listening to you, I was thinking of a famous writer, a Franco-Egyptian, Gilbert Sinoué, and what you said reminds me of what he wrote. Thank you very much, Madam. Okay, now, if you don't mind, as I said yesterday, that later on, that I threw a bottle in the sea, so I found a siren. She's coming from South Africa. She's a beauty from South Africa. As we are at the very edge of North Africa, she comes from the south of Africa. And she's going to be talking about foreign policy of Southern Africa, or South Africa, sorry, and its impact on the Jewish culture in this country. So without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Shaya Singer. She's the executive director of this group, is IDF. And once again, I was very happy to meet you, and I would be delighted to listen to you and give you the floor right away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Excellencies, rabbis, distinguished guests, friends of Mimouna and the American Sephardi Association. It is a pleasure to be here, and much has transpired in the 3 years since the last African Jewish conference. Most significantly, the signing of the Abraham Accords, which has provided a legal framework for a resumption of formalized relations between Morocco and Israel. In the short time that I've been here, the 2 days, it is very apparent to me that the dynamic of this particular accord and this relationship between Israel and Morocco and the Jewish community is unique and very special. Morocco is a model of social cohesion, national unity, respect for coexistence, and it's something that all countries in the world, and particularly my own country, can definitely come and take a leaf out of. The South African Jewish community was about 120,000 in the late 80s, and now we're at about 52,300 Jews. We've halved in that time period. The split in Johannesburg is about 30,000, 58%. In Cape Town, 12,500, 24%. In Durban, 3,400, 7%. So Jews comprise 0.09% of the national population. The origins of our community, 89% of Jews in South Africa were born in the country. Of the remaining 11%, a quarter was born in Zimbabwe, a fifth in the UK, and a further fifth in Israel. Most of the community hails originally from Lithuania and the Pale of Russian settlement. Like in Morocco, Jews have contributed disproportionately to all elements of South African society. There's a legacy of fighters in the anti-apartheid struggle, disproportionately of the people who were part of that struggle. Many of them were Jewish. And many South Africans remember this. We have a beautiful constitution and religion of freedom, freedom of religion and freedom of expression, and there's very low rates of anti-Semitism. However, when it comes to foreign policy, sometimes inadvertently, there are social tensions which are raised within the country. Political decisions have unforeseen consequences, and sometimes it can become quite uncomfortable for the Jewish community. During the May conflict in Israel last year, thousands of anti-Israel marchers came into the Jewish areas, in Sea Point and to the communal offices in Johannesburg, in an attempt to intimidate our community. Jewish businesses were boycotted and individuals vilified for their Israel support, particularly online. Young people were targeted by people within their own social media networks, and many felt vulnerable and unequipped to respond. Our students on campus were targeted because of their yarmulkes during Israel Apartheid Week, and we are continuing to fight a boycott of Israel at the University of Cape Town. Our events are targeted by protesters, memorandums are presented at our offices by trade unions, and individuals and organizations remain at risk. South Africa arguably has the most hostile anti-Israel media out of the Arab world. The ANC ruling party has resolved to downgrade relations with Israel, with even the president of South Africa calling Israel an apartheid state. South Africa has been leading attempts to reverse Israel's observer status at the AU, and we continue to work to prevent our government from adopting the ANC policy to downgrade relations with Israel, expel the Israeli ambassador, and prosecute South Africans who have served in the IDF. We're working to reinstate a South African ambassador in Israel and Middle East envoys so that South Africa can play a role in facilitating relations between Israel and Palestinians, given the ANC's warm relationships with both Fatah and Hamas. 89%. In terms of Jewish organizations in Cape Town, more than 7 out of 10 community members feel connected to Cape Town, communal life. 80% of children are at Jewish day schools across the country. 76% of males have had bar mitzvahs. 45% of all South African Jews attend the Zionist Youth Movement camps. 78% say they attend at least one Jewish communal event in last year, and 19% said they currently are a board or committee member of a Jewish communal group, organization, or institution. So we have a very vibrant Jewish communal life. And despite these, anything to do with foreign policy, it has no effect actually on Jewish life. So mostly it just as it affects the comfort of the Jewish community and the social cohesion networks. In terms of other challenges that we've had, COVID-19 left the Jewish community feeling particularly vulnerable, as South Africa was notably slow in procuring vaccines. There were shortages of hospital beds, and there are still ongoing restrictions, while other countries have been somewhat emerging from the economic and social standstills. Draconian measures were initially put into place, exacerbating the political instability with the deployment of the army, and young people continue to feel isolated. In terms of immigration, 43% of the Jewish community say they would have considered leaving South Africa permanently in the last year. 51% say they would go to Israel. 32% say it's likely that they will permanently settle in Israel at some point in the future. And the top reasons they give for wanting to live in a different country is concerns about the future of South Africa's political stability. The countries of residence of immediate family members who have left South Africa: Israel 26%, USA 21%, Australia 20%, and the UK 20%. In terms of anti-Semitism, 92% feel that anti-Israel sentiment has increased over the past 5 years. 74% feel the same about anti-Jewish sentiment. 68% have heard Israel labeled an apartheid state in the past year, and 63% have heard non-Jewish people call for boycott of Israeli products. 8.8% have personally experienced an anti-Semitic attack in the past year, mostly involving verbal insults or harassment. South Africa has seen a recent period of political and social instability, culminating in riots, social concerns, disruption of electricity and other supplies, even requiring food and medical supplies to be sent to Jewish communities in KZN. Increasing numbers of families are considering Aliyah. We had about 500 Olim from South Africa last year and 60 from Cape Town. In terms of a commitment to Israel, the Cape Town community has a strong emotional attachment to Israel, with about 90% feeling very or slightly attached. 70% of all Jewish South Africans define as Zionist. Across the country, 89% have visited Israel. 21% of Capetonians say it's likely that they will permanently settle in Israel at some point in the future. So while anti-Semitism is perceived to have increased, participants lead an openly Jewish life. Cape Town community members very rarely opt out of synagogue services or communal events. Specifically, 2% occasionally avoid synagogue amid fears of concerns, while 6% frequently miss communal events for the same reason. In contrast, large proportions don't want to publicly be recognized as Zionists. Specifically, nearly 30% avoid wearing Jewish apparel in public amid safety concerns, and around 40% avoid wearing Zionist apparel. In order to combat some of these issues, the main work of the community is in terms of political engagement, giving the community a face and providing input into new legislation. The second is making use of statutory and quasi-judicial bodies to enforce consequences and contribute to legal precedents. And finally, creating alliances and effectively leveraging the notion of civil society as grassroots level. So as South Africans, we continue to be patriotic South Africans, voters, taxpayers, stakeholders, and it's very pertinent to be able to be part of this African Continental Jewish Conference. We feel African. We're very proud to be here and to be representing our country as part of a delegation from South Africa. Thank you.
Merci, Shaya Singer,
Shaya Singer, for this for these thoughts that has allowed us to gain a better understanding of the specificity of Judaism in the rainbow country, the Mandela's country, and Desmond Tutu, and obviously with its points of, with its bright and dark spots. And so you brought us closer to this reality, and thank you very much once again for shedding this light. This is a reality that personally I was not aware of, but thanks to you, I have a clear understanding about this country. But here is also a very a nice invitation to be able to discover firsthand the reality of Judaism in South Africa as part of possibly a colloquium that would take place there, with your permission and under your impetus or your proposal, in Cape Town. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have just heard the eminent panelists, and on your behalf, I'd like to thank them for their kind cooperation. We still have a little bit of more time before us, and we can maybe open up the floor for some questions, comments. And so if you have any questions, if you have any observations, if you have any suggestions, well, we are all ears. Welcome. Marhaba. If you could kindly introduce yourself.
Sorry. At the beginning, I'm José Alberto Tavim from Lisbon. Okay. So I have one question to Rabbi Bentolila. That is, who is these people that come to the services? So I'm thinking about Angola, for example. Is local people, is people that come from Europe, they are together in the services, in the synagogue? Because when I visit Maputo, it's not Chabad, of course, but the people, it was very happy and very helpful people. But I remember that the people were separated. So the local people, they were in a part of the synagogue. The Jews that I feel that they come from Morocco, they were in another part of the synagogue, and the people from South Africa, I'm speaking about the Shabbat, they were in another part of the synagogue. So I want to know who is the people that come to the service, the different synagogues. And I have one second question, it's to Madame, je parle maintenant en français, pour Madame.
I'm switching to French, says the speaker, to Madame Magal. So I have a Coptic colleague, and I wanted to know if you could maybe connect me with some Jews from Cairo. And he said that there was a person that was an older person, and so I had an opportunity to meet some Jews that were from Cairo. Actually, there's also a colleague that wrote a book that's called Summer Night with Nuit d'été avec odeur de jasmin. So who was talking about his life. So my question is, if there are connections between these people that are members of the diaspora and those that are still in Egypt, if there is a network or whether there's any network that connects these people, I don't know, maybe that are in France or that other people. So how is this? How are things organized? Do we have any other questions?
Pour son excellence.
I have a question for Her Excellency. I understand that Djerba is a very important city for the Jews in Africa. So I find that it's important to find the parchments and manuscripts. I mean, if we can find the old manuscripts in the synagogue of Djerba, I mean, are you aware of whether these exist? Is my question clear? Do we have any other questions, Madam? Thank you. My name is Carole Castiel. Congratulations and thank you to all of the panelists. And Mabrouk, and thank you. So I'm the person. I am the person who has been focused on studying the Moroccan Jewry from Cape Verde, and we really appreciated your presentation, and we'd love to cooperate with you in terms of documentation and research. So I am a Moroccan Jewish woman at heart, and I really appreciated the presentation from our sister from South Africa that also shed a lot of light. But I have a question for our friend Rabbi Bentolila. We had an opportunity to talk a little bit, but as I mentioned to him, it seems that there is a little paradox. So given that he's Moroccan and there's a great Jewish Moroccan Jewish tradition, and this is something that we see everywhere in Brazil and in this country. So how, as the Moroccan, how have you been able to reconcile the rites, rituals of Sephardic Judaism, and how are you able to implement that in the DRC? I mean, how is the community there? What are the congregations there? Is it rather foreigners, or are there many indigenous peoples? I mean, how would you describe the Jewish community there? So are you in the DRC to spread the word, or are you there as a religious figure for the Ashkenazi or Lebovich or even Sephardic Jews? Thank you. Do we have any other questions? So I don't see any other hands raised. for questions to ask the panelists.
Together, since they all... concerning your question, by us in the Congo, the community is mainly Sephardic community. And so we have originally, they come from the Rhodes, in the Greek island of Rhodes. And then throughout, a lot of Moroccan Jews came also, and a lot of Israeli Jews. It comes out that the standard nusach that we pray in the synagogue is the nusach of Morocco. This is what we pray. And sometimes we do accommodate if we have some Ashkenazic Jews. So we try to please everyone, and everyone should find himself back in the liturgies. We'll make one psalm like this, another psalm like that, but mainly it's the Moroccan liturgy which is in our synagogue at least, and by all our other Chabad centers, it's about the same, since we have a lot of Israelis today in Africa. The main countries where there was an old communities established in Africa were the DRC, the Congo, was also Kenya, Ethiopia, Eritrea, also they are surely in Asmara, and also in Pupkowitz, what was his name? That's in Namibia. In Namibia also it's an old community. So mainly that's what we that's for you. That's your answer. And concerning the question you asked, how do we all get together? The task of a synagogue, of a rabbi, is to unite people, and to unite people by making everyone feeling at home. So if the rabbi does his job, no one should feel himself on the corner or by groups. The task of a rabbi is to unite people, that they should feel that the synagogue is their home. This is the main thing. I think I answered all the questions, unless if I missed it, you could tell me.
Parfait. Alors, Madame, et puis je terminerai. Mesdames, et je terminerai. Oui.
Sir, you asked how does Chabad go together with... so first of all, if you're acquainted with liturgy, it's the same. You have, for example, if it was Minhag Ashkenaz, it's a bit different. The prayer is the order is different. But Chabad and Sfardim, it's, I would say, 98% the same, except by the tefillot of Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah. So it does mingle together, because Chabad and Sfardim go together with Kabbalah. They go together with the cross of Tzaddikim. So it's a good junction.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Jewish community in Egypt, it's a dying community. We have few members, and they are old, quite old, without families. Most of them are ladies, and they cut the ties with their families are cut, or maybe they don't have families. So, and I would like to answer one question. You're asking about manuscripts in Jerba. We recently discovered in Cairo a manuscript written by Zechariah ben Anan. Yeah. The third part of the Torah with the Masurah of Zechariah ben Anan. It's more than 900 years old.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam. Honorable Minister. So to answer your question, Regarding the manuscripts in Jerba, when the Hebrews and Jews left Jerusalem 2,600 years ago, they arrived with doors and temples and rocks, and those that live in the villages next to Griba, while they were called the Deret, the people from Deret, and Deret in Berber means doors. So these are people that came with doors. And in Arabic we call them people the Dikhtia. These are people that came, they brought dilets with them, so doors with them. And today, physically, in La Griba, we have an arsenal of scrolls, of ancient scrolls, and in fact, the story says that these are scrolls that date back to 400, 500 years. And so when the rabbis in Jerba that buried them, and they buried all of these scrolls and these manuscripts that are really very old, and they buried these in the cemeteries that surround La Griba. And earlier I forgot to mention two anecdotes on La Griba that are extremely important. So during the pilgrimage of La Griba, when people come to visit, we have a grotto that is under the Beti Chalot, where there's where this Farim lies, and that's the grotto where the rocks are found that were brought from Jerusalem, and where there are Hebrew inscriptions. And so the story says that from this grotto, people told the story that in Arabic so that's the Shalim. So it was the shortcut to go. It was said that this was the shortcut to go to Jerusalem, and so it was also said that the Jews that arrived from Jerusalem 2,600 years earlier considered where the La Griba synagogue was located as a sort of saint of Jerusalem. This is why they stayed there, because even the climate was the same as Jerusalem. So in this grotto, during the Jerusalem, what happens? Well, people come and they make wishes, and they place eggs in this grotto. They pray, they light candles, and so eggs were for women, for example, who were barren, who were unable to bear children, who were not able to find husbands. Well, they wrote their names on the eggs, and some ate these eggs. And I witnessed miracles, because this is really a miraculous place. I mean, the Bouamar is a miracle festival. I mean, I know people that 10, 15 years were barren, were infertile, and that came to the synagogue to the synagogue and were able to get pregnant immediately after their return to their country. And so we found out that they were able to get pregnant. There are also people, for example, that have exams, or even Muslim women also come to La Griba to make wishes, to get pregnant, and for well wishes, to pray for their family's health. This is something that we see and witness on a daily basis in La Griba. Another point which concerns this synagogue in La Griba in 1942 during the Second World War, maybe you were able to see in the books about this, read in the books about the synagogue, the German army took all of the photos that were displayed on the walls in La Griba that were in gold, because the Jews from Jerba were known to be very wealthy, and my grandmother, for example, gave her wedding band and her earrings to the German army, because the rabbis during the war negotiated with the German soldiers and told them, while in Tunis there were some executions, they killed Jews. In Jerba, they told them, well, we are wealthy, we have gold, the war will end, and we'll give you all of our gold possessions and leave us alone. Don't kill anyone. And so they were supposed to kill the Jews, and they were supposed to rape the young girls. And so, in fact, the Germans took 20 to 40 kilos. They took 40 kilos, and they forgot 20 kilos in Jerba, and they took with them 20 kilos of gold from Jerba. And in exchange, they harmed no one. And next to La Griba, about 500 meters away from La Griba, there is a mosque that exists today that is extremely ancient, and the imam of this mosque, well, during the passage of the Germans in Jabba, well, he hid all of the Jewish children in this mosque to protect them. And so this mosque, at a time when there were storms, was destroyed. And the rabbi at the time asked all of the Jews from Djerba to contribute and make donations to rebuild this mosque. And today it is fully functional, and it is nearby. And when the Jews pray at the synagogue, well, you have the mosque nearby that is also has with the call to prayer and Allahu Akbar nearby. That's wonderful. What a beautiful lesson. Ladies and gentlemen, we are reaching the end of this panel discussion. And I think you might agree that you'll all agree that we were blessed with some wonderful contributions. And please give a round of applause to our wonderful panelists. Since yesterday evening, I've personally been witnessing a great event, and by following all of the presentations by everyone that were shared by everyone, by visiting the exhibit on the Jews from Ethiopia, I would like to warmly thank the photographer and the professor that shared some brilliant explanations on the reality of Jewry in Ethiopia. And so personally, by following all this, well, this led me to think about a saying shared by a diplomat, a traveler who's from the Maghreb, who's Berber, from this region of the world, whose name was Hassan al-Wazan, and who was especially known under the name of Leo the African, who was immortalized by the Goncourt Prize, a member of the French Academy, Amin Malouf. Well, Leo the African used to say, and of Africa, from Africa, there's always something new that comes out. Well, yesterday, here and now, we witnessed the signing of the Declaration of Rabat. I was offended because I was not asked to come and sign it too. Because when I reviewed it, when I analyzed it, when I read it, I thought that it was the ideals, the values embedded in this declaration are my own. And I would like to tell the authors of this declaration that it should be shared with the entire world, just like a bottle in the ocean, like at a bottled sea, because what we are doing at our very small scale, this is just a drop in the ocean for men and women, but it's a great symbol for humanity. It's a great step for humanity, for the dialogue of cultures, for bringing men and women together. And I fully subscribe to the idea of this Declaration of Rabat. In conclusion, if I had a final proposal to make for all of us, is to place what we have said yesterday, today, what we will say at the end of this afternoon and tomorrow. Well, we will place this under a quote that I would like to take from a great humanist, Elie Wiesel, a Nobel Peace Prize winner, and he said, "The peace is not something given from God to His creatures. Peace is something that we give to each other." What we are doing with each other, what we are doing amongst ourselves, and thanks to the education, thanks to awareness raising, well, this is a way to disseminate and share and spread messages of peace. I was delighted to be able to participate in this incredible Congress, and the Honorable Minister, by mentioning the mosque and the And the rabbi from Jarba, please allow me to really conclude now. And I'd like to share a personal anecdote. My father passed away 4 years ago, and I made the solemn commitment to whom I'd like to pay tribute, Mr. André Al-Zulay. And so I made the commitment to him to be present in Essaouira to erect the first and only center in the world, which is the research center on Hebraic law in Morocco. And I barely attended my father's funeral in Ahfir, 1,000 kilometers away from Essaouira. And so I drove my car and arrived to Essaouira exhausted. But it was important for me to take part in this event because I considered that I was more than certain that in this way I was paying tribute to my late father's memory. And so when Mr. Azulay and my dear friends and brothers found out that I lost my father, they gave me the greatest. Gift, and was to make a prayer in the Dakira synagogue. And so my father, the Hajj, got a prayer in the synagogue in Dakira in Hebrew. And so I wish you all a pleasant stay, and I look forward to seeing you all very soon. Thank you.
A lot of different viewpoints here. We're talking about the Jewish life in South Africa and the surrounding region, and to reflect the largest Jewish community in the African continent, we have the largest panel right now. So without further ado, I'm going to let our panelists do the talking. Our first panelist is Rabbi Reuben Suiza, who is the Sephardic Chief Rabbi of Lisbon, and he is the former rabbi of the Sephardic Hebrew Congregation of Cape Town, and former member and Dayan of the Beit Din of Cape Town. So please, Rabbi Suiza.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Firstly, I think this has been an incredibly learning experience being here, and I am most grateful to the Mimouna Association and the Sephardi Federation for giving me this opportunity to be able to share with you on this most wonderful, auspicious occasion of discussing such wonderful subjects as there were throughout the entire conference, and I have learned much more than I ever estimated I would in the last 36 hours. So thank you very much. I'm here representing the community in Cape Town, so you're going to ask yourself, how does a Sephardi community from the little island of Rose in the Aegean Sea find themselves in the Western Cape, northernmost city in Cape Town, still speaking Ladino, still cooking according to their old traditions, still holding on to every part of their culture, their music, their ballads? How did this happen? So I'm going to give you a brief introduction into the history. I just wish to know, how long do I speak for? 12. Thank you. 12 minutes. I have to do that in 12 minutes. Thank you so much. So maybe I start from the rabbinic injunction that says, sometimes we see the hand of Hashem actually appearing to be destructive. When we look at tornadoes, tropical storms, and hurricanes, we think that they have a destructive element in them, but in reality, we can look at the constructive. And what it does, it spreads the seeds, and it spreads the coconuts, and it inhabits all the islands, and they take roots, and they grow, and new islands are created in this manner. In the Western Cape, we have one of the wonders of the world, Table Mountain. And every 2 years, there is a massive fire, and everybody is so traumatized that the mountain, our glorious, beautiful mountain, is on fire. But all the experts tell you that the fire is an essential part of the growth of the mountain, because the flora and fauna only thrives after the fire, and many seeds are actually burned by the fire, and so they take deep roots, and beautiful new flowers and new recreation occurs. Jewish communities have worked similarly like that in the last 2,000 years. So when we saw the destruction of the Second Temple, we seemed to be going through a tunnel of darkness, but in reality it created opportunities for new communities to be found throughout the entire world. And so what happened is the community of Sfarad, Iberia, was created as a result of the destruction of the Second Temple. Jews were brought as slaves, and eventually they were released, and they were bought, and they were released by the people who were buying them. And so new, great, wonderful Jewish communities were created through the entire world. So what appears to be a destructive element is only a constructive. Hashem spreads the nation of Israel into so many diverse lands and countries in order that we should be reassured of our continuous survival. So this is how the Sephardi community in Cape Town is actually formed. The origin is Sfarad, but yes, already in medieval time and earlier than medieval times, there were Romaniot Jews on that little island. They found in the museum there Hebrew inscriptions that can go as far back as the time of the Maccabees. I saw a stone, and it appears to be inscribed by the time, the era of the actual Maccabees on the island of Rhodes. The influx of the expulsion of Sfarad, Spain and Portugal at the time, of course, those who went to the Aegean Sea towards the Turkish Ottoman Empire went into the island of Rhodes. Because they were so numerous, they had integrated the local community into the Ladino-speaking one, the Spanish Sephardi one. And so they lived there for many, many centuries. until, of course, the land and the island didn't provide them with sufficient ability to survive. There were no employment. It's a magnificent little island, very tranquil, very beautiful. It still has a medieval synagogue called Keilah Shalom. It still functions in the summer months. And so these people left the island simply because there was no opportunity for them. And there were countries in Africa that wanted people to come and support them economically. So Jews were leaving the island of Rhodes, thank God for that, until the Second World War broke. And so many hundreds had actually vacated the island looking for opportunities elsewhere. And where did they land? In the land of Rabbi Bentolila's rabbinic position. That was in the Belgium Congo. So that was then the Belgium Congo wanted economists, wanted people who would create business and attract business. And so many Jews from Rhodes went to the Belgium Congo at the time, and another land close to the Belgium Congo was then Rhodesia, which is now Zimbabwe. Interesting, brothers went to the Congo and other brothers went to Rhodesia. When they met each other 20 years later, some were French speaking and the others were English speaking. So the medium of conversation was actually Ladino. So they spoke amongst them all the time in Ladino, and they had evolved into the culture of French and, of course, English. So the community of Rhodes eventually, towards the end of the war, they were taken to the concentration camp and literally was destroyed. From 1,700 Jews at the time of the Second World War that were taken by the Nazis, only about 140 survived. And those gradually recovered after the liberation, and most of them being female actually were matched to husbands living in Zaire, which is Zaire, the Belgium Congo, and Rhodesia at the time. So husband and wife had not actually met. A shidduch process, a match process was created, and marriages were created in that manner. And they lived very happily and contentedly in those countries. How to Cape Town? Okay, so of course we all know that Zaire wasn't always welcoming. They went through traumas and political traumas, so did Zimbabwe. And so many Jews from the Belgium Congo, from Lubumbashi and Kinshasa, went to the Cape to retire, to the Western Cape. And also from Rhodesia, which was then Zimbabwe, also went to the Cape, and they formed a community and asked me to come and become the rabbi. I had been in Zimbabwe prior to that. There was an established Sephardi community already in Zimbabwe, and at a very young age, I went as the assistant rabbi into Harare, Salisbury then, and they had the community was wonderful. It was magnificent. And they have a symbiotic relationship with the Ashkenazim. So this was a proper Sephardi community thriving in Africa, in Rhodesia, which then became Zimbabwe. But going through the political process, they left Zimbabwe and settled in the Western Cape. So that was the first community I had served as a rabbi. And of course, when they moved to the Cape, then from the Congo, they were flowing into the Western Cape as well, into Cape Town. The older generation went to Cape Town. The younger generation stayed in Johannesburg, which was more thriving business. And so the parents settled in Cape Town and the sons were working in Johannesburg. And so a Sephardi community was established in Johannesburg. A Sephardi community was established in Cape Town. The community in Harare remained there, but in a reduced number. The community in Zaire continued to thrive, in fact, and I know the rabbi didn't tell us enough, but they actually were Jews that came to settle as well from Israeli Sephardi background. And so new communities were actually created from the ashes of the survivors of the Holocaust. Just a couple of interesting points. I have limitation of time. The most survivors in the great Ashkenazi community of South Africa were actually Sephardi survivors. So Cape Town had 15 15 to 20 Sephardi survivors of the concentration camp. There were, of course, Ashkenazim as well. Also essential that I should tell you that this symbiotic relationship was wonderful and it was greatly blessed. The Sephardi community in Cape Town, which I founded, they were already practicing Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, meeting once a year. We made it into a 350 family with 150 children in the community. There were also Israelis from North Africa, Moroccan, and there were other Sephardim joining us from all other parts of the world. So they called themselves the Sephardi Hebrew Congregation of Cape Town, but this is a remnant of the community of Rhodes that has spread throughout the African continent. Meantime, back in Johannesburg, 2 Israeli young minyanim, young communities actually were established, many of them being from North Africa. Just to perhaps conclude, I need to tell you that I am born in North Africa. My mother was born in Oujda. My father was born in Melilla. My father's father was born in Tetuan. So I am an African. I am a Spaniard by nationality. I am a Moroccan by custom. Our grandparents spoke to us in Arabic. My parents spoke to us. Our parents spoke to us in Spanish. So in reality, being back on the North African land here in Morocco and sharing with you has been an incredible emotional journey for me, simply because this is really part of my culture, part of my home, part of my history. And please God, this community and all other communities in Africa should be blessed, mechayil echayil, from strength to strength, to continue spreading Sephardi tolerance, Sephardi friendship, Sephardi brotherhood to all other Jews that come close to our communities. Thank you.
That was wonderful, thank you. And thank you for being the embodiment of this conference, of connecting all the different parts of Africa. And if I would say thank you for the history on the Rhodes community, which is also something that we at the American Sephardi Federation find important to learn about, which is another course that we have on the Greek Jewish experience, which includes, as you said, the Romaniot and the Sephardim. We're going to move on to Rabbi Moshe Silberhaft, the spiritual leader and national director of the Small Jewish Communities Association and the African Jewish Congress. He is known as the traveling rabbi. Rabbi Silberhaft, the 8th in a series of country community rabbis, has infused his youth, passion, and love of people into his job, transforming his position into a legend. The Traveling Rabbi, My African Tribe, was published in 2013 and follows Rabbi Silberhaft's journeys, highlighting the people he meets and recording their stories, which are sometimes humorous, often tragic, but always fascinating, and remembers Jewish communities and personalities who would otherwise be forgotten. So, Rabbi Silberhaft, please.
Thank you very much. Like everybody else, I want to thank the organizers and everybody that put this together. It's been a fascinating and highly educational 2 days so far, and thank you for inviting me, and thank you for including us in this fantastic conference, and we are committed to working with you in the future if there's any way we can for our benefit as well as your benefit. 2 thoughts Malcolm Hunline mentioned last night, and I just want to, sorry ladies at the back, you know what I always say to people, if they're not in Bet Knesset, when the rabbi's talking, then they, you're not in Bet Knesset now, so you mustn't talk when the rabbi's talking. Sorry, it's just like a... So, very important is 2 things. First of all, that we Jews don't live in the past, we live through our past. Very, very important to remember. The other thing is that we, our generation, are midgets on the shoulders of giants. What is going on here? When we see what our forefathers went through, when we see what they had to go through, we are just little midgets on the shoulders of these giants that built Judaism, established communities in Africa and around the world. So I'm going to break this into 2, mainly the African Jewish Congress, which is an organization established in 1993. The World Jewish Congress felt that it was necessary to establish an organization where smaller communities in sub-Saharan Africa could retain their link with the Jewish world. And our focus of the African Jewish Congress is to enable, first of all, to enable the small Jewish communities to give members viable and vibrant spiritual lives. Number 2, to coordinate the fight against anti-Semitism. 3, to give Africa and African Jews a voice in international Jewry through a proper and organized forum. Our affiliated members are Botswana, DRC, Lubumbashi, through the Cape Town community, Kenya, Lesotho, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, South African small communities, Eswatini, which is used to be called Swaziland, Uganda, the airport, which we worked with the Prime Minister's office, and I traveled with Prime Minister Netanyahu, Zambia and Zimbabwe. I'm just going to go through a few of our projects just to give you an idea of what we do. Okay, well, am I moving this or are you moving it? Let's go back. Back. Right, okay, while you're going back. Okay, that's it, just stay where you are. So I'll just choose a few countries and I'll just go through them a little bit with projects. Zambia used to be called Northern Rhodesia. How did Jews arrive in Zambia? 1905, the first Jew was buried in Livingstone. Jews were not allowed to stay in South Africa. There was a quota at the turn of the century, and Jews were only allowed to stay in South Africa for a short period of time. So they landed, they docked in Durban or in Port Elizabeth at the time, and then they had to be out of the country after a certain period of time. At its peak, 1,500 Jews established themselves in Zambia, Northern Rhodesia, and on the Copper Belt, they established 5 Jewish communities, 9 Jewish cemeteries, and they were very active economically and very active politically as well. Interestingly enough, there was one individual by the name of Simon Zukas, who passed away recently, aged 96, and he was very active politically in the country, and the government declared a national day of mourning, and he had a state funeral. I was flown up, and I officiated at a strictly halachic funeral with the president of the country being present. One of the things we do as well is we work very closely with governments, with heads of state, with regards the rights of Jewish people and Jewish communities in these countries. The Israeli embassy, they deal with Israel. We don't deal with those issues. We also often don't deal with Israelis. They are represented by the Israeli ambassador, and that's totally separate to what we undertake. Unless there's obviously anti-Semitism, then we jump in and we assist straight away. Today we have approximately 50 Israelis in Lusaka and a handful around the country, but there's still 9 Jewish cemeteries. We've restored them all. And one of the things we've done is we've built a museum in Livingstone. It's called the Gateway Jewish Museum. And this depicts and records the history, the very rich Jewish history that was once in Zambia. Outside, when you go out, there's this flyer here. You can take them. It's with compliments. It will give you the history, brief history of the Zambian Jewish community and the museum. We're busy now establishing museums in various African countries to record the contributions Jews made in the African countries where they established themselves. There's a book called Zion in Africa, which was written by Hugh Macmillan, a non-Jewish author, and it's absolutely brilliant. And it records all the Jewish contributions to Zambia, Northern Rhodesia. Livingstone, as I said, that's on the Victoria Falls. That's where the museum is established. This is the Jewish cemetery. The first grave was 1905. It was just neglected, as you can see, and we went in. Thank God the headstones were not smashed. One of our challenges in South Africa particularly is we look after 220 Jewish cemeteries comprising of 30,000 Jewish graves. And many of them have been vandalized. It's not anti-Semitism. It's purely just vandalism. In some of them, the fence has been removed. Cattle walk through it, and these big behemoths, big cows walk around, and they just knock the stones over. So that you can see the main highway there, and that's what it looks like today. Totally restored, preserved, and it's a tourist attraction in Livingston on the Victoria Falls. Zimbabwe, Yossi Kabli will speak about. Namibia, Andrea will mention. Swaziland, so on your way out, you'll find a book that looks like this. Jeffrey Modisa Menachem Ramachodi, a black man from South Africa, during apartheid, went to live in Swaziland because he couldn't handle apartheid, and he became a lover of the Jewish people. He wanted to convert. Unfortunately, his wife, who was from the royal family, wouldn't allow him to convert, but he lived a life as a Jew. He became our representative in Swaziland to the king, as well as he was known. His number plate was, let's see, okay, that's just the. So this was a meeting with the king of Swaziland. I wrote a book, as you heard, and he's mentioned in the book, so I'm presenting him with a book. We work very closely with all heads of state. As I said, they know that we are the representative body of the local Jewish community. Again, I'm not differentiating with Israel, etc., but when it comes to Israeli issues, political issues in particular, we refer them, and the Israeli ambassadors like to deal with that themselves. That's the book I mentioned. They're free as you go out. He built a school, and you can see the menorah and a chumash in the background. That was his love and dedication to Torah and its principles. His number plate, as you can't see so well, is Rabbi, even though he wasn't Jewish. Interesting, he used to come to Johannesburg during the apartheid days, and the Bet Knesset, there was a block of flats where Jewish people lived next to the Bet Knesset, and because he was black, they wouldn't allow him to rent an apartment. So in those days, Chief Rabbi Harris, who we saw, you presented a picture of him earlier, he rented the apartment in his name so that this man could stay in the apartment on Shabbat and Chagim. Unfortunately, he passed away from cancer, and he is buried in South Africa. As a tribute to our efforts, he established in his school that he built the Rabbi Moshe Silbav Library. And there are about 50,000 books in there that children can come and take. So it's not necessarily a lending library. What we do is we organize containers of books to come from Australia, whoever else is interested, and we unpack it there, and people from the entire village and country can come and take books from it. Mozambique, Lorenzo Marx. Are you listening, my friend? You're listening, right. So there you see the opening of the Lorenzo Marx Synagogue, 1926. Chief Rabbi Landau in the middle. The doctor here also spoke about him earlier. So how did Lorenzo Marx Mozambique Jewry begin? In 1899, Chief Rabbi Hertz, you've all heard of the Hertz Chumash. Some of you may know the Hertz Chumash. I'm running out of time. Okay. He was sent out of South Africa by Paul Kruger, who was the prime minister at the time, or the president. And he arrived in Mozambique in Lorenzo Marx as a refugee, and in December 14th, 1899, he discovered that there were nearly 500 Jews in the town already. What were they doing there? They too weren't allowed into South Africa. At that stage it was called something else, and so they had a strong community. Now, what's interesting, you were talking about the cemetery. There's a very interesting cemetery where there are a lot of Sephardi graves, very similar to what you showed us, the pictures earlier, with that like a box made out of stone. That's the inside of the Bet Knesset, 1926. In 1991, Chief Rabbi Harris brought back, what happened was, in a nutshell, Frelimo and Renamo had a war in 1970s. The whole community left. They brought the Sifrei Torah to Johannesburg. And in 1991, the synagogue was returned to the community. The cemetery was restored. And here the Sefer Torah is being returned to the community. All the wood was eaten away by bugs and beetles, so we had to redo the entire building. As you can see, it's just a structure left, but we raised the money, and here we're returning the Sefer Torah. And there's Mervyn Smith, who was the founder of the African Jewish Congress, and Jeff Ramachodi on the other side of me that you see from Swaziland. That's what the Beit Knesset looks like today. It's got a foyer, but the actual Beit Knesset is just one big room, and everybody prays together. A lot of non-Jewish people come as well. 3, 2, 1. Does the floor open as a... Right, trapdoor. Here you see they are making for Purim, they're making, help me somebody? Hamantashen, there you go, right. This is in Mozambique, the kids. This is Sam Levy. He's the head of the local Mozambique Jewish community. That's the Jewish cemetery. He's also the president now of the African Jewish Congress, and he speaks a fluent Portuguese, and next time we get together, we need to make sure that he joins us as well. I could go on and talk about South Africa for a long time, but I'll just talk about South Africa very briefly because my time is running out, and then there'll be questions. 1820 were the first Jews recorded to come to South Africa. There were 18 Jews among the 1820 settlers. As you heard, 1841, the first community was established in Cape Town. Jews came to South Africa, and try and envisage this for a minute. They came from Eastern Europe. They weren't used to the climate. They didn't understand the culture. Many of them had never seen a black person before. Yet they got off the ship and they made it happen. And how did they do it? They had to become traders initially. And so they'd go to a town, to the main center. They'd get a horse and a cart, and they travel from town to town, and they became known as smos, Jewish peddlers. That's the first Jew to step on the foot of South Africa, Benjamin Norden, the first Beit Knesset. And this is in a town called Graaf Reinet, where a monument was erected to pay tribute to the Jewish smos. And until the discovery of gold in Johannesburg and diamonds in Kimberley at the turn of the 20th century, there were more Jews outside of the bigger centers of Cape Town, Johannesburg, in the small communities than they were in the bigger centers. At its peak, the small communities were 40,000 in numbers. Today, they're 1,300 in numbers. Okay, done. See, I got credit of 1 minute.
Thank you very much, and thank you for trying to cover so much material in so little time. And I look forward to learning more with the information that you've left for us outside. We're going to move on to Andrea. Andrea Berry is a respected and active African businesswoman who is essential in the Pupkowitz Group's continued success, a diverse portfolio of enterprises primarily operating in Namibia. Andrea is dedicated to carrying on the tradition of her late grandfather, Harold Pupkowitz, a Namibian business titan and philanthropist who was one of the pioneers of the value-creating approach to business. She was the first Namibian to be accepted into Harvard Business School's full-time MBA program, where she made it her mission to put Namibia on the map by facilitating visits to Namibia by 3 elite American business schools and co-chairing the African Business Conference at Harvard in 2017. The largest student-run conference on Africa in the world. So Andrea is going to be speaking about Jewish life in Namibia and hopefully give us a little bit of personal anecdotes. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me back at the conference. It's great to be here in person. I spoke virtually at the conference a couple of years ago, but being here in person, meeting everyone that's here, such an incredible group of movers and shakers with a common passion, a group set to grow going forward. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to learn from all of you. So I'll be speaking about Jewish life in Namibia today. Forgive me for the punchy fashion. If anyone would like to hear anything more, please do come chat to me after the session. So who are the Jews in Namibia? About 80% of Jews in Namibia are Litvaks who would have migrated beyond South Africa, where they would originally have landed. Mizrahi Jews came to Namibia in the 40s when a pelt trade picked up and their relevant skills were of interest for those sorts of economic opportunities. In more recent decades, we've had a lot of Israelis arrive in the country in response to the growing diamond trade. And we also have a number of indigenous locals who in recent years have gone to great lengths to convert, spending time in Israel and bringing inspiration from the Holy Land back to Namibia by participating in the fullest possible way in our community there. Jews were originally found in 4 hubs of Namibia, in the capital, Windhoek, to the 2 colonial coastal towns of Swakopmund and Luderitz, and then Keetmanshoop in the south of the country, which is where a lot of agricultural activities were taking place. At its peak, there were about 400 souls across Namibia in the Jewish community. Unfortunately, the picture today looks a little different. We're probably around 30 people only. In terms of religiosity, one has to bear in mind that Namibia is quite a large tract of land with a very small population and with communities that are very sparsely laid out. It wasn't very easy for families to maintain a high level of observance of Judaism, and so I think what we see that has persisted until today is a community that has a very strong Jewish identity and a very traditional practice of Judaism, celebrating the Chagim, coming to shul on Friday nights where it's possible, but not necessarily being able to observe all of the specificities of Jewish halacha. For example, we've never had a mikveh in the country. It's been quite some time since we had a rabbi as well, a number of decades, and so for a long time there's been a spiritual leader of various types in the form of a chazan, etc., who has led Friday night services. There have been bar and bat mitzvahs in the country, and we've always remained affiliated with the South African Orthodox community. Of course, we've already heard from Rabbi Zilberhaft, who is a regular guest of ours in Namibia and who has overseen the preservation of our various cemeteries and making sure that there's always a connection back to that Orthodox community that is so critical to us. Also want to give a shout out to Rabbi Bentalula from the Congo community, who over the years where we needed Bochrim to come and lead our services in Namibia, we were always overjoyed to have the use of his scholars. In terms of the stature of the Jewish community within the broader Namibia, we mostly featured in the economic activity of the country, which is evident in a number of interesting ways. I've mentioned the various cemeteries that are well preserved, but also the names of places. For example, in the south of Namibia, we have a mine called Rosh Pinah. Don't think most people in Namibia would recognize that as being of Hebrew origin, but it's indicative of the fact that it was actually a resource discovery by a Jewish individual who chose that name for it. There are many other ways in which the impact of Jews in the country is reflected today, but I won't touch on those here now. Jews were never as politically prominent in Namibia as they were in South Africa. There were 2 notable lawyers who played an important role, but I would say that it was more in the business fraternity that we really saw Jews come to the fore. Businessmen such as Sam Cohen, who was very active in the 1950s, who made a great number of donations, and actually today there is still a scholarship, the Sam Cohen Scholarship, for whom recently somebody contacted me to say they had received a bursary, and so his name remains well remembered. And then my late grandfather, Harold Papkowitz, may his dear soul rest in peace, who was really not just a prominent Jew in the country, but really an iconic businessman. Also can't go without mentioning the contribution that Jews have made to the sporting world in Namibia. Laurie Peters has long been the head of the Namibian Cricket Association and is also borderline household name for those into cricket. I'll get a move on here, thanks. In terms of the environment in Namibia, for Jews, Namibia is a very religiously tolerant country. As a former German colony, there is a strong German presence and unfortunately a neo-Nazi movement, but thankfully that remains largely underground, and so they haven't really if I can speak for myself, growing up in Namibia, I never really experienced any anti-Semitism or anything like that. So we feel quite comfortable in the country and are very well accepted and integrated in terms of being seen as Namibian. Interfaith cooperation is regular, and I would say that probably the Jewish and Muslim communities are more of a curiosity within Namibia than anything else. Today we are a community in flux. We have dwindled dramatically in numbers for various reasons. Many of the younger generation have gone to study overseas and have remained there. The older generation is aging. Some of the economic attractions that have drawn foreigners to the country are not as present as they were previously, and so the community is going through an intense period of adaptation to dealing with the fact that a minyan on a Friday night is no longer achievable, and whilst for decades and decades there were always regular services for the Chagim, it's no longer the case. So I think the community finding a way to maintain its sense of community and connection has certainly been a challenge. I'll just speak lastly about the synagogue in Windhoek, which is the last active synagogue in the country. The community decided to sell the synagogue because, unfortunately, the developments that had taken place around the particular location within the city had caused security concerns. People were not able to park safely, were being mugged on the way into the synagogue. And so after a long and difficult process, the congregation decided that they would sell the synagogue. It was an intense conversation in my family, the Papkowitz family, to come to the decision then to buy the synagogue and really take on the responsibility for it going forward as an act in preserving what we see as a very, very important Jewish heritage within Namibia. So we are going to be soon kicking off a project to convert the synagogue into a museum. However, something that's a very important concept to us is that it should still remain as a building that can be used as a synagogue. Who knows, maybe in future there will be some sort of another economic attraction and we will experience a growth in our local community, and we want the ability for Jews to worship in a place that has the stature of our synagogue always. It has great heritage value. It's one of the oldest standing synagogues of German design with a vaulted ceiling that cannot be replicated today by any building contractor in Namibia. And so I really look forward to engaging and learning further from all of you today, but especially anyone who is involved with the creation and ongoing maintenance of museums in remote communities. I'll just end off by saying that whilst I wasn't able to speak too much about the Jewish history, we have a very, very important documentation here of the Jewish life in Namibia. I only have this one with me, but if you'd like to come and have a look at it, and perhaps I can even send anybody one if they're interested, then we'll do so. Thanks again for the time.
Thank you very much, and thank you for enlightening us on this community. We're going to add a little bit of an anecdote to the Namibian Jewish history with Chaim Moten, who has joined our panel. He is a renewable energy entrepreneur who develops large-scale projects in sub-Saharan Africa, and he is also an amateur genealogist and is passionate about preserving the history and memory of Jewish communities. So please, Chaim.
Thank you. So while Rabbi Silberhaft and Andrea spoke broadly and in large part about the large community, I'm going to focus on one person. Can you hear me? Sorry, now can you hear me? Okay. I'll focus on one specific anecdote, one specific person, as I was asked to do. I was in Namibia a little bit over around a decade ago. I was traveling in Africa. I was backpacking, and it was right before Rosh Hashanah. And I called up Rabbi Silberhaft and said, where should I go for Rosh Hashanah? I was not far from Namibia. He said, go to Windhoek. There's a synagogue there. I went there, got there Erev Rosh Hashanah, and they said, we heard your dad is a cantor. Can you lead services? Which I did. The president of the community was Harold Pupkowitz, Andrea's grandfather, who I met. We really enjoyed the holiday there, and he said, can you lead services for Yom Kippur? I said, wasn't planning on it. I literally was with my jeans, and I didn't really have any nice clothes, but it was fine and very informal. So I backpacked around Namibia for the week and ended up in Swakopmund, which was one of the communities mentioned by Andrea, one of the communities which historically had a Jewish community very early on, as early 1900s, probably late 19th century, early 1900s. In that community, I was told there was a cemetery with a very unique grave that I was told about by Rabbi Silberhaft as well, I believe. And I went and saw the cemetery, and the gravestone there, if you can see the photograph is Andrea's grandparents, and to the right is the grave of Walter Galler. I don't know if you can see what's special about that grave. Maybe we can go to the next slide, or do I do this myself? Oh, go back. How do we go back? Yeah. No, we're not good at this. All right. All right. At any rate, Walter Galler, can you see what it says over there? Has anybody seen this gravestone before? On the top of Walter, there's Hebrew writing. It's backwards. Can anybody read it? Kasher LePesach, yes. It's upside down, and is it standard to have kasher? The gam hafuch. It's also upside down, and it's also kasher LePesach, which is not a traditional kosher for Passover on a gravestone is not a traditional statement, and it's also upside down. So this was a curiosity which I'd seen then, and by the time I got there, the grave was removed. The actual gravestone was scratched out. The actual Kasher LePesach backwards was scratched out, but there was this interesting gravestone, and that was a curiosity. A few years later, at an Africa Business Conference, Harvard Business School and Business Conference that Andrea was leading, I met her there, and we connected. And a few years later, you sent me the book Jewish Life in Southwest Africa, Namibia, which has more pages than the number of Jews who ever lived in Namibia. It's a fascinating book, really long and really interesting. It took years to put together. And I looked through the book and found the section on Walter Galler. And what it said, it started off with, next to nothing is known of Walter Galler, a Jew born on 19th of August, 1888, who lived in Swakopmund in the 1930s. When he died there, his non-Jewish wife, respectful of his Jewish background, knew that something had to be inscribed in Hebrew on his gravestone. The only piece of Hebrew writing that she could find was on a box of matzah in the kitchen, and she chose to inscribe the words kosher for Passover along with the Star of David. As the stonecutter did not know Hebrew, he erroneously inscribed the words upside down. Some years later, these words were removed by an overzealous rabbi who visited the cemetery. Now, this is what was written in this book. There are actually many, many articles. So I've started researching this. Quickly. Various stories over the history of this gravestone were advanced starting in 1964, continuing in 1972. Where the author wrote, a sad burial for a Jew, he lacks even a Hebrew name in place of Walter, and a pathetic yet gracious act on his behalf by his wife. Many, many other articles and sermons came out of this gravestone with all kinds of fascinating theories, very specific stories that I'm not sure where they came from. At any rate, so who was Walter Galler? Started researching and found his great-granddaughter, and then found the son, who was 4 years old when his father died. I won't get into any detail here, but after many, many steps, we found a Krakow birth record for Walter Galler, whose original name was Alter Shaul Schnuftabak. That was his name. His mother was Rivka Galler, and some people from his family were killed in the Holocaust. Others were in England. And this is Walter, this is his mother, and this is his father. I'll just end with one last comment. Basically, every person has their story, their midrash. Each gravestone with some research can tell a story, and together they can tell a deeper story of a community. A midrashic take on this by a rabbi, Pesach Burston, said, Walter's story captures the essence of Passover as well as Judaism. Passover teaches us not just to eat kosher for Passover, but how to live kosher LePesach. When we do, we don't only see things from our perspective, but from God's. The Hebrew words kosher LePesach on Walter's tombstone is only upside down when we look at it from our perspective. When we look at it from heaven's perspective, it is right side up.
Thank you, and I'm glad that we got that extra anecdote in in this panel. We're going to move on to Yosef Kabli. In 1992, Yosef Kabli arrived in Zimbabwe from Israel to lead the Sharon School's Hebrew and Jewish Studies Department. He is currently the security officer for Harare's Jewish establishments, the Torah reader for both synagogues, the vice president of the Harare Hebrew Congregation, and a member of the African Jewish Congress's Executive Committee. So Yossi is going to be speaking about the Jewish life in Zimbabwe.
Shalom all. I would like to start my presentation by saying well done to and thank you to the Mimouna Association, as well as the other organizer, the American Sephardi Federation. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm honored. The history of the Jewish community in Zimbabwe goes back over a century to when Zimbabwe was known as Southern Rhodesia and then Rhodesia. So just for those of you that are struggling with the names, today Zambia, the place that is called Zambia today was Northern Rhodesia, and what was then Southern Rhodesia is known as Zimbabwe. And when Ian Smith, the Prime Minister at the time, broke away from I would call it the people that the colony, Zimbabwe, Rhodesia was a colony. When he established his own regime, it turned, he called it Rhodesia. So during the 19th century, Ashkenazi Jews and from Russia and Lithuania settled in Rhodesia after the area has been colonized by the British and became active in the trading industry. It's the normal story of people leaving where they live, going to look for greener pasture, and this story is not any different. In 1894, the first synagogue was established in a tent in Bulawayo. There are two major cities in Zimbabwe of nowadays, and one is called, now we call it Harare, it used to be Salisbury. The other one is called Bulawayo. It's about 400 kilometers westward, and that's where that first synagogue was established in a tent. The second community developed in Salisbury. Later it was renamed Harare, and if we're talking about anecdotes, the meaning of the name Harare is actually the old man. A third congregation was established in Gwelo, and that is the name of a small town, Midland, that's in between Harare and Bulawayo. And by the year 1900, approximately 300 Jews lived in Rhodesia. In the 1930s, a number of Sephardic Jews arrived in Rhodesia from the Greek island of Rhodes and mainly settled in Salisbury. This was followed by another wave in the 1960s when Jews fled the Belgian Congo. A Sephardic Jewish community synagogue was established in Salisbury in the 1950s. In the late 1930s, German Jews fled Nazi Germany, the persecution over there, and settled in the colony. In 1943, the Rhodesian Zionist Council and the Rhodesian Jewish Board of Deputies were established. Later, they renamed it into Central African Zionist Council. After World War II, Jewish immigrants arrived from South Africa and the United Kingdom. By 1961, the Jewish population peaked at 7,060. So there were just over 7,000 Jews living in Rhodesia. The Jewish community also developed institutions to serve and strengthen the community, including 2 Jewish day schools, one in Harare called Sharon School and one in Bulawayo called Carmel School. By the way, just from a personal point of view, when I was brought to Zimbabwe to teach and to run the Hebrew department and teach Hebrew and Jewish studies, I used to see my counterparts, the people that the teachers doing my job in Harare. I used to meet them once a year. We used to call it the Carmel Weekend because we used to travel to Bulawayo. Sports competition, as well as we used to have a Hebrew Jewish studies quiz, and I remember that with this memory is quite vivid and a happy one. And the next year they'll be doing the reverse, and I'm sure from their side they used to call it the Sharon Weekend, and that's the way that we kept communication between the 2 schools. Besides those 2 schools, of course, there were community centers, cemeteries, Zionist movement, Jewish-owned sports clubs. Again, the normal story of Jews could not participate or be members in the normal sports clubs, so they had to establish their own. Savion Old Age Home in Bulawayo, and several women's organizations. In 1965, the white minority government of southern Rhodesia under Prime Minister Ian Smith unilaterally declared independence and became known as Rhodesia, in response to British demands that the colony be handed over to black majority rule. Rhodesia was then subject to international sanctions, and black nationalist organizations began an insurgency known as the Rhodesian Bush War, which lasted until 1979, when the Rhodesian government agreed to settle with the black nationalists. By the time the Rhodesian Bush War ended in 1979, most of the country's Jewish population had immigrated. Some Jews chose to stay behind when the country was transferred to black majority rule, and it was named Zimbabwe in 1980. However, immigration continued, and by 1987, only 1,200 Jews out of an original population of 7,000 remained. Most Rhodesian Jews immigrated to Israel or South Africa, seeking better economic conditions and Jewish marriage prospects. Until the late 1990s, rabbis resided in Harare and Bulawayo, but left as the economy and community began to decline. Today, there is no resident rabbi. In the year 2003, the Bulawayo synagogue, unfortunately, burned down, and the small community did not restore the building. Rather, they moved prayers and services to the community hall. In Harare, there are 2 synagogues, the Sephardi, one Sephardi and one Ashkenazi. Today, because of small numbers of congregants, the prayers alternate between the 2 synagogues. Today, about 120 Jews live in Zimbabwe, chiefly in Harare and Bulawayo. There are no Jews remaining in Kwekwe, Gweru, and Kadoma. That's in the Midland. I'm almost done. 2/3 of Zimbabwean Jews are over the age of 65. The last bar mitzvah took place in 2006. Sharon School in Harare is still run by a Jewish Board of Governors, although there's only one Jewish child today. When my daughter, which is now 18 years old, finished the primary school, Sharon School, she was the only Jewish child over there. We thought that was the end of it. But then an Israeli started a business over there, and now, again, there is one Jewish child. Although the school is run as a Jewish school, Shabbat is kept, Chagim, etc., Kashrut, there's only one Jewish child there. In addition, before I talk about the Lemba, first I want to say thank you to Rabbi Moshe Silberhaft. On behalf of the Jewish community, thanks very much for all the help and the support that is offered to us. And there's only one question of the Lemba, but I understand that I'm running a bit out of time. Just a few words. We've got good relations with this community. There's about 70,000 of the Lemba people in Zimbabwe. There's a synagogue that they have in Harare. They're more than welcome. They are invited to come and take part in our services. And we live in peace, I would say. Last time when Rabbi Moshe came for a visit, we went to visit the Lemba community, and it's interesting. There's no hard feelings, although, as you know, they're not considered Jewish. And this is something that we learned this last visit that we paid them, and that is that they are not expecting to be considered as Jews. They consider themselves Jews, but they understand that from the point of view of rabbinical Orthodox Judaism, they cannot be considered that without conversion, because their lineage, the structure of their social structure is so that it goes by the father rather than by the mother, is according to halachic Judaism, which means that really there's no argument and there's no expectations. And when Rabbi Moshe said or asked, what is it that they're expecting from us? Is there any way of helping? They expressed some needs, some social kind of need, including help with Brit Milah, with the circumcision. So I'm sorry if I ran over time. Thank you.
Thank you for that window into the history and the functioning of the Jewish community today. Our last panelist is David Fachler, who we've heard from, but now has a bit of other information to give us. He was born in Israel, but grew up and was educated in Johannesburg. He received his BA LLB at Wits University and LLM from UniSA. He made Aliyah in 1999 and received an MA in Contemporary Jewry from Hebrew University. He recently, as in today, officially is a PhD in Historical Studies from the University of Cape Town.
Is it up? Oh, okay. Okay. This morning I didn't manage to thank the organizers because I was in a big rush. So I'd like to thank the Mimouna Association and the Sephardi Federation. It's been wonderful coming here. This panel especially is quite nostalgic. I have warm recollections of Bulawayo and Alan Fagenbaum, who just passed away recently. So it's been a joy to give the presentation now. I'm just going to give a quick review. The organizers wanted a review of the latest survey. It's actually online. If you go to the Kaplan Center, or if you just type in the Jews of South Africa 2019, it would normally the whole PDF file is available. So for further interest, it actually makes for easy reading, and it was a project compiled by the Kaplan Center of University of Cape Town together with with London's Jewish Public Policy Institute. The idea of having a survey of South African Jewry, of professional surveys, has gone back to around 1974. There were certain surveys before that, but since then it's been very professionally done by demographers. The first person to do a survey was Ali Dab. He did the Johannesburg Jewish community for the University of Grahamstown, for Rhodes in Grahamstown, and they've had surveys from 91, 98, 2005. I think they missed out 2012, but in 2019 is the latest survey. The latest survey was conducted online. In other words, people answered. It wasn't a written survey. It was conducted over a few months, and is meant to be quite accurate. And it showed certain things that needed renewing, because the perception was that there were more Jews than there were actually in South Africa, and unfortunately the results showed that there were quite a few less. Some of the statistics I think you heard from Chai Singer before, but we'll just go through a few of the highlights of the survey. So we see that the community, until the recent survey, the number 70,000, 69,000 was generally used. I think at the highlights it was 118, 119,000, but now it's gone down to 52,300, as we see. The majority, by a long shot, live in Johannesburg, and as Rabbi Silberhaft mentioned, there used to be many in the country communities, and that's dwindled down completely. So we have around very few percent live in the country communities. The mainly concentrated in Johannesburg and also the surroundings in Pretoria. In Durban, you have 7% and 24% in Cape Town. It's around 30,000 Jews live in Johannesburg, and around 12,500 in Cape Town. But the two communities, Johannesburg and Cape Town especially, Durban falls somewhere in between, have quite different views, at least when it comes to religious outlook, as we'll see later. And the age population is also slightly different, with Johannesburg having the youngest age. Go on to the next slide. You see this age bar graph, and I sent this age bar to a statistician friend of mine, and he didn't know where it came from, but he said it looks like there's been a high mortality rate in the middle figures, but that isn't obviously the case. There's been a lot of immigration, and normally an age bar graph should look like a triangle, where the younger you get, the wider the bars. But as we see, 8.1%, if I remember correctly, because I can't see the screen from here, is between 65 and 69, which is a very high percentage. If you think of an aging population of that kind of age, between 60 and 70, you have much more than 10%. So it isn't showing a very productive society. In fact, when you measure deaths to births, it's around a ratio of 3 to 2. So it's about 750 deaths a year and 500 births, which is not encouraging, but that's the situation. Now, this graph, that's the reason why you'd have to read the survey, is because it says 43% in the slide at least are considering. It hasn't changed. Hasn't changed. Yeah, for some reason it's there. I don't know what's. They're not correlated. Which is a pity. Sorry? I said it's statistic, okay. But it's unfortunate because it's not statistics. But anyway, you can't see what I can see. But 43% of people in South Africa are considering leaving. Doesn't mean any of them have left, but they do consider in the past 12 months, the immigration has been on their mind. This isn't a percentage of people who have actually left, otherwise we'd hear about it, but it means that people are living in some kind of economic tension, and therefore they're not sure whether they want to invest their future in the country. Especially the age groups between 18 and 40 is problematic of how many are deciding to, or contemplating it at least. I don't know, this is going back. Why is it going back? This is forward? Oh, I can't see. Can't see what it says.
Now you've gone backwards.
Oh, okay. Okay. Right, you see here the proportion of people who are considering leaving. It's quite a high percentage in the lower age groups. As you get higher, people can't afford necessarily to leave, and they're more settled. But the younger age groups, especially 35 to 39, we see is a high percentage of 59%. All singles of all ages, the numbers are 54%. They have less invested in the country, so therefore they are contemplating it more. These are people who are actually likely to leave within the next 5 years. They haven't just thought about it, they've made plans. So 15%, which is pretty high. 51% of those considering leaving have Israel as their destination. But although South Africa is a very Zionistic society, the reasons for going to Israel seem to be more the ease of going there rather than an aliyah impetus. 15% of those who said that Israel's on there, they expressed aliyah convictions as a pool convictions, but most of the reasons for leaving were violence or economy, safety, and the rest. Right, okay. Interestingly, following a trend, it seems like in England as well, I'm not sure about Australia, but there seems to be more and more Jews registering in Jewish schools. It's not necessarily a sign of further religiosity, it's a sign maybe that the schools are better and they feel safer in the Jewish environment. If you look at the adults, the parents of those, only 38% attended Jewish schools. Now it's up to 75%. Schools are, however, very expensive, and that may have also a pressure on fertility rates because people cannot afford to send their kids to Jewish schools. Here's an attachment to Israel. We'll do it quickly. 90%, as you see, have at least a moderate attachment, 24 plus 66. And there is only 10% with a weak attachment. it does, if you look at the statistics, the more religious have about a 99% attachment, the less religious have more than 10%. But there is a correlation between the religiosity of the person asked and the attachment to Israel. Intermarriage is growing a little bit. It's going to almost to Australian numbers, very, very far from the United States, but edging up in the United Kingdom. Durban, for some reason, has a very high intermarriage rate. Johannesburg, with the most religious community, has the lowest. Cape Town's in between. Here, interestingly enough, and following on to what I said this morning, the younger generation happen to be the most strictly religious. The yellow is the strictly religious, and that's because their parents have more children, and the fertility rate is only going up by those who are very strictly Orthodox. Here, very quickly, you can see the totally diverging trends of Cape Town and Johannesburg. Johannesburg, for instance, has a very high rate of orthodoxy. We have 13% and 35%. That's 48% describe themselves at least moderately orthodox. In Cape Town, it's only 22%. There's about 21% of Johannesburg, at least, call themselves Sabbath observant. There's about 6% only in Cape Town, and they're almost opposites of each other. There's less than 20% in Johannesburg who consider themselves either secular or reform, whereas that number is 40% in Cape Town. Cape Town has a higher secular and reform population than they do an Orthodox population. Johannesburg has a much higher Orthodox population if you add it with traditional. Just a quick word. It used to be in surveys that the people who consider themselves traditional were about 50-60%. The parents of when they asked the background to most people, 45% said they're traditional. So it shows that in Johannesburg, at least, many of those who are traditional fell into the camp now of Orthodox, some into the camp of Reform, but we see a narrowing of the edges. The amounts of traditional are the same in all the cities, but where the drop-off has gone has varied. Cape Town has become much more secular, and Johannesburg has become much more Orthodox. And then the last slide, I think, just shows the differences between the two. There's 48%, that's more than double than Cape Town, and Durban is slightly higher, but not as high as Johannesburg. This is the survey in a nutshell.
Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists on the wonderful history and current history that you have shared with us, and of course for the work that you're all doing or have done in these various communities in South Africa and the surrounding region. I hope that you all have written down your questions, because it's been a while since our first speaker, but we have a wealth of information here with our panelists, and we'd be glad for you to ask them, pick their brains, and we have some time, so please.
I think when I was listening to the discussion about Zimbabwe, it reminded me of a couple books I've read, one by Chirenje and the other one by Samkangi. And what's interesting is it's not the existence of Jews, but in the fight against colonialism, a lot of Africans identified as Zionists. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's true also in South Africa. And I think there's another dimension of really the study of Africa, where they identified with the Ethiopian Jews and Ethiopia, and they call themselves Zionists. Like Chirenje's book is about the Zionist churches, and even Mandela belonged to the Zionist church. I think it's very important how the Africans who were fighting against colonialism actually identified with Judaism, and they fight against Zionism. Theodor Herzl himself had said, of course, after I free the land of Israel, I'll free Africa, or I'll fight for the freedom of Africa. So I don't know if you're familiar. I guess maybe that question applies to South Africa too. And in respect to South Africa, where were the Jews of Durban when at the Durban conference they condemned Judaism as racism or Zionism? I'm asking, that's a separate question. Are you familiar with the Durban conference? The Durban conference.
Yeah. Sorry, I think the Board of Deputies or some representative from the Board of Deputies is more qualified to answer. I've been living in Israel for the last 23 years, 24 years. So the effects of okay, there is someone here who in the audience who can comment on the Durban conference. One of the awardees last night.
So the Durban conference was an abysmal failure. Unfortunately, it was hijacked by BDS promoters, and unfortunately it gave global legitimacy to the BDS movement. It gave them a platform, and it gave them an audience. I think that the participants in that conference learned from that experience, and you'll know that any subsequent Durban conference, racism conference, has failed. So attempts to rejuvenate it or to rerun it didn't meet with any success. Unfortunately, the event was Durban, as I mentioned last night. There is a very receptive ear towards the BDS cause and towards the Palestinian cause within South Africa. That receptiveness is more at the leadership of government and the leadership of the ANC, of the leading party. The truth is, as I may have mentioned last night, that the vast majority of South Africans are actually pro-Israel and pro the Jewish people. Our challenge as South Africans and South African Jews is to influence that mass, the mass population. I may have mentioned that I was at an Independence Yom Ha'atzmaut event at the Israeli embassy last week and sat next to the leader of the ZCC, which stands for the Zion Christian Church. And the bishop has 16 million South Africans who are part of his church, which I think by any global standards is a large church. The bishop was present at the Yom Ha'atzmaut, at the Independence Day event at the Embassy of Israel. The bishop attended visits in Israel himself. So I think that what you'll see within South Africa, and this is our challenge, is that there's a window of opportunity to influence the masses of South Africans, the black majority, and to show them that Israel isn't the villain that is portrayed by a small amount of ideologically driven leadership, but that Israel has an ability to dramatically enhance the lives of the average South African. And more than that, the South African government, because of its unique pedigree, can play a significant role in trying to facilitate the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, because we went through in South Africa an intractable situation, or seemingly intractable situation, which we resolved. And similarly, South African leadership has played an important role in resolving other global conflicts. So what we tell, sorry, I'm speaking for so long. I didn't have a chance last night. What we tell the South African government is that rather than being so blatantly pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel, you can be both pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel and use the pedigree that you've built up in terms of your ability to resolve conflicts to actually engage in that conflict. And, at the moment they are rendering themselves irrelevant because of the position that they're taking. So I said a lot of things. I hope I answered your question.
The recent declaration by the Amnesty International refers to the Durban Conference as well as Israel is called an apartheid state, which is a big problem. In America now, a lot of us are very concerned about that issue, and South Africa has become more or less a prototype for anti-Israeli groups. I don't know if you're familiar with that statement by the Amnesty International. It has become really a big problem for many people.
May I respond? quickly. So we think it's a great insult to the black South Africans that the conflict in Israel is being compared to apartheid. We think that it undermines the terrible conflict that the black majority went through, because there isn't apartheid in Israel, and even if there was, and there isn't, the degradation that the black people suffered, cannot be compared to the rights that the Arabs have in Israel today.
No question, I agree with you.
Do we have any more questions? Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Against colonialism, especially like other, there are quite a few books, by the way. Especially in Zimbabwe, the book is called African Zionism, or Zionist Church. Even Mandela belonged to the African Zionist Church. So that's very important to realize that Judaism has made a major contribution indirectly in the struggle against colonialism.
Thank you.
Very much for this panel. They will be at 6:30 and then 7. It is 7. Okay. 6:30 is dinner. 7 is the bus for anybody who wants to go to the Medina. And other questions direct towards the Medina.
Thank you.